the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. We thank you so much for tuning in. As we get cranked up, there's a lot to break down today. We have a celebration. We'll talk about that. And we're going to get to hang out with an old friend and catch up and start the fall as hunting season is right here. I mean, it is everybody. If you are into whitetail deer hunting, you are getting food plots ready and you're getting your cameras all situated. You want to know what's out there. We'll talk to Dan Moultrie and the crew. Also a big announcement with their partnership with Mossy Oak. And we just have a lot to break down. And Rick Burgess celebrates his 59th birthday today, as it's wedding week for him and the family. So we got a lot to happening today. So let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Boys.
What's happening?
Yeah.
What's happening?
How are y'all?
We're good. We're good.
You answering for Greg?
Yes, he is.
I'm good. We're good.
I just didn't know if that was what I was going to deal with all day, or
He's answering for me today.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
We worked a deal.
well, I've talked to him enough to know he's good because you
Okay.
said, how are y'all doing?
That's
I
right.
know.
He
That's
knew
what
I
I'm
was
saying.
good. Yeah.
You said we're good,
Yeah.
and Greg was sitting over there.
I'm his
not-
spokesman. You just look
Okay,
at me.
I like
if you
it.
need him, you look at me.
Okay.
Just today.
Okay. Just today and today only.
Today and today only. Well, we
Oops, sorry.
yeah. We do have I love it because nobody, we're grown now. So really no one but Bubba enjoys just big deals on birthdays, even
Oh,
though,
yes.
you know, we're like, yeah, whatever.
I'm tired
And I
of
say
having to make big
Bubba,
deals out of stuff.
the kid in him still comes out. He loves the birthday cake and all that. And so Rick is one of those where he will be exasperated with us
sure.
continuously saying happy birthday to him today. But it is his 59th birthday. And I say this every time, so I know it sounds like a broken record, but every time I say how old we are, it means we're getting a lot older. And I remember when I was young, my Uncle Bill, I remember it like it was yesterday, turning 55, and
Bill.
I thought he was ancient.
Uncle Bill.
I was
Double
like, man,
nickel when
it's
he
like-
when he turned double nickel.
Yeah. I was like, man,
Double nicks.
he's old.
Oh,
You know?
yeah.
And there we are.
Absolutely he was
We're
old.
just all floating around it. Just, I mean, here we go. But anyway,
do
we'll
when they
celebrate
come for
Rick
you?
today. And as I mentioned, Dan Moultrie will be here today. We'll catch up with him. It's been a while since he's been in studio. We've got Moultrie Mobile and the Moultrie Signature Game Land Management teams here today. Also, we'll talk about their partnership with Mossy Oak when it comes to the Moultrie Mobile camera. So a lot happening there. And, hey, look, it's another match Moultrie. Now, I will say this. The prize is finer than he is crazy with his question. No offense, Dan, as you come in. But we got us a Moultrie Mobile Edge Pro cellular camera, Moultrie electronic feed gate ATV spreader as the prize. So it's going to be a big day here today. We'll look up and we'll be halfway through it. So look forward to that as we celebrate Rick's birthday today. Did you train yesterday Greg? Were you able to run?
Not really.
Oh, boy.
I got to rest up.
Yeah, now's rest and recovery.
Well, buddy, you probably start resting Thursday, Friday, but you might want
Well,
to
I
run
ran
at
the
least.
day before that.
Okay.
So
You can run it tomorrow.
There's nothing
today?
you can do
Yeah.
at this point. But
Okay,
just mentally get ready, hydrate, eat right.
I ain't
That's the
gonna-
only thing
I
you
ain't
can
gonna
do.
finish it. It ain't gonna matter.
Yeah, good attitude.
Yeah,
Good. That's
real
good.
fired
That's
up
good. Hey, look, just downplay it. Do a little bit of Eeyore. I can't do it, so that when you do it, you
If
know,
that's motivating you to go that route, okay,
really not.
but it's not. I can
It's really
tell.
not.
I can tell it's not.
we've always achieved off low expectations. That's kind of been our history. So just the way you're presenting everything is, hey, man, I'll be lucky to finish. That way when you finish and you do well, everybody's like, man, he did great.
No, well, that's not what's happening. But yeah.
Now, Philip Webb said he can put down the 50-pound bag that he's going to be carrying, throw you over his shoulder, and firemen carry you in if you need to.
happen for us.
So that'll happen. So how was y'all's day yesterday? Everybody good?
Man, I had a relaxing
How about
day.
you shaving a haircut?
Yeah,
Huh?
I knew I was at that moment where I really didn't need a haircut.
Yeah.
But I know I will in 3 weeks, and I'm
Getting a
not
little
sure.
long.
Well, hold on, wait, stop. You will in 3 weeks?
Yeah, 2 or 3
3
weeks,
weeks.
and I
In
know
3
that-
weeks.
and I'm not going to be able
I think
to.
usually 2 weeks out.
Maybe, but nonetheless, I wasn't going to be able to do it in the next. My schedule's about to be. It's crazy enough. It's really about to get.
So you
Crazy
were
starting
3 weeks
tomorrow.
away from a haircut, so you thought
Maybe
I
2.
need to get
Yeah. Well, I had to.
Yank, yank.
I didn't want to be. I didn't want to look. You got to plan.
Well,
life throws you curves, and you got to be ready for them.
Yeah.
So I need to be prepared. So I went and got a haircut, and then I went to. I had to pick up. We got some friends that recently moved, and a bunch of their mail is still here, and an important check. And so he was like, "Can you run by our place and get this stuff?" And I don't know. I didn't open it up.
Are you gonna go peeking in their mailbox and stuff?
Well, I went and got everything, and then I had to take it and ship it to them where they're at.
Yeah.
And they lived in an apartment complex, so it wasn't like they could just forward their stuff. I think they forwarded their stuff later on, but they had a stack of stuff there. So I had to go through the little gate and tell them who I was and show an ID and all that, and then had to deal with the shipping place. And boy, they are slower than ever. Let me tell you.
Well, you went back to the other?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Any of the original workers still there?
I think no. Maybe one, but I'm not sure.
So they just hire slow people. They don't have to be.
They're not in a hurry.
Can't wait to tell you off air.
Oh, okay.
It was quite the journey. But I embraced it, went through it. I didn't have anything else to do, and it was a relaxing day. I seriously, I told Amanda was like, listen, she worked all day, and I had a couple phone calls to make, but I just hung out on the couch most of the day. Caught up on a bunch of stuff.
Like that every
I
now
did,
and then.
because it's about to get ugly. And Baton Rouge is calling tomorrow. It'll be a long drive. So.
Would you put me on?
Well, I'm glad you got your haircut that you might have needed a month away. That's good.
About 3 weeks out.
Yeah. Too. Don't hate.
Hey, look, I'm bald. I ain't hating.
I mean, listen.
I shaved this morning because I thought I might need to shave on Friday, so I went ahead and shaved today.
I saw a commercial of this little thing of people rubbing on their head, shaving, and I thought of you.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
I know. I mean, it'd be a good thing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. presiding.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. We're off and running, and we thank you for being with us today. Among other things, we were sitting here off air talking about today and this day in history. We normally don't do stuff like this just because, we're not, that's kind of radio garbage. This day in history, we got...
we're starting to do it a lot.
Yeah.
And so
I wouldn't say a lot. I would say that on
once
big
a week
days,
we do it at least.
Well, this was things like this, and that's what I was about to say, is that things like this are markers where you go, oh, really? Wow.
Ooh.
Like this is when O.J. Simpson was acquitted in 1995.
Got it. My point is bigger.
That's a biggie.
My point is bigger, and it's a question, okay? Because I don't have the answer, but I'm asking you. At what point have we turned into radio goobs doing this once a week?
I don't know.
And I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know how often we do it. It's just a lot of times.
I want to do it more.
Actually, Greg does like stuff like this.
Oh, I love stuff like this.
It's normally when there's biggies like this. Like I remember when O.J. Simpson was acquitted. If you're old enough to remember, and you were an adult or a teenager,
was on TV.
What a spectacle!
Yeah, and I remember when. He was acquitted of murder charges in what they call the trial of the century.
Oh, yeah.
He was found not guilty in the murders of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and Ron Goldman.
No,
nobody
he couldn't even believe it.
Yeah, and it's just hard to believe that it was 1995 and we're already here, and if you're listening live, 2023. But good night. Those are things that and there's certain, and we've talked about some of them as they hit, but this one today was one I wanted to mention just because of the fact that it's such a big marker, and it really set, how a lot of trials with celebrities and superstars, athletes and stuff are seen now.
Sure. Entertainment.
Yeah.
And it had the nation gripped. I mean, people just couldn't believe it. And I remember all the people cheering for him that he would have never had anything to do with during his life before.
Yeah.
He hung out with the rich and famous, and these all these people, they're just cheering. Like I was like, he wouldn't hang out with you if you invited him.
Yeah.
And don't forget, they changed all the pictures in his house when they let the jury come tour his house because they didn't want it. He needed to have more black friends, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
But-
They said about an
Thank you,
estimated
Greg.
100 million people nationwide tuned in to watch or listen to the verdict
I always bring
announcement.
this up, and I know I do, but I'll never forget if you stare at Kardashian's face, he can't believe it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
almost like he's like, what? I'm not saying I can't believe it. I'm happy about it, even
Yeah.
though he was, part of his defense team. He had a look on his face like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was one of his lawyers.
And we've seen lots of documentaries on this about the
Yeah.
lawyers and Cochran and all them and kind of where they wanted to land and
Well
create a
done.
little bit of doubt.
Well done.
Yeah, well done. When the glove, when it wouldn't fit,
boy, that
you know
was
what you
You
must
can't
do.
quit.
You must have quit.
Look, I'm not trying to be a genius, but he had a rubber glove on under that glove, and you could see he was doing his hands as wide as he
right.
could do them.
Yeah.
I mean, bad call.
And now I know it's X world, but now we think about that. Okay.
I wonder how he celebrates.
And then now what he's doing now.
You reckon? Hey, I'll tell you how he'll celebrate with the 18 holes of golf. I'm sure.
Probably.
That seems
Yeah,
to be all he does.
Yeah, he'll send out a video today on social media sitting in a golf cart. You'll see his golf clubs behind him.
And don't forget now. Remember, he did get put in jail for time for a different crime.
He did.
So,
Yeah.
which was really stupid on his part.
Yeah.
Like I said, if I'd got away with what he got away with, I wouldn't have got a parking
You wouldn't have
ticket.
seen me again.
I would have never got anything of the law on me.
Yeah.
Hey, Twitter world,
Hey, Twitter world, how you?
X world, whatever.
I tell you what, and then he'll just break it down, and he has
Completely clueless.
totally
I
clueless.
mean, that's the best part.
a true narcissist.
I mean, he does not for 1 second understand why anybody would be uncomfortable with him commenting on
With him
stuff.
breaking it down.
Yeah.
You know what I don't understand, and then
Yeah.
he starts talking about stuff, and you're like,
Especially
why are you
some of
even
the stuff he
commenting on
talks
this?
about.
Yeah,
I mean, good.
this
night.
subject, the whole subject matter, you shouldn't ever
You should
discuss.
Stay as far away. Goodness. Talk football.
My favorite's when,
Yeah.
when he'll approach it like this. All my friends are asking me what I should think about this. I don't know why they ask me these things.
Yeah,
And I'm
like,
like,
I do.
really?
Exactly.
You can't figure it out why they're asking you?
Guys, for some reason I didn't give it much, and then I found it on like YouTube. When he did that thing based on the book, What If I Had Done?
Yes.
Oh,
And he did that interview?
Yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, unreal. Good night.
well, it's been a minute, and so today that's one of the big stories. Is
I'm sure he'll probably
Oh, you know
come
he
out
will.
today with a tweet or X
You-
or whatever you call it now.
you know he will. All right,
Sitting
so
in a golf cart
yeah,
normally.
oh yeah, that's exactly what he'll be doing. Yesterday, and Helmsy, you'll get there. It's going to be a while, but you'll get there. But Greg, you'll know what I'm talking about when it comes to grandkids. About how I thought it was funny when like my parents, when my boys would go over, they would let them do things, and I would go, "What are y'all doing? Y'all
Oh, yeah.
never let me do this."
Yeah.
Well, it happened again yesterday.
Changes.
With River over at the house. It's kind of hot outside, and we would go out for a while and come back in. It was just a Nan and Pop River play day. I mean, it went from, hey, we're watching something to we're playing something to we're outside doing something and we're chasing dogs. You know what I mean? It was just all over the place. Yesterday, Reese walked in from work, and he just stood there, and he goes, "What are y'all doing?" And I'm like, "Well, what are you talking about?" He goes, we could never do what you're doing right now. And that was, we were throwing a wiffle ball, and he would hit it. And I didn't care where it would go or what it was hitting. It was hitting pictures. It knocked something off of one of the pieces of furniture.
It ain't like it was a real baseball.
Right.
I mean,
And he's like, "Dad, you're acting like this. You're at the ballpark in here."
Yeah.
Matter of fact, one was even a foul ball went up and hit the center of the TV. And he's like, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
And you know who was shagging balls? Terry.
Yeah.
And so I said, he said, so mom, you're shagging balls and Dad's throwing balls to River, and he's hitting them all over the house. Balls couldn't hit the wall. We couldn't bounce basketballs in the house. Nothing. And now y'all have turned into somebody I don't know.
I experienced it with my parents and my kids, and then I try and do the same thing with theirs.
What is it? Because I just don't care.
Nah, it don't bother me at all.
Is that what it is? Because, I mean, we're both there.
I mean, I hate that they think they can throw balls in people's houses, but, I mean, the parents need to work on that maybe.
Yeah.
I'll let them straighten all that out.
He was just standing there in disbelief, and it got to be pretty comical because he was laughing pretty hard. He's like, I don't know what is happening in this house.
I remember watching my parents the same way. They were ridiculous with my kids. I'm like, I don't know what y'all are doing.
The one that really got him is when it hit a piece of furniture and knocked a lamp over, and he's like, I don't know what this is what's going on here.
Yeah, it's just a lamp.
Hey, birthday boy!
Hey,
happy birthday! Hey, Dan Moultrie is in the house, and birthday boy Rick Burgess is here. Yeah. Oh, what did Patty make today? Okay, he's ready to go. He's ready to go. Oh, wow. He's fired up.
Thank you, Greg.
So we got a lot happening today, but no, I just thought that was funny, and Reese said, you've got to ask Greg about this. And see if he does the same thing.
Sure.
And I'm like, well, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's not that I ever think, oh, I'm going to let him do this, but I didn't let my boys do it. It's just I don't care. I have no filter. It's just whatever you want to do, bud. Yeah. You know?
Whatever makes you happy.
Yeah.
Be happy.
Just be happy and enjoy yourself. Oh, y'all, he was hitting the ball all over the place.
Oh, yeah. Now he'll think he can go to other people's house and do it. That's,
Came in with his high-vis vest on and just sweating. He just had a day, and he's just standing there going, well, who are you?
Yeah.
I get it. I had the same feeling about my parents, and I can't explain it.
It just gets handed down.
Yeah. It's not something I think about like, oh, I'm going to let him do this. It's just what do you want to do, bud?
Naturally let them do it. You go,
Oh, you want to hit the ball? Sure. Let's hit.
Let's go. TV, yeah.
You hear it bouncing all over the house.
TVs are not as expensive today as they used to be.
Yeah. I actually laughed when he did it. I probably would have got upset if my boys would have done it. I'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 Live Guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 Live Guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, it's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. This is a story we've been looking at for a while, and we decided on the kickoff hour, hey, let's discuss. And it's a Fox News story that says you could get in trouble for throwing these items in the trash. Now, we talk about, your garbage that is picked up once a week or whatever, but there's certain things that are harder to dispose of than others, and so a lot of times the homeowner is looking around going, what do I do with these items? And some things like batteries and electronics cannot be thrown away in your regular trash, and a lot of you might not even know this.
But what if you just mix it in? How they going to know?
Well, Greg, that's what a lot of folks do, if you're just being honest. But they claim they're extremely harmful to the environment, so there's that. That's one of the reasons why. But if you have old, still functioning items like a television or a cell phone, they're saying donate them or dispose of them correctly, and there's places that will take those. But a lot of people either don't know or they don't want to go through the effort, and they just want to
I've violated
throw them away.
every one of these I've read.
Right. I have to.
Things like old motor oil or unused paint. What do you do with stuff like that?
Old motor oil we used to go dump in the woods behind the house.
Okay.
I don't have that problem. Probably wouldn't do what you just said you did.
Found like old stump hole or something.
But I don't think that's very good for the environment, Greg.
I'm just saying what
I think they'd rather you put that in the garbage can actually than do what you did with it.
Yeah, probably.
But don't have a whole lot of now. Paint's a deal. I just throw it in a garbage can.
Seems like, and I may be wrong.
Now I keep it in. I don't pour it out.
I may be wrong on this, but there was a time, because you know me, I love to go to the landfill. There was a time where they had a little shed over there, and that's where you took your paint.
Uh-huh.
Well, it seems like, and I may be just making this up, the last time I went, I had the little shed wasn't there, and they said, well, just put the paint with the kitchen trash. You got to build them with the kitchen trash, and then you got. And I don't know why, but or either I just made that up, but I swear I think they did tell me that. Because I remember the little paint shed wasn't there.
Yeah,
So
I have a garage.
I'm guilty of throwing paint away.
I have a stack of old paint cans sometimes, and you just don't know, don't know what to do with them really. But they say here are a few items that cannot be thrown away in your trash.
All right, let's all be honest as this rolls out.
Out of these 7 items, I want to see how many we actually throw away.
Okay.
Household batteries.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Those little things ain't hurting nothing.
Yeah. Smartphones or tablets.
Yes, 100%. Trash.
They're probably stuck in a drawer somewhere, but it would end up in trash.
Yeah.
Televisions.
Trash.
Nah, I've taken them to the landfill.
Okay.
And they'll tell you what area to put them in.
Car batteries. Like a straight up car battery.
Yeah. I put one in the trash about 3-4 months ago.
Really?
Yep.
It seems like
maybe 6.
When you get a new battery, can you give them your old battery?
Yeah. That's normally I normally turn mine in when I'm getting a new one. They dispose of it.
For some reason, and this was one of kids' cars. The battery was dead, and for some reason they put the old battery in the trunk of the car. Like I knew what to do with it.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back to who was working on my car.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Motor oil.
That doesn't come into my world, but I probably would throw it in the trash.
Yeah, I'd probably put it in a jug, throw it in the trash.
I wouldn't make a special effort to do anything with motor oil.
This is not
I quit
really
changing my oil years ago.
Yeah, this is really not part of my world a lot because I don't change my own oil now. I have some friends, Pete, that does, and a little jealous of what all they could do because they can do they're those handy guys that can do anything. But he enjoys doing that, and he says that a lot of the places like the O'Reilly Auto Parts and other places, they've got a set up to where if you do your own, you bring the other in, dispose of it, and all this, and you get rewarded
if
for
you
that.
want to deal with that hassle.
Yeah,
sure.
and some just want to go ahead and do that. But now, if it's oil for like the lawnmower or the 4-wheeler or stuff like that, and you got little small, not a whole lot, but those do become empty.
What is your deal with dumping things in the woods?
I don't know.
Once you dump in the woods, they're gone.
This one here, I didn't know. Thermometers.
Well, first of all, who still has the glass thermometer with the mercury in it?
Yeah.
Right.
Is that what their big issue is?
And 2, why would you throw it away?
Yeah. It does contain mercury, and they cannot be thrown away with your regular trash.
But again, I think about a thermometer.
Yeah.
If I drop it in the trash can with the lasagna box, nobody's going to know.
No.
And I just don't think that little thermometer that I put in there is really hurting a lot. I just don't.
They
There's
say
not a lot of enough mercury
we wouldn't
there.
have thermometers if
there's
that was
not
the
that
case.
many exactly, and there's not that many people that need to throw a thermometer away. Where you go, we're going to have to stop this thermometer thing. You know, there's because they last forever.
They do.
They say if you want to get rid of one that
read.
contains mercury, and they said that some don't now. They're labeled mercury free, and then you can throw those away. But if you have some that are containing mercury, that you can look for a small business or university and donate them.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
The last on the list is
how about that? That's the least. That likely happening in my life to take time to contact someone who, hey, y'all need a mercury thermometer.
Yeah.
And to chase them down and actually get it to them. I'm not going to sit here and lie. That will never happen.
No, I wouldn't either.
Never. I'll ride down the road and throw it out the window before I do that.
Well, a lot of honesty here today.
Yep.
This last one here we've kind of discussed already is paint. And they're like, if you have oil-based paint that needs to be disposed of, easily can be dropped off. Any of your home improvement. There's tons of places to be dropped off at. Do that versus throwing it away.
Do you ever think when you're at the dump, and I've been called out before, when they come up and go, hey, that one go here, you got to take that over there. Like they got for metal and different things. They're not real picky about most of it, but I've been told, hey, don't put that there.
Yeah.
In the big normal pile.
Right.
But the normal pile takes a lot of stuff.
We did a breakdown
of
of landfills and, these recycling bins that you have. Sometimes you have 2 trash cans. One's for regular trash, one's for recycling. And then we realized that they're both taken to the same place.
Yeah.
But just about a couple of acres away on to the right. And you're like, oh, okay, what's going on here? But Household batteries, they say.
Now, the household battery thing, I can't believe it. Again, it goes back to my thermometer argument. Is there that many out there that it really matters?
They say that that some of these calculators, watches, the batteries, they contain silver and mercury, back to that, and should not be thrown in the trash.
What are we supposed to put them?
It says take them to a battery recycler or look for any retailer, and they'll take them off your hands, or just donate them to if they still are working, just donate them.
Battery?
Like a watch or a calculator that can, that can
you're talking about that? Okay, not just the battery.
I guarantee you half these places that say they're going to dispose of it correctly don't.
You're
No.
probably right. It's probably right back to where they said not to do it.
Exactly. They walk out throwing the dumpster.
Now
behind the
on the
building.
TV thing,
I
I've
just don't
really
feel like
only
that AAA
had
battery I threw in the trash can the other day is really going to hurt anybody. I just don't.
back in the day, and I don't know if they've changed it, but on the TVs that I have to dispose of, there's only been one that just didn't work. And most of them still work. We're just getting a new TV, so you donate them and they work. The one Best Buy used to take them back, even if they didn't work. The big old bulb TVs, it weighed about 800 pounds.
Oh,
and you're trying to figure out what do you do with that. Now I don't know if they still do that or not, but I took one there back. Now this is a long time ago, and they would take them back, and then I guess they recycle
them
the parts
original
or
flat
whatever.
screens that had the huge tube in them.
Yeah,
those, and they were heavy, and you couldn't get. They were awkward.
You couldn't.
That's the ones when me and Taylor had that apartment over here. I talked the guys outside, the lawn guys, into taking it. I said, "Y'all want that TV?"
Yeah.
I said, "Good, you can have it."
It's
Just
funny,
to keep from moving it.
It's funny you said that. When we did our last move and the movers came, I wonder how many movers get stuff that people just don't want to deal with. We had a nice flat screen TV. It was an old plasma though, and it was still workable, but it was probably towards the end of its life. Heavy, but still flat screen, hang it on the wall. I mean, nice, about a 55-incher. And I just didn't want to deal with that because I knew that we were getting new TVs, and I didn't know what to do with it. And the guy said, "I'll tell you what, hey, I'll take it."
You were so glad.
And we gave away 2 pieces of furniture and the TV. And I wonder how many movers get stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I'm a thread to get furniture.
Because when you get to that point as a person, you just want it to be gone.
Get it out of there.
If you'll take it, I'll give it to you.
Absolutely, I'll even pay you to take it.
Yeah. But I think I'm probably most guilty of.
Is this going to change? This little article to change any way you do business?
It's informative, but probably the one that I don't know I don't know if I've ever thrown a thermometer away. Household batteries is probably the most guilty I am.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about that. I'm going to continue to throw them away.
Right.
I mean, I like the article that says you could be in big trouble.
Oh,
who's looking in your trash?
Right.
To see if you got a battery in it. They may be.
The battery police?
Yeah. You got a AAA in there. I say, you changed out the remote control. Yeah, I'm going to take those little AAAs, and I'm going to take them to somebody and let them come on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're young and healthy, term life insurance should be quick and painless. In fact, if you're 40 years old and in great health, $1 million of term insurance could cost less than $30 a month with no exam and could be issued the same day. But if you aren't a perfect specimen, that's where choosing the right insurance agent could save you thousands of dollars on your premium. If you're overweight or have health issues that come with getting older, you need to call Big Lou. Big Lou has the same issues as you and still knows how to get you quick and painless coverage if you have a few extra pounds, have diabetes, or stop breathing a few times per night. In fact, many 40-year-old clients can still get coverage without an exam and up to $1 million of coverage for less than $100 per month. Call Big Lou today to see how quick and painless life insurance can be at 800-379-9528. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-379-9528. That's 800-379-9528 or biglou.com. Sponsored by Term Provider.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. The Moultrie team is settling in. They'll be with us, talk about the great outdoors, their partnership with Mossy Oak, Cuz and the crew. Just a lot happening in the Moultrie world, so we can't wait to catch up with him. Don't forget, it's a Match Moultrie Day, too. Some really cool stuff from the folks with Moultrie today. So it's a big giveaway day. Be tuning in for that. Also, it's Rick's 59th birthday, and we want to thank Edgar's Bakery, as we do every day. We want to thank them for their breakfast. It's just delicious. Please don't think just pastries and cakes and all that. No. They actually have very, very good breakfast menu, and so you can check them out, edgarsbakery.com. But they're the official birthday cake provider, and so we'll also be enjoying a birthday cake from Edgar's Bakery today. You said the QFTAs are piling up over there.
They are.
Bullet.
Here's a QFTA. Do you use air freshener in your car? If so, what flavor and what do you put? Where do you put it?
Gives me a headache. I don't use it.
Yeah, if I do, it's the yellow tree. What's it? The vanilla flavor.
Okay.
I just don't
smell.
like smells to cover up
Yeah,
stuff.
if
it just
it's-
gives me a headache.
If it's that one is I've noticed it's just kind of faint way off in the back. You don't really. It's not a really.
Perfumey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A really hard smell. You know.
Yeah. Stout, perfume.
But if I do, which I rarely do, it's those.
I listen. Being on tennis court all the time, especially in this heat, I'm constantly sweating and then getting in the car.
Ooh, rusty rump.
Well, Greg, I wouldn't have clarified it that way, but I do have a can of like what's the spray everybody uses?
Spray. Febreze.
Febreze. I got a can of that in the car, and I'll run it in there every once in a while just because it'll, I feel like it's stinking.
They do make a Febreze for cars.
We get used to it. We get used to our own smell, so we never know. I have to ask Amanda sometimes, hey, step in the truck and just see.
Tell me what you're smelling.
Smells like feet in here.
But I've never gone.
F&A.
You just wanted to say
I've never gone with the traditional, hey, let's put an air freshener in the vent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
or hang something from the
Right.
mirror.
Little clips in the vent.
I've never done that.
If I do the little tree, it's thrown under a seat.
Okay.
Or
hang it
something
from
like.
it.
I'm not hanging it
Come
from my
on.
rearview mirror.
Do you still have your Letterman jackets from high school?
Yep.
I
It's
do.
up
I think
in
it's
the
at my
closet.
mom and
Yeah.
dad's house
I
in
still
the
got
closet
mine, too.
somewhere.
It's in a closet.
Mine's in the closet
It's looking
downstairs.
rough.
Yeah. Have you ever lost a shoe or a boot in mud
Yes.
Yes.
and not get it back?
Yes. I have. It was so far off in the mud, I didn't even know where it was.
I lost a Croc in the river one time.
Man,
Same thing.
I don't remember if I was treated or not.
Reese just did that recently.
How about when you feel that?
Yeah, and then that other shoe was really nice. It was still like really new, and I'm like, so there's another one. He goes, Dad, I barely got my leg out. I don't know.
I know it. It's tough.
One of the kids got something. I think it was a ball or something out in the water at Mom and Dad's.
Yeah.
And I got on the Sea-Doo and wasn't thinking about it being real muddy where I was at.
Stepped off.
And I fell off because I couldn't reach it and ended up falling. And then when I was trying to regain, I lost the Croc. I thought, well, it'll float back
Never
up.
to be seen again.
And never to be seen again. Here's an interesting one from Clint.
Okay.
Clintford.
Would you rather have to sit down every time you have to pee
Good night.
or only take baths, no showers? You want me to read it again?
I would rather sit down when I pee.
I would too.
I don't want to take a bath every time I want to
I'm
get clean. I
the same way.
got to get in a bathtub.
I guess you're right. I don't like either one.
Same
of those.
way.
Yeah.
Same. I'm with you, Steve.
Clint, there's something off about Clint with that one.
It's Clint's question.
You know, Bubba, I think, doesn't he always sit?
He doesn't
I think
always.
it's on in the middle of the night. He said because he's tired.
Look, we got the luxury of standing. I think we should stand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I like a good urinal.
What is the one thing that you make that the family will eat? That you make.
Hey,
that
let
the
me just
family
tell you
will
something.
eat?
It's not like I'm changing the menu, you know what I mean? Because everybody can do this. But,
Chili.
Hey, you'll want my omelet.
Pretty good
You
omelet?
want my omelet.
Okay.
It's big as a plate.
Yeah.
Huh?
Lisa makes good omelet.
Oh, yeah. Hey, when the boys would have friends over, they'd be like, hey, you want my dad's omelet in the morning?
A little cheese.
Hey, all you need to do
ham.
is have one. And every time you come over, you're going to want one.
Oh, yeah.
What is the one thing?
Tough to flip, but I mean, I
It
got it.
is. Once you get that, once it gets a little cooked, it's easier.
Right.
Can you flip it just with the little skillet?
No, mine are so big, I got to have two of them.
Okay.
And then, hey, look, and then you're trying to get it over, you know. Get it lands.
It's like you got a
it lands.
shovel. All right, what's the one thing your wife makes that when everybody walks in the house and it's announced that's what's there, everybody's excited?
I got to be honest with you, and this is, I'm
Beef
not
stew.
trying to cop out. Terry, when we got married, she was very intimidated with cooking. She didn't want to cook or whatever. You know, the whole say, oh, she burnt toast. You know, that lady can make anything.
toast.
I mean, she is a phenomenal cook. So, Helmsy, it would just be if mom is cooking, the boys know it is on. It doesn't matter what she's making.
It's spicy chicken spaghetti at our house. If it's
Beef stew at our house.
if it's there and everybody's come in kind of at the same time and they're all hungry, kind of hangry and wanting dinner, and that's there, everybody lights up. Yeah. This is really a question.
Chicken chowder, pretty good.
I like this question. If you were not a part of this show, What would you listen to in the morning? And it can't be this show.
Wow.
And you can give me a theme, like I'd listen to sports, or I'd listen to politics, or I'd listen to.
I would rotate between the politics and sports, depending on what mood I'm in.
Okay, I kind of gave you a cop out on that with but I didn't.
We're both.
I could see y'all's wheels both really turning on that, and I didn't want to.
We're a lot alike when it comes to our taste when it comes to entertainment.
And I rotate the two things.
Yeah.
Some mornings I want to hear news. Some mornings I want to hear sports and news.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't venture off in the podcast world with interviews and stuff like that, and never do.
Ooh.
So that would be my go-to.
I didn't know podcast.
If I wasn't here every morning, I wouldn't know what on earth is going on.
Yeah, the podcast thing I like.
Unless it was sports, because I would be watching
like
it a little bit and keeping up with it, and background noise here or there. But as far as news and what's going on in the world in politics, I wouldn't have it.
And I like when I get lucky and come across a podcast that it's like it's got a bunch of episodes and it's talking about something I like.
Oh yeah,
I love that.
I think that's about it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I mean, I got this question. This is for me only. If pickleball becomes an NCAA sanctioned sport and Jack State wants you to be the first ever men's and women's pickleball coach, would you take the job? The answer is no.
Hey, there is a pickleball story today about the popularity, of pickleball, but the trash talking and bad sportsmanship that is building within that community,
that arena.
And right there on top of
well, it's because, and we've alluded to this a little bit. You have some that play pickleball, and it's just recreational. It's let's just go out and have fun, and enjoy ourselves. And they might be competitive, but they know it. Let's just go. And then there's some that are taking it way too serious, and you can't just casually play pickleball. It's very intense, and they're talking about how a lot of that's taken over the sport. There's actually a story on pickleball.
Well, think about it, and we're all this way. Everybody in this room is still this way. Adler as well. We're all competitors, and we don't, and that really doesn't leave. It doesn't matter how old you are. So what you do is you get these older men and women who have always been competitive, and
now they get frustrated,
and now they're out there playing something they can actually be competitive about. And those competitive juices get to flowing, and next thing you know, we're trash talking and in your face.
Out your best friend.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, you calling him a cheater.
We're not playing bridge anymore, or dominoes.
We're not.
We're playing pickleball, and I want to win.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Said on the show, and he's right. They think that people in the world should be able to do whatever they want to do anytime they want to do it, except disagree with them.
That's the only rule you cannot cross.
That's the one forbidden freedom. Yep. And they're really not they do not believe, they're not advocates for freedom at all, because anybody who believes in a giant central government and believes in socialism and communism, these are not people that believe in free expression, free thought, maximizing your personal freedom. All those things are in conflict with just about everything that you claim to believe, including this. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy. All right, so as we start the hour, do you want to take this call? What do you think?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take that.
So this is something we were talking earlier, Jim Carrey's acting like Jim Carrey. If you've watched the last documentary, I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you this: Jim Carrey's mentally ill.
Yeah.
Okay, he has left the planet,
and he was funny in a real goofy way, but funny. And he is really seems like he snapped or something.
He's wicked. He's evil. He's hateful, and he wants to deny the same opportunities that he was afforded to everybody else.
All right.
So that's the problem with extremely wealthy celebrity socialists is they don't want the system that they get made their living under
to be available to everybody.
To be available to everybody.
Evil system.
But anyway, so this has spawned some discussion of Kay Ivey, the governor of Alabama. Of course, she's also in the headlines because of signing the bill that eventually we hope gets before the Supreme Court, and we have the discussion on personhood and address Roe v. Wade. Well, celebrities are ripping on her, and he made some vicious cartoon and all this crazy stuff. Well, this caller undoubtedly either worked with the Ivy administration or has worked with her in her office and says some interesting things.
Well, he's anonymous.
He's anonymous. So, hello, Anonymous. How are you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
You're on.
Listen, 2 points. In Huntsville, last Sunday, they had a My Body, My Choice rally. They expected about 4,000 people. It was more like 400, and that's counting the dogs they were walking.
Sure.
You know, I mean, and I don't work for Kay Ivy, but I work with her because I'm pro-life, extremely pro-life. If you can't defend sanctity of life, what can you defend? You know, but I've walked in her office many times and heard Rick and Bubba on the radio.
That's not surprising.
She really does listen to y'all. She really does.
Well, I mean, let's face it. If
That's comfortable. Y'all comfortable. Y'all make us laugh. Y'all make us comfortable. You make us think. You make us, yeah. She really is a fan.
Okay, well, that's I hope so, and that's an honor for us to, if she's listening, and really when you think about her, what she just signed and the way it was laid out and the things that were coming up, I mean, you know, it probably feels good to hear the thing being discussed, you know, of all the people when you got something that important coming to your desk.
Yep.
And I will give her credit. She had 6 days to ponder it, and she didn't wait a whole day.
Yeah, well, I think that was already decided in advance.
Yeah,
it was just procedure.
So we'll see where it ends up. And the thing that we keep saying on the show, this discussion certainly is the one we need to have, but all the information needs to be accurate. And it bothers me when I see people discussing it and they don't fully understand it. And we've talked about it several times. We put it out on social media several times. Be sure you're informed on what's going on here. Then you can decide where you stand on it.
Yeah, it ain't about chants and slogans, and no one has gone into this with a hidden agenda. No. We've been very, very clear from day one what this was about.
So, Bubba, we've talked a lot about Airbnbs on the program.
Rick, good night. You talking about spinning the wheel of meat?
Yeah,
I mean, you just don't know what you're going to get at an Airbnb.
Yeah, and people have asked, and people have asked, I don't know what Helmsy pulled this past weekend. I don't even know what you call that.
Yeah, that ain't even Airbnb.
I don't know what that
like
was.
Some weird game.
I say, why don't you come with me?
The cannons were great.
Right.
They've even said that we can come back.
Sure. Right. Mommy, who's this man?
By the way, our next, because we ended up winning this one, we got to go to Mobile, and we're actually me and 3 guys are staying in an Airbnb. We've already booked it.
You might want to hear this story.
Well, you might as well.
Well, Rick, you know,
we couldn't find a family to host us.
Yeah, I was going to say, y'all couldn't barge in on somebody down there?
We know they have hotels there. Right. I've paid one of them several times in Mobile.
Did you hide it? Did you ever get that result?
No.
Slam it down.
Are you serious? No, it's just a gift at this point.
Yeah.
Rick, you know, when you go to Florida, you expect you can run into an alligator. It's very well documented.
Yeah.
A lot of times you see them in storm sewers, end of runways, or even the local golf course. But in this case, Dave Jacobs and his family had rented an Airbnb in town for a wedding, and they spotted an alligator in their pool. Now, Rick, it was riding an alligator-shaped pool float.
Yeah, it is.
No way.
It is.
Do we have a
Is that mating season?
How about that? That's goodness gracious. That's got to be
Must be mating season.
Yeah.
Look,
I thought you'd
Rick,
give me
look
more
at
on
that.
that.
Look at that.
Goodness gracious.
Well, the reason why I didn't is
tough room.
if it is, this one's not going to accomplish much.
No, that's the point.
Yeah.
He's just getting started.
You know,
It's something else.
You know,
any better than that.
Given the way the morning's gone, I thought we'd just let that go.
Yeah.
But Rick, what in the, and they said their dog was running around the pool barking at it.
But guys,
But how in the world does an alligator get? I mean, pool.
Six minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour underway. This hour starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past. Here we go. Brand new hour underway from the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Whether that be live or archived, it's totally up to you. There's no reason for you to miss a minute of the Rick and Bubba Show. We've got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They've done the kickoff hour. That's behind us. Eddie Van Adler joins us for the full YouTube experience. For those of you that watch the show, dare you watch what's going on here. You can live and archived every day. A best of hour on Blaze TV as well for you Blaze TV subscribers. So Eddie Van Adler here with us as well. We got a lot to do on the program today. Moultrie makes his hunting season debut, so you get a chance to match Moultrie today and win some biggies. So we'll talk about that really pretty quick on the big show today. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to another edition of Rick and Bubba. Your two buddies on the radio and your connection to the real world.
That's right, the real world.
One more time to kill the pain.
If you've been missing Moultrie, you know, sometimes I don't know if you've ever seen this, you know, if they find someone, God forbid, that's been floating on something for months or has been stranded in some desert or out in the wilderness, and they tell them, don't eat too fast. We know you're starving.
Yeah.
Just take little tiny bites, and if not,
don't overdo it.
Your digestive system won't be able to handle this. Don't overload it. Well, we've been starving for Moultrie, and I must warn you, there's a platter coming in here.
Rick, I would say we
better take little bites,
yeah.
Or we're gonna. I don't know that our system can take so much Moultrie.
Rick, it looks like Dan has brought a crowd with him. It looks like a busload of people on election day over on County Line Road.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
It really did.
I've never seen that.
When I first
just kept popping.
When
up
I
this
got
morning.
here today, I thought, my goodness, George Soros has finally found out about us, and he's paid protesters. I didn't know. I thought everybody's in line to get their $1,500. I didn't know what was going on. But they're Team Moultrie, and we got a big announcement about two icons of the outdoor world are joining forces, and we'll tell you about that as well. So that is all coming up, and you know, an opportunity for you to match Moultrie. So
it's always a challenge. We say match because we're looking for the answer Dan has, not necessarily the correct answer.
Well, you and I are getting ready, and all of us, you know, we're big deer hunters. We enjoy that. There's all kinds of hunting and fishing. I know that's one of our favorites, and you know, where we live right now, it's very, very beautiful, but it's very, very dry. And, you know, and everybody's talking about planting and, you know, boy, now more than ever, you know, feeders.
What's Gary say? Dry as a mummy's pocket.
Hey, let me just tell you this right now. Don't get mad at me, but I ain't planting it. You know, I mean, it ain't gonna do no good to plant it right now. I mean, this is dry as a mummy's pocket.
I have not seen dirt this fine in a long time.
Yeah,
you know, it's just, I mean, it is just like powder.
Yeah. He said, "Hey, the pond is down." He said, "I caught a fish today. Had a tick on it." Anyway, we'll talk to him about all those things, and we'll unpack the stories of the day, and we do have a lot to unpack. We'll get to your phone calls on the program too, and it's funny because the time that you and I get to work, and all of us get to work, and it's dark.
Yep.
And usually, one of the things that there's nothing to me that'll startle you more is to be in what is normally a dark, quiet setting, and like somebody, I've had it happen before. Like
step out.
Oh, the one that gets to me the most is like we sometimes in most neighborhoods have this. You have the walkers that get up and walk.
Oh yeah.
They walk, but I'm not talking about Betty's family, but the people who
moving,
that are walking up and down your streets, and a lot of times they won't wear much.
They're not lit as well.
They're not lit as well
as
you'd like. And is there anything that terrifies you more to be pushing a trash can out there and also want to say, "Hey, good morning"?
Yeah.
Out of the dark. Out of the dark. I didn't need world. That's real. And so,
reflectors don't show up if you don't have the headlights on.
Moultrie did that to me today. I arrived.
Did he really?
Yeah, and I was getting my stuff out of the truck, and he's like, "Well, hey," and I was like, "Good God, hello."
Like you freaky.
Yeah. And so,
why you're startled when you can't say a word? It's just a noise.
Well, who are you? And then the next thing you usually say is, "Whoo, hang on, just a minute, put my gun back up."
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
out now.
Well, I mean, the times.
Didn't mean to draw down.
Well, the times you're living in now. I mean,
you don't know.
You got to be ready. You don't want to be, you don't be reckless, but you won't be ready.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll be back, so we'll jump right into it. Moultrie is here, and he starts his hunting segments with us now, going through hunting season. And when I say that, what I really mean by that is mainly deer season. That's usually when he arrives. We'll talk about that. We'll tell you about this new partnership as well.
Rick and Bubba.
Which are kind of hard to get on
Oh,
anyway.
yeah.
You usually struggle
He's very
to get
agile
on.
gator.
How in the world did he get on there?
Oh, he kind of bit and slid.
Rick,
There you go.
How'd he get up there?
No, it was just
Show
I
us
had to feel
again
it.
how you
Show
do
us
it.
again.
Well, no, you get one leg up and then you bite, slide.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you'd bite that float and pop it.
Well, no, you just barely. You're
Nudge
gentle. You're gentle. They've got very gentle mouths.
So somebody had to walk in the house and go, "Y'all aren't gonna believe what's out here.
No,
I
no.
got an alligator riding an alligator float."
Well, the funny
Now,
thing
what do you
is-
do with that? How you get rid of that?
Well,
I just let him
you call
ride.
somebody.
You call somebody.
Yeah.
I don't just let him stay in the
He ain't
backyard
very
where my
big.
dog is.
Well, it's an Airbnb. You don't care about it.
He ain't very big.
What's happened? Picture those giant alligator floats. It looks like you can get two people on, and an alligator got into a pool and got up on top of that alligator, and the float's much bigger than the actual alligator. And but I think it's possible that he got up on it just because they do that swim they do. I think he could get enough momentum. He'd just go up on
He
it.
probably
something
just
else, too,
pinned
yeah.
it against the side of the
Yeah.
pool and jumped up on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it floated back out into the middle. But it does look funny to see an alligator on an alligator float.
But do we agree, if you book an Airbnb and you're all excited about the pool, hey, we got one with a pool. What you don't want is for you to go out to get on the alligator float and the live alligator is already on it.
Look how he's got his mouth open.
You don't want that.
No,
He probably thought it was his mother.
Oh, he's sitting there sunning, Bubba.
You know it?
He's enjoying
You
it.
might have thought it was Big Mama.
I saw some video earlier about animals and pools.
Ooh, I got eyes.
And it was South Africa or somewhere, and there was these people that had a pool off the back, and there were these baboons out there, and they're doing cannonballs in the pool.
They are not.
They are not.
What?
Yeah, they're booming. They'll get out and they're having a ball.
They're doing cannonballs in. I want to see that. Can you send that to me?
I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Do I just Google
What about
baboons in a pool?
my favorite
I think it
alligator?
was Daily Mail.
Do you remember that video that we saw a while ago? Of everybody was all excited about their dog had to go bark at alligators.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
remember
terrible.
that
He
one
said,
grabbed it and he was gone. Hey,
That
he was
was
gone
sad.
That was sad.
in 2 seconds.
Was it bragging about how he always runs alligators off?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden that one said, snap.
He didn't run that one. He didn't run that one off.
No, one
That was
said
bad.
enough.
That made me feel
Oh, I
bad.
got it, Greg.
You got it?
That was disturbing. You know,
So you picked you just picked the alligator. Just I mean, it ain't on alligator.
That ain't the point. I still felt bad for him.
How about don't run your dogs at alligators?
Well, I didn't say that, but still it was bad.
Rick, though, really, I mean, why do we have to live with the threat of alligators around? I mean, come on.
There they are, Rick.
Okay, so there we go. Y'all, it's one of those kind of poos where you can like see out there. Somebody's got
it's on top of a hill somewhere.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and so they look out there, and the baboons are playing in the pool. Look at the one that's just kind of.
They start diving off in there.
Yeah.
Is he dog paddling?
It may be a different Vietnam.
No, there he goes. There he goes.
Here comes another one. Here he comes.
Oh, they're having a blast, man.
How about when you look
I've
at
never
it,
seen
they're
that.
just jumping in and loving every minute.
One went over the edge. He went the other way.
Oh, they got game
I
going.
hope that ain't a cliff over there.
Oh,
He's
here
a
comes
goner.
another one. Look behind him.
Oh, look in the back.
What's that?
There,
You see him?
There was more coming back there.
Here they come. Word's out.
Yeah.
This is funny.
How about when you're a baboon? I guess you can just drink chlorine water. Nobody cares.
Yeah,
you can drink whatever
Look
you
at him.
want
He's
to.
laying on the edge over there.
Well, the great thing about it, it's a really cool setup for
It
him.
is.
Yeah. That's funny.
I love the run and jump. That's my favorite.
And he kind of did like a can opener into it.
Yeah.
Pretty good splash.
All right. Minutes past the hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world on all sorts of various platforms, live and archived, and we're glad you're here. However you get the show, we'll take you. We'll take you however you get here. And Bubba, we are excited to have our first visit of the fall from the one and only Dan Moultrie. Dan Moultrie is back and ready to go. Dan, welcome back, buddy.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
You know, Dan, we have been sitting here asking, questions like, what's the latest deal that Dan has cut? That he's come out of it like a bandit.
No, there's not.
I've asked you various times, would you come over here and just touch me and see if I'll turn to gold?
No.
I mean, it's just every time you look, have you ever seen anybody that fall into more good deals than Dan Moultrie?
I just like to trail behind him, Rick, for the mere crumbs that may fall
out.
something.
Just something. So, Dan, it's good to be back, and we want to thank Patty Moultrie again for outstanding breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to think you got up and slaved over that, or put it together last night, put it in the oven this morning, but I know that didn't happen.
No, that didn't happen. That was all Patty.
That was all Patty. So,
boy, it was good too.
So let's talk a little bit. I mean, right out of the gate, we've got Pradco here today. We got Hannah and Derek and Trey and Mark. They're all here. That's a team we're accustomed to seeing. But we're very familiar with Bobby Cole and Dudley Phelps and the long-standing history of their incredible products. But today I want to talk about Moultrie and this iconic brand. Really got some great stuff you guys are doing together.
We are, Rick, going back to, and our earliest partnership in the industry was with Mossy Oak.
Yep.
Toxie and I had years and years.
yeah.
I'm talking about almost 50 years ago.
Yep.
Started doing it, and Bobby Cole, dear friend of that same time period, from Alabama, and has been over at Mossy Oak, and we got together and got this synergy between the two companies going again, and it's as we were talking before we came on air, maybe as strong a synergy as in the hunting industry, and just it absolutely couldn't be better.
Well, the term iconic is not an exaggeration here. I can remember Mossy Oak being one of the when I first got into hunting, and
you had to have it.
You had to have it. As a matter of fact, if I can. I know y'all don't want to take any pointers from us, but Bobby and Dudley,
they've done all right.
When it comes to your clothing, is it possible that it is too good? And I'm gonna tell you why. I still have, and will wear this season, the exact same camo that I got. That's Mossy Oak, and fellas, I hate to tell you this, I got it like 25 years ago, and I'm still wearing it.
Yeah,
I mean, did you ever think to yourself, we need to let it wear out some, so we'll buy something else? I mean,
can you make it like an iPhone, so we have to have a new one every year?
I mean, it just doesn't seem to, unless you do something goofy and tear it on a fence or something. It just doesn't seem to wear out.
No, and those old patterns. I mean, the vintage Mossy Oak, the old stuff from back in the day is what a lot of people still just want to wear.
I know,
It's highly sought after.
Yeah.
You go on eBay.
Comfortable, so comfortable. I mean,
and Rick, we have to have it on everything. I mean, just the jacket and pants, and the hat's not good enough. We have to have the shirts. We have to have the mugs.
Right.
We have to have everything that goes with it.
What's really good is Mossy Oak has become Mossy. And again, everybody says clothing, but Mossy Oak.
There's so much now.
Mossy Oak is a lifestyle, Rick.
Yeah.
No different than Moultrie, of trying to have everything you need on your farm. They're doing the same product, and so it just made sense again. Bobby, how many years since you had that white polo on and you were in the hunt? That's the first time I saw you in that hunting industry.
So I've been
that. It's a long time.
Yeah, I've been at Mossy Oak for 29 years. So
Yeah, and you were in it before that, though, weren't you? Wasn't that game hanging deal before that?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been friends with Toxie for a long time, but, and admired the company. And then when I had a chance to go to work for Mossy Oak, I jumped at the chance. But it's a great brand, and you hit the nail on the head. It's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
About so much more than just hunting.
That's the same thing that we've done. Exactly. And so to merge them, for us to have products together again, couldn't be.
Well, that's
better.
what I was going to ask, because at first I was thinking, today we're talking about, hey, we announced that Mossy Oak and Moultrie are partners, but you guys have been in the past.
We have.
This
is day one.
This is a resurgence, right?
Since
This is
day
a putting
one.
back together of these two iconic brands. And I have a son that graduated Mississippi State, so my wife and I, we would go over to West Point every time we were visiting with him, and we stayed on the property over there. We actually stayed in some of those cabins right there on the golf course.
Sure.
And just looking at that whole town it's like going to town Mossy Oak. I mean, which is a really cool experience, by the way, out there if y'all have never done that before.
Yeah, we put our mark on the golf course. I mean, it's got native grasses in the rough instead of fescue, and you can occasionally hear a quail whistling.
It's beautiful. It really is. And we just stayed there and put the family in those. I don't know what you call them. They're not really cabins.
We call them cottages.
Cottages, yeah.
And they're named after oak trees.
Yeah,
each one.
Yeah, it's great. So yeah, we got a lot of experience. Like Bubba said, as a matter of fact, we have Rick and Bubba camo hats, and of course it has to be Mossy Oak with the Rick and Bubba logo on it. So we've actually paid y'all for that. So don't panic. And so we just the relationship has been long standing. So I'm excited about what's going to happen now. Okay, got a lot of things that you guys have done in the past, but we're excited about what you're doing now, and what's to come. So talk about some of the things that you guys are excited about that is the current Mossy Oak. You got a lot of history, but talk about some stuff you're doing right now.
Well, so one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most exciting things. Tuesdays are a big day for us.
Yeah.
So Tuesday mornings we drop a new podcast. We have a podcast called the Gamekeepers Podcast, and we bring in PhDs from universities from all over, and we really do a deep dive every week
in wildlife habitat, how to manage improve your property, ultimately to improve the hunting. And some of these people are so smart. It's just amazing to listen to them. And, we consider ourselves on the front line of trying to help our audience be better hunters through managing their property.
And we like to combine the science, that we learn from these PhDs with our own boots on the ground experience. So, there's one thing, you can grow a big deer, but being able to kill a big deer is a different thing. And so we try to bring in folks from all different types of knowledge bases to bring it all together.
So Tuesdays that's the day we drop our pipe. One drop this morning with Dr. Craig Harper. And then tonight on the Outdoor Channel at 8 o'clock Central Time, we have the Gamekeepers of Mossy Oak television show, where we visually show and explain to people how to manage their properties and improve the huntability, and we even deal with fish ponds. So Gamekeepers is a real broad platform to help a guy enjoy his property, whether he owns 4 acres or 4,000. Somewhere in between, everybody fits. Or if you lease land, how to get the most out of your property and your time outdoors 12 months out of the year.
Invaluable, because I know we talk about this all the time, and it happens, of course, any kind of construction project, but it happens with land too. And this podcast and the TV show, they're so helpful because we all been there. A guy walks up and you've got all these great ideas you've heard from another guy, and what does he say? Oh, that's stupid. That guy don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it won't work.
Right. Hey, don't do that. No, let me tell you what you need to do. And sometimes you just go, well, who?
And sometimes they're 180 degrees out of phase.
Yeah,
I mean, it ain't even close.
Yeah, well, I don't know who told you that. Whoever that is an idiot. So the beautiful thing about this podcast and the TV show is these people have the pedigree and the background that when they say this is how you need to do it, it may have a little more standing than Dwayne and Larry Wayne disagree with each other.
Now Rick, Gary is somewhere taking offense to what you said.
Let me tell you, whatever they tell you, you check with me first.
If they don't say plant Tecumseh, he's out. That's out.
Moultrie don't know what he's talking about. We'll come back and we'll continue our conversation. A lot to cover. Bobby Coe and Dudley Phelps with Mossy Oak. Moultrie and Mossy Oak teaming up, and of course you can catch Gamekeepers, the Gamekeepers of Mossy Oak on the Outdoor Channel, and the Gamekeepers podcast wherever you get podcasts. Subscribe, and there's a new one that drops every Tuesday. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Speaking of sleep, Bubba, we talked about this study. It says that poor sleep makes people feel lonely. It makes them antisocial. And they said then the effect then becomes contagious.
Well, I don't know about the contagious part.
Seems a little.
But is anybody shocked by this? I told you I'd seen several studies the last week or two, and one was for, Alzheimer's, and one was for heart health and all that. And all of them say the same thing, Rick. Get this. Eat right, exercise, get plenty of rest. Your chances are better.
Wait a minute.
Shocking.
Wait a minute.
That is shocking breakthrough. Stop the printing press.
Are you telling me that if I will exercise, get the proper rest, eat the proper foods, I'll actually do better?
I think that's probably the best version of you if you do.
Right.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Doggone, who came up with that?
Yeah, I know. That's crazy, isn't it?
Hey, what are you talking about? Huh?
It's a breakthrough, Rick.
You mean to tell me if I eat the major food groups in moderation and exercise and get 8 hours sleep, I'll do better?
Didn't know we'd get him.
Who came up with that? That must be some research.
I tell you, you know what I think? The people doing research right now, I just don't think they got anything new to look at.
Yeah, they always go the same thing.
We got
no matter what it is, they need more
things.
sleep.
We got several things we really need to work on. Cancer, let's look at that. A common cold. Maybe if you don't want to go that deep, common cold. We could work on that.
Is this telling me if I didn't sleep much last night, I might be ill and don't want to be around people?
I think that's what they're saying.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, hot almighty! What a breakthrough!
I like the way your eyes cross.
I know. Yeah, it looks like they could
I
pop
like
out.
that. I like that slouch you got.
Yeah.
It's a developing character.
Yeah.
Let me know what works and what doesn't work.
When the eye crosses, I like it. That's good.
You'll sweat doing him. Now.
A little more than you thought.
Little work. I don't know about y'all, but I usually a little more joyful when I get to sleep, don't you?
Oh yeah.
So, but the contagious part, I'm not sure about.
Yeah, what do they mean contagious?
Well, I think that if somebody is acting one way and you're around those people, then you're gonna.
Oh, I
it's
see.
Kind of like hitting's contagious. If you get somebody in the lineup that gets a hit, the next guy's gonna get a hit, and the next guy's gonna hit.
Well, see,
if I come in doing this and this is my everyday, I'm gonna wear off on people.
Yeah, I guess you're right, because I'm really saying the same thing, because when I get around people like that, I leave them.
Absolutely.
You know why I avoid them? I don't want to be around them. So
Right.
I never catch it.
Right.
Hams, you brought
I
up
get away from
something-
people that are undesirable like I do sickness.
Yes.
Hams, you brought up something that does need to be studied, and that is momentum.
Yeah.
Momentum.
Oh,
you
it's
see it in
real.
sports.
It's
but
real.
But it happens
It's real.
in jobs. It happens
Absolutely
in business.
does.
It happens in life.
Yeah.
You know, it's just strange. And you know how these teams kind of get the mentality that they're going to win no matter what?
Yeah.
Kind of like let's say the Golden State Warriors. Doesn't matter how far they're down, they know they're going to drain some threes and catch up at microwave pace.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're going to win somehow. By the way, headed to the 5th straight finals, which only one other team has done that, the Celtics, back in their heyday.
Well, yeah, I saw where they said this coach, too, that he is he the first? Or if not, there hasn't been one that his first 5 seasons as a coach, he's gone this deep.
Who, Kerr?
Kerr, I don't know. I don't even know how long he's been there.
Well, the other thing
I've been there for all 5 of those, but I don't know how far before that.
Well, I was thinking about this too when you were talking about the momentum thing, because it is true, and I've seen this as a player, I've seen it coaching or whatever. If you're dealing with a program or a team that has a history of losing, when they get into a game, even if they're ahead, they're constantly thinking of how are we going to lose it.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
almost like they expect something bad to happen.
If you're in a program or a team that's winning and has a tradition of winning, when they're down, all they think about is, I wonder how we're going to win this, but we will somehow.
Yeah.
And, that was what Vince Lombardi said to this point. Winning is contagious, but unfortunately, so is losing.
Yeah.
So, all these good and bad is contagious. And so you probably want to place yourself around and in environments that would produce the contagious of good things.
Got some good attitudes.
You know, we always talk about peer pressure too being a negative thing, but there's situations where it's positive.
Yeah.
I mean, I think here it's pretty positive.
Yeah.
You know, we beat each other up pretty bad when we get off the path.
Your son described it kind of harsh, but he
Right, really brought it in.
But he
I
was
think
right,
he referred to it as cutting your soul out. Wow.
Well, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. We don't talk too much about it. Moultrie is back. We're excited that Moultrie and Mossy Oak are fired up and ready to go. The signature Gameland management team is with us in the studio. Bobby Cole and Dudley Phelps from Mossy Oak. We told you about the Gamekeepers of Mossy Oak on the Outdoor Channel and the new Gamekeepers podcast, and new one drops today, as a matter of fact, on Tuesdays. And you also can subscribe, and we have our copy. And if you go down to Camp House, where we hunt down at our place, you'll find a copy of Gamekeepers, the magazine, sitting right there on the coffee table. And you can subscribe to that as well. And we'll put all those links in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. So just something we talked about in the break, and it's important since we have these two guys here with us, and both of them have their expertise, but overall we're talking land management, that no two properties are the same, and what may be just wonderful at one property not necessarily works at another property. And you talked about letting the property speak for itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like if you're into fly fishing and tying flies, you've got to match the hatch, and it's the same way on your land. You may be river bottom, you may be up on a dry hill, you may have real difficult soils, you may have perfect pH in your soils, and you just have to, it's a lot of work to get where you need to be, and we're happy to help people figure that out.
Do you think if say today I was interested in some land and we're going to lease it or or purchase it, would the first thing for success do I need to get a soil sample? Is that the most important thing right out of the gate, to have an idea of what the soil's like?
Especially with food plots.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it can be with planting trees as well. We're
I
near
didn't mean to open the tree door with you.
Yeah.
Cuz has already texted me and said that he called you a tree nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But trees.
I'm terrible. I'm terrible at identifying trees.
Oh, and my wife's really
I know
good.
about
My
four
wife,
of them, that's it.
My wife is she is great with that kind of stuff and gets mad at me, to your point, Bubba, when I don't know. What kind of tree is that right there, Rick? I don't know. And she'll tell me, but not every tree will thrive on every piece of land.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And a lot of folks want the heavy hitters, but you don't always have the best site for that. And you just have to plant, what Mother Nature will allow to plant on that site.
Right. So what's one of the mistakes people make? You guys talk about property management, and I know that's you're the team for that. What are some of the mistakes people make?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I think, lack of diversity,
Right.
As far as trees go, people may want to only plant one species because they think it's the best acre and dropping tree there is, when in reality, you want to have food on the table year round.
Right.
And whether that be with trees, you got to manage your food plots, you got to manage your habitat, which is really important.
Right.
Among other things, but it's all about the diversity.
Bobby, what do you? That's a great question Rick asked, and you've been in this long. What's the biggest mistake?
Well, we see guys in the past. People only thought about their deer herd during deer season.
True.
The weekend before deer season, then but now guys are thinking about them 12 months out of the year. They're planting more nutritious food plots in the fall. They're maybe doing mineral licks or supplemental feeding. They've got all these different things going on, and we see them now in the spring and summer, these important months when the bucks are growing their antlers and the does are pregnant. That's very important, those pregnant does. We see guys know that they need to take care of their property and take care of that deer herd, take care of their turkeys. They're doing things now to try to have more turkeys, to raise poults. They're trapping. So just having that, to answer your question, Ant, having that closed-minded attitude that I'm only going to think about my property or my deer herd during hunting season, that's kind of leaving people. And we like to say they're becoming gamekeepers, and that they're 12 months out of the year.
And we've found that's more fun, for a lot of us. That's more fun than hunting itself, is working the property and getting it ready for hunting season.
That's exactly what has made Bill and Rick love their places. It's the keeping it. It's happening.
Well, it's one of the things I remember. One of my sons said it to me, and you guys are all hitting on this. Because of what we do for a living, and knowing people like Dan Moultrie, Bubba and I have been so fortunate. I've been thinking about that today, about how fortunate we've been to hunt some of the best places in the country. And I enjoyed that, so don't hear me say anything other than that.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
But in those cases, we show up. Everybody's done all the work. And we know the genetics are good. We know that there's a chance at a really good deer here. But my sons, who got to do some of that, said, though that was wonderful, and it was, and we got great pictures to support it, they said, Dad, there's nothing like a deer that we took, a good buck, that's nowhere near as big or as nice as some of those, because we're just trying to maximize the genetics available to us where we have land. They said when we killed that buck that we supplemental fed, we worked the land, we figured them out, we tried to watch them, we got them on cameras, Moultrie with mobile, and we're watching this deer grow, and we finally got on him and took him, even though he is nowhere near as big as some of the deer we killed in some of these places we went. That deer meant more to us.
Yeah, what a rewarding comment from your son.
Because you're working, like to your point, you work the land, and Derek Duke is here. One of the things that I know radically changed, and we don't have a big piece of land, so I'll probably speak for most of the people. We have just under 400 acres. It's 300 and something, not quite 400, and a lot of it's pasture. About 80 acres of it is pasture. And one thing that we noticed is the supplemental feeding with the feeders. The mature bucks at our place, they cover so much more ground than that. Not many of them live there. They visit the women when the women come into season. So the key is to keep the women there. And the way we've kept the women there is through supplemental feeding with the feeders. And the one thing I noticed for the fawns and even antler growth is try to get a combination with what you put in the feeders that has a protein and a hot food in it, but the protein too. But you got to have the right feeders. And so Derek Duke's here, and he's an engineer for Moultrie, and I know you're excited about the Ranch Series. So tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, yes, sir. We're very excited about the new Ranch Series.
All right, so
hang on a minute, Derek. Let's find you. There you hear me? There you go. I can hear myself now.
It's rare that we use all 6. So we got all 6. Go ahead. There you go. Yeah.
I got a whole gaggle today.
Yeah.
No, we're very excited about the new Ranch Series. You know, we worked hard listening to customer feedback, and one of the things you hit on, Rick, is kind of the whole herd health, right? And so, you know, a lot of people feed corn with a lot of our broadcast and spin cast feeders. But one feedback we got is where they want to feed more in antler growth season and keeping the does in lactation and feeding the fawns, getting them all the minerals they need. And one way to do that is to provide a mixture of feeds, right?
Yeah.
And so when you run a gravity feeder, which is a great option, we still have one in the Ranch Series lineup.
Yeah.
If you want to feed, don't want to mess with it. But one of the problems with that is varmints, raccoons, squirrels, or even deer. You know, deer can sit there and eat all night as much as they want, right? And so with the cost of feed these days, somebody like me, weekend warrior, you know, you go to the store and it's $15 a bag for a 35-pound bag or something. And so we came out with this auger kit that goes on the Ranch Series, right? So one of the great things about the auger kit is it has this big stainless steel auger in it, right? So you can run a mixture of feeds. It's all powder-coated metal on the outside. And, you know, you can focus on protein mixes, you know, even some light mineral mixes and stuff through this feeder. And it will feed it on a time delay and have no problem feeding any type of feed you want to put through there. Well, as long as it's not big old cattle pellets.
Yeah, but those varmints, good night. And if you do a mix,
they'll mess everything
I've noticed
up.
raccoons. I don't know how they've learned it, but I notice if you don't have one of a setup like this, they'll actually get to the point where they'll take the corn and toss it in piles.
Oh yeah,
and they'll just eat all the different proteins or minerals you have in there. They hand select, and you'll go and you'll have this giant pile of corn on the ground, and they've taken all the other stuff you had in the mix and eaten it out and just piled it up. And now it's sitting there rotting on the ground.
What kind of good stuff you got in there, Rick?
They love it.
Bobby,
They love it.
Bobby, probably the one of y'all's top questions would be getting rid of those varmints on the feeders, because that has more effect on your turkeys than anything you can do.
And wasting of feed too.
Don't you think?
We spend a lot of time explaining and talking to experts about trapping, and trapping. The raccoons are primarily the problem, and so we've addressed that a bunch. But that's something that you can. You know, in February, as soon as deer season gets over, you can jump on them and make an impact during that ground bird nesting season.
Yeah.
So quail as well, Dan.
Oh yeah.
I got some raccoons big as beagles.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, I've gone down there before, and the feeders be empty, and they're waiting. I'm like, what's the deal? We've been sitting here waiting. 2 of them smoking.
Yeah, they're so good with their hands. I wish we could train them to do something positive. You know, like fill it back up. Or something.
They're little busy hands. So I do want to make this point: the new Moultrie Ranch Series feeders, and of course Derek gave you with that rotating auger and all this, and they do have a gravity if you want that, but 345 and 450 pounds, so you can get either one, right?
Yes, sir. 300 and 450 gives you a lot more time in between feeding and filling those feeders. But the other aspect of these feeders we wanted to focus on was also the livestock. So you have a lot of hobby feeders these days, raising a couple of steers in their backyard.
Oh yeah.
Even feeding chickens or anything like that, goats, sheep. So these 3 feeders in the 300 and 450 pound sizes give you a lot of options for doing that. You know, if you've ever had somebody that has steer or cattle in their backyard, you know, they can't really go on vacation. They can't go to the beach for the weekend. They got to find somebody that'll feed their animals for them. And so we're here to take care of that for them.
That's good. And also, if you want to add on the food plots, since we've been talking about that, they got the ATV spreaders too, the electronic feed gate, manual feed gate if you need that. Those are also some nice add-ons.
Yep, especially this time of year.
Yeah, all those are at MoultrieFeeders.com. And we have the link for you to get right to that on the new Moultrie Ranch Series as well. When we come back, we're not done. Now we're going to talk a little Moultrie Mobile and what's Moultrie Mobile and Mossy Oak doing together. We have a big announcement for you when we come back, when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Accountability here is extremely high.
It is.
I mean, we'll say things to each other that they're hurtful, but they're helpful.
Yeah, and then we'll go out to society and repeat that, and people
That's
don't
when
know
it
how
gets
to take
bad.
it.
Yeah, you forget. You
remember
know,
the first time you remember the first time you treated somebody that didn't know you the way we treat each other? It's always very uncomfortable.
But we laugh a lot, we smile a lot, we have a good time, and we take that out as well.
We do.
Yeah.
We are gregarious.
We are.
Very loud.
Yeah.
Loud people.
Yep.
It's all right.
Well, there's a time, though, I think you can have, we refer to it as a man-to-man conversation, but a direct conversation about a topic. Sometimes it may be contractors, maybe you're trying to do a deal, whatever. You can have a difference of opinion and still respect everybody, but you don't have to, go in there and just keep beating around the bush and being, you know what I mean? Yes. You can be direct. You can even be ill about something and state it and move on.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I think it's healthy to know what's everybody, where's everybody stand on this?
Yeah.
And then we can work it out.
Yeah.
I feel like we're meeting on the air.
We are.
That's just good.
Yeah,
I like
it's
that.
team building.
Yeah. It's weird too how they examine the study of 18 healthy young adults after a sleepless night, and how they felt and the scanning of their brain. And the reason why they say they're antisocial is that they said when they didn't get any sleep and they were tired, if they were put in a social environment, they tried to avoid talking to anybody.
Yeah.
So that was their way.
Well, you know
there.
why? Because that takes energy.
Yeah.
Because you're thinking about grabbing a nap.
Yeah.
What a breakthrough!
Right. Yeah.
Bubba, did you hear this?
They're going to get stuck that way.
They really are.
Did you hear it, Greg? If you're tired, you don't want to talk to no damn body. Wow! What a breakthrough!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow right now, the MyPillow 2.0, the brand new one. This is the latest technology, and the 2.0s are 50% off right now. So king and queen, so you can get the My Slippers too for $39.98. That's $100 savings. That's speedy savings right there. Also, you can look at the sheets right now. They're all on sale. Kitchen towels, 25% off. And if you want to find out more, just go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Savings everywhere. It's like a speedy sale there. Or RickandBubba.com. You can find it right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we've got Mossy Oak, we got Moultrie, and now we're going to talk Moultrie Mobile. Now, let me tell you something. Moultrie Mobile has been a game changer.
Yep.
The new Edge Pro, Bubba, you and I both, I've replaced every camera, and I do nothing but Edge now. They just work so well. Everything else, I'm like, I mean, I don't know why I would want anything other than this, but it's going to get even better. Mark Olis is here with us. And this is Mark's area, the cameras. So the Moultrie Mobile gang, you guys have not, you're not ignoring this new Mossy Oak partnership either. You got an announcement to make today too. So tell everybody out there that loves this new technology.
Well, the new Edge Pro camera.
There it is. We got it.
Yeah, the new Edge Pro camera, we've got that Mossy Oak bottomland on there. So,
that looks
you know,
good.
I passed one over there to you guys. That just looks great. It's got the same body type like the Edge camera last year. But, I mean, that just looks awesome in that Mossy Oak bottomland.
Man,
you know what I like about
It'll
it,
match
too,
my pants.
And I know Rick loves the simplicity of it, and I do too, but the fact that it works with either cell company or whoever, it seeks it
all
out.
the major ones.
It finds the one that's the best.
That is such a game changer because of the ease of operation. I use them all over the place. I have them at the farm. I have them at construction sites, security things, and it just works. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. That's what I like about it.
For the Ricks out there, and Mark told me that a bunch of Ricks bought this after me talking about it. I need to be y'all's influencer and spokesperson for the simple out there, the simple. Guys, look, it says connecting, connected, not connected. That's it.
You just flip it on.
That's all I need to know. I just turn it on, and then it finds the best cell service where the camera's located. I'm not limited to me trying to guess.
Nope.
It goes and finds it. And you were saying now it's even you've even added some more technology to it.
Yeah.
Not just the pattern, but some more technology to it.
Oh, absolutely. So like the Edge, like you said, it's the auto connect technology, works on the major carriers. Also, no SD card, so you don't have to have that. And then the big part with the new Edge Pro is we've put the AI technology into the camera. So this is the first trail camera out there. We've got the AI in it. What that allows you to do is you can now select what kind of images you want to get. So we're coming into deer season. I know you guys don't care about the raccoon images that you get on your Moultrie mobile app. Well, now you can select buck and doe and get only deer images. So when it takes the picture, it'll scan it on the front end before it even uploads to the server and say, is that target species in there? If it's not, then you don't get it. And then some of the other parts, and I know you guys know this, the tall grass growing up or the limb that's falling on the side of the, in the camera.
Tripping.
And now your gallery's full of images with nothing. Well, that camera in the Moultrie mobile app, you have smart zones. So you can go in, it's like a security system, and you can turn those zones off wherever that, grass or that limb is that's messing up and tripping the trigger. So that's another huge feature there. And then the other one, which really is my favorite, is when you set this camera up, you can connect with Bluetooth. We call it Live Aim. So you can now in the Moultrie mobile app, set your camera up, and when you move it, you actually see it live moving, so you get that perfect picture. No more getting just feet or tips of antlers when you leave and you go home. And that's what you
adjust it.
Yeah, you
Absolutely.
see it live.
You see it live.
Mark, too.
You know what mine just said? I just got a picture. It says out of eggs at Camp House.
Mark, and you've really hit a good balance. Though,
Pick up eggs.
It is simple. You got one switch to cut it on, and you're ready to go. But if you want to dive in and you want to set up some other things, that's my side of it. I like playing with stuff.
Yep.
You've got that too. And I love to set up it to take pictures at certain times just to check on things.
Absolutely.
Not motion driven. And I love that.
Right. Well, really, when you look at this camera, you guys could do a campaign. It's built for Rick and Bubba.
It really is.
It is. I mean, you've got a really good mix there on simplicity versus other features if you want to engage them. You don't have to.
No,
as much as you want or as little as you want.
Yeah, and you can run it just like a regular camera. You can click all activity, and it'll send you every image it takes, just like any other camera.
And what I like, too, when you add, after you get your Moultrie Mobile set up and you want to add, you just scan the QR code,
Love
and
it.
goes right in.
Love it.
I mean, the setup is unbelievably quick.
So simple.
Absolutely. And with the Edge last year, it's been a huge success. That was the number one feedback we got is, this is the easiest camera I've ever set up. I mean, and it just is.
No question. It still takes great pictures.
They're beautiful.
And
videos.
I love all the information on there, and then you can go back and you can sort it by that.
And the videos on the new Pro, it's full HD video. It's got an HD mic in there, so the audio's even better. Amazing images and video on that
Now,
camera.
if the deer's talking to you, you probably need to talk to somebody about that, but it's good to have it.
Moultrie Mobile with Mossy Oak, now the new Edge Pro cellular camera in the beautiful bottomland camo. Look at that right there.
That camo pattern looks so good.
It really does, and it'll blend just like this pattern has for so many years, and like we say, the simplicity, but yet the high tech all at the same time.
Rick,
it's the best of both worlds.
You and Bubba missed the best feature of the entire camera to me, and I've told y'all to call Ashley and get it. You don't have a big box full of lithium batteries, Mark. You didn't tell them about the lithium batteries.
No, that's a great point. So also,
Speedy's got them, doesn't he?
No.
Speedy's got them, and he's using them in something else.
Tell them about the lithium
Well,
batteries.
for both the Edge and the Edge Pro, we have a new rechargeable lithium battery pack, so you can eliminate using double A's anymore, and they did a couple solars.
Keep them in the truck.
Yeah, I use external battery on all of them.
That's right.
That's the only way to go.
That's right.
All right. Well, thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. And we'll come back in the moment we've all been waiting for. What are Mossy Oak and Moultrie going to give away today? And can you match Moultrie's ridiculous question? No. We'll find out when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
CR. Have you ever seen the rain? I saw it yesterday on a sunny day.
Wow. We dodged a bullet here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport.
I dropped in on the old kickoff hour if you were watching or listening to that and told them I just couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I'm so thankful today because I hate it for our neighbors. And how much distance you think is from here to their door?
Rick, that's 30 foot.
Yeah,
maybe
30 foot. Big boy, he's standing there. I mean, now there's all kinds of ceiling stuff laying out there with him. If you're coming to the golden ticket seats today, it looks like there's been a lot of problems here because you know why? There were, and it's a mess, but I guess they'll work on cleaning up because, all these little things we blow in or we put in for sealing, and if they get really wet, they just kind of fall and become blobs laying everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of that even looks like sheetrock pieces.
It was bad, Bubba. It was a very bad scene.
Your video it was a tiny little low resolution video, but it really didn't do it justice what the damage looks like.
It was a problem, and if 30 feet, do we have a neighbor above us?
Yes. We have a neighbor, but no one's in that. There is a building, but they've moved, so they weren't affected.
Okay. If that same thing that just happened to our neighbors iTech across 30 feet away, whatever happened above them, and it was really bad, and I know the scene.
Yeah.
If that had happened above us, it would be over.
It's empty office space, and they're actually using their electrical outlets to try to dry what's going on across the way.
Good night.
Look
at that.
We've had leaks, but not like that.
Well, we had one here on this side when they were building this, and it was the same thing. A hot water heater installation tripped a fire alarm.
Yeah,
and the sprinklers came on.
But
nothing was in here yet.
I don't know who's responsible. I think somebody across the way and one floor up thought they could have something yesterday.
Yeah, well, they would be wrong.
They made a mistake of thinking they could have.
About when it came showering down,
they thought they could have themselves a new hot water heater, but they were wrong.
No, Rick.
And I don't. But if you're the person that set off that sprinkler system,
can you imagine?
There's a meeting going on today. Guys, water's just so damaging. It just makes such a mess.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, it was. Well,
it takes no prisoners.
Like I told the kickoff hour, I mean, I'm in my office talking to my wife on the phone, wrapping the day up, saying, "Hey, I'm about to head that way," and we're chatting, and Adler goes down the hall with a red dolly with computers all over it, and I just looked.
So he ran over to help.
I just looked up, and I'm like, "What was that?" And Adler's like trying not to interrupt my conversation. He's like,
Another good argument for off-site backup.
Yep. Yeah. So you know what? Our neighbors, you know what they said yesterday? Looks like Memorial Day weekend has begun for us.
Sure.
There's no coming to work
a few
today.
days early.
Look. See there? I told you it's bad. It's really bad. Yeah, it was a bad scene.
Step lightly out there.
Step lightly out there if you're coming in. So thankfully, the broadcast plaza as of right now was, and poor old Tom, because I had to send him here's what's going on up the way, and then of course, and I got distracted. I was having.
He thought you said.
And then he was like, "Are we okay?" And I was like, "As far as I can tell, we are, but I got to tell you, it's really close to us. And as long as it's really close, you need to be alerted.
That's scary.
But so far, so good. Why is there this side of me that thinks we're not out of the woods yet?
I've got that. I've got that feeling too. Matter of fact,
some of it has run sideways and it's just working its way down.
That's just not a long way.
No, and hey, when you go upstairs and you see it's even tighter up there, and I walked in our server room this morning and I thought, because now it's on me, my senses are. I was like, what's that smell? What's going on?
I know
something's wet.
I know. So
we had a leak one time right there in the pit.
Yeah.
We had that, and then we've had a couple in the
production room.
But nothing. When I say leak, not when you showed the video you sent, it was just water just pouring,
gushing.
Yeah. Like somebody had buckets dumping.
And I didn't give you a good. Like Bubba said, that was just a tiny look at what was going on. When water would just come off in waves, and just falling down everywhere, it was.
Well, think about it. The sprinkler system's designed to put fire out, so there's a lot of water going to come out of it.
It makes you wonder what is more dangerous, the fire or the water.
Well, it was a very wild scene. And all I could think about is the person, because they're doing a lot of work up here. We have new ownership, and they've been working so hard to try to beautify and repair and fix and look for a new day, and then you get this call. Oh boy! In the middle of everything else you got.
As if the concrete wasn't enough.
I know. And I haven't. Bubba asked about Gorosky, who's our neighbor that comes by in business every now and I heard nothing from him, so I guess they're okay.
They're moving anyway, so he's.
Well, you know where they're moving. There's been water issues. There's been water issues. They've had to repair that. Yeah. And all we really have now is, every so often the high pressure hose people will spray under our door back there.
Other than that, we've been pretty lucky.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba.
So as we come back, the guy that was on hold in Helmsy, and he had to hang up because he was going to work. I apologize for that, Hal. But his topic was that Kanye was going into ministry. So Helmsy. Well, that's what he said.
I think that's a stretch.
Well, I'm sure it is.
He's got some weird version of it, I imagine.
That's basically what
Jesus? You talking about him?
That's what I'm getting to. What happens at Kanye's? He calls it Sunday services, where he has what he's calling a church service, a weekly church service. And I could go on and read the article, but Greg has really hit it on the head here. It says, perhaps we can agree that Sunday servant, this is the recap of the big article. Perhaps we can agree that Sunday service is
It's 6 minutes now past the hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world. From the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology, Team Rick and Bubba. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. We have Team Pradco. We got Hannah, Derek, Trey, and Mark. You've heard from some of them.
I mean, we got enough to take in, Phil, here.
We got Team Mossy Oak. Bobby Cole and Dudley Phelps are here. We got Moultrie himself here today. And do want to remind all of you, Tuesday's a big day because not only can you see the Gamekeepers of Mossy Oak tonight on the Outdoor Channel, also the new Gamekeepers podcast drops today as well. And you can find that wherever you get podcasts. Just look for the Gamekeepers of Mossy Oak and go ahead and get it set up. And every Tuesday a new one drops, and you can have access to all this this knowledge about how to properly take care of your land and get the most out of it. So enjoy both of those today, wherever you may be getting the show.
So you guys are like rock stars
They are.
in the
They're rock
outdoor
stars.
world,
Really?
right? I mean,
They
do
are.
people
They
come
are.
up and ask you to sign their feeder? Or
Every
what?
day.
I mean,
Every day.
Yep. Yeah, that explains. Somebody the other day says, "Now, do I know you? Are you Dudley Phelps?" And I said, "No, that is not me." But so anyway, look for that.
I mean, rock stars.
Rock stars.
You know,
Rock
outdoor channel. I mean, that's huge.
That's huge. That's huge. I mean,
And how long you been doing that?
The TV show has been, what, 10 years?
10 years.
Yep. And y'all are like all of us. We think about the first time you heard the word podcast. I remember thinking, well, you might want to see somebody about that. I didn't know you had. And your doctor, do I have podcasts? But now the podcast. If you ain't got a podcast, you ain't nothing. So
there's 300 million people in our country.
Yeah,
300,
yeah.
350. There's got to be 250 podcasts out there, right? I
Yep,
mean,
and so
everybody's got one.
and I love them, and it really is a great way to enjoy
It is.
content.
It really is to get what you want to
Yeah,
see and do it
absolutely.
at a time you want to do it, and
Yep.
not have some network executive telling you what you can and can't see.
Yeah, I'm glad that all this technology exists
I do
because
too.
there's a lot of people that don't think you should have access to the Rick and Bubba show, but we showed them, haven't we?
Ha.
Well, Bubba, now we've come to Match Moultrie.
Oh,
It's a lot of anxiety comes with this. So I want to announce this before we get to this for all of you that are on hold at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Today, if you want to get 15% off site-wide by going to MoultrieFeeders.com, all you have to do is use the discount code Mossy Oak today. That's our discount code, Mossy Oak. Go to MoultrieFeeders.com, get 15% off site-wide today, just for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, here we go. Here comes the question. Since we talked about the partnership with Mossy Oak today, now you got to think about this and don't overthink it, okay? And we try to always come up now with questions that you cannot Google, which also means that the answer will be debated.
Bobby Cole
I think you can
verified
Google
this,
anything,
and
Rick.
we've even got Toxie on hotline to verify it. Isn't that right, Bobby?
Yeah, that's right. If we need to call him, we can call him.
So Moultrie Mobile, the Edge Pro Cellular Camera, and one Moultrie Electronic Feed Gate ATV spreader, that's the prize today. So you've got an Edge Pro Cellular Camera, and you've got an Electronic Feed Gate ATV spreader. That's what's up, and let's see if you can get it. Here is the question. What was and I must emphasize this word, what was the first, let's underline that twice, what was the first Mossy Oak camo pattern called? First pattern they ever put out, what was it called?
That's easy.
Here it is.
That's simple. They'll get that right off the first question.
Why do I feel that there will be some debate about it? After Dan leaves today,
Look, I'm not trying to say
people
that-
who didn't win will be furious with us on email,
Bill,
claiming it was wrong.
I'm not trying to say he's done it again, but Bobby and Dudley look nervous.
We are.
Hey, Bill and Rick, Bobby had not heard of the 410 question.
Oh, my gosh, don't bring that up.
Listen, what a nightmare. That followed by astronauts from various schools.
Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh.
When Dan said there were none from a certain school, and people kept sending us pictures of them in their astronaut suit at that school.
Right. And
That
then,
was my favorite one.
and then a minute ago, I walked by Bubba's office, and he and Dan are arguing about how many Indians did something.
And it was 1,000.
Yeah. Jesse in Georgia. Jesse, for a Moultrie Mobile Edge Pro Cellular Camera and an Electronic Feed Gate ATV spreader, the answer to the question is?
For some reason, I don't think it's bottomland.
It is not. Is that going to be your answer anyway?
What about woodland?
No, woodland is also not correct. Let's go to
That was a reach.
This could be as good as it gets.
the very first Mossy Oak camo pattern was called what? Hunter in Mobile, Alabama. What do you think? He hung up. Jason in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh man, this is
Okay, real tree.
No, that would be incorrect.
That's a big miss. Josh in Mississippi. Josh, what do you think?
What's up, Dudley, Bobby? Where y'all hiding Mac at today?
He's back at the office. Well, he's probably hadn't got out of bed yet, to be honest.
I don't know the answer to the actual pattern, but the story was, didn't Toxie's mother sew together or like just put a bunch of leaves in a bag and get it duplicated?
Well, there is a story along those. Toxie took a Ziploc baggie full of dirt and leaves and bark and sticks to a printer, fabric printer, to match the colors. Yes,
but that's
not the answer.
Good try, Josh.
Greg and
Dan, Google has weighed in on this, and I don't know if it's Dan's answer though. I don't think it is.
Greg, we're gonna go with just straight up Mossy Oak.
That is correct.
There you go.
There you go. The key was the first one. That's where the name came from.
Rick, find out how he knew it.
How did you know that? Dan can't believe that somebody got his elusive question.
I'm 61 years old.
There you go.
There you go.
That's a good answer right there.
We use common sense on this.
Yeah, Greg, you also picked up on some cues we were trying to give you, which only wisdom. You must have some gray in your beard. You got Moultrie Mobile Edge Pro Cellular Camera, and also Moultrie Electronic Feedgate ATV Spreader. So both of those are yours, and congratulations from Mossy Oak and Moultrie and the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy y'all's show.
Thank you. I'll put you on hold. There you go. And there it is. So Dan tried to be slick. The bottom line was, if the company became known as Mossy Oak, the first pattern must have been called Mossy Oak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there you go.
It's kind of a complicated little scenario there, because when it first he was going around selling it to the stores.
Right.
That's originally what it's called, and then it became two colorways. And there's actually a part B to that question. What was Dan? You may remember this, but what was the second pattern?
Mossy Oak 2.
Yeah, what
was it, Bob?
That was Hill Country.
Oh yeah, Hill Country.
Oh,
I always viewed Hill Country though as like bottomland, and
it was
a little bit lighter.
Yeah.
Well, how about
grayer.
that? Well, what fun we've had today, folks.
And Rick, I want to ask a question, because I've asked Dan years for this. You got this really great publication here, and you got pictures of a lot of people in here. And I don't want to like any special treatment, but I just want to be like a guy on a four-wheeler.
Yeah, right.
Nobody knows. You're like this guy right here.
Yeah.
Can I be that guy?
You can be our model.
Dan won't let me be in any of his things. I don't know why. I don't want any money. I just want to be in it, and nobody knows.
Honestly,
then just flip through it and go, hey, there's Bubba.
Yeah. If you want models that look like your clients, you need to put us in there.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's,
some of these guys are pretty boys.
Right,
I mean, that's clear that these are not real guys.
Hey, Bobby, that's exactly like you asking Speedy if he wanted one of those bags of swag, and he said, no, but yeah.
Well, thanks, you guys.
So we brought all y'all some companion shirts.
Yeah, we got them.
Thank you.
We'll be suited up and ready. So thank you, Bobby Cole, Dudley Phelps. Great work today.
Glad to be here, guys.
Derek Duke, good work again today off Team Pradico. Mark Olis.
And a roll tide.
And Danny Moultrie, well done. And to all the Pradico team, the Mossy Oak team, the Moultrie team, the Rick and Bubba team, I hope you enjoyed that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Church, but simply a weekly upbeat, all ages gathering that happens to take place on Sunday mornings and attracts people who share a similar spiritual sensibility to enjoy participatory music performances led by a choir, to pray and to soak up wisdom from a charismatic leader.
Okay. Well, that's a mouthful.
I was about to say, there's a lot of churches that you can use that for right now. But I mean,
you're right.
But yeah,
I will put this article in show notes, and you can read it to your heart's little desire there. But
okay, that's the bottom line.
That is the bottom line.
Right.
And it's got some
Y'all
details
saw
about
that coming,
the
right?
music and some of the scripture that's used.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Guys, I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Okay.
The Kardashians involved, for crying out loud.
Oh, my.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I believe it's right in line with everything else he's done. And guys, and I know, and there's maybe an issue here, so I'm not making light because it's a serious, but I think he's got, he needs to be diagnosed with something. You saw him when he was talking to the president? Yes. And he had his hat on, he's ranting like crazy, and then stuff like this. And I've seen him many times go on these rants. I mean, he ain't right.
Right, you think he might have some things in his
Yes, man, this guy. I mean, and this is just a whole nother version of it.
Corey,
well, the Kardashians will do that kind of thing to you, Greg. Look,
yeah. I mean, when you read, and our pastor just did a message on this back at Mother's Day. If you go and if you go and read what the Bible says about our Proverbs 31 woman, the Kardashian women just don't come to mind. I mean, it's other than the part that she's good with business. Corey,
he ain't right.
Corey's in Coleman. Corey, are you? I'm just guessing based on what I see here on the call screen. Your wife watches some of these services?
Yeah, my wife actually, she's watched the Kardashians forever for some reason, but but yeah, she'll pull them up on Instagram and watch them. And I used to be a pastor, so like when she told me Kanye was having church services, I was like, what?
Yeah, you had to check it out.
So I actually tuned in, and it's really I don't find anything biblical, but they do a lot of singing. They take songs that he's actually done, and they kind of change the lyrics. It's got a weird feel to it. Y'all should go on Instagram and check it out.
Yeah, Adler's showing us some of it.
I had a weird
it's got a really
feel.
culty, weird look about it.
I had a weird feel just reading the recap.
Look, I hate to take a line out of Jerry Maguire, but you had me at Kanye.
There's so many highlights of
Listen
it.
to
I
this,
want you to
Rick.
just look at.
Corey
says the Daily Mail also reported that police broke up this week's event due to a noise complaint. And it also says it looks no different than a Saturday night in L.A.
Let me ask you this, Corey. That was Corey. How much of it was there an attempt? Because when Helmsy read me the definition, is this one of those things that's more spiritual than it is gospel centered? Meaning, we've got a version of God that's going to be more comfortable to all of us, and there's many ways to Him. And I mean, is it that kind of stuff? What theology seemed to be coming from this? Any at all?
So there's a huge push in LA right now for like it's not really seeking like the God that we would probably identify. It's whatever makes you feel whatever.
I got you.
It's
just a spiritual issue.
Yeah, what it is God is going to become. He's going to cater to me. I'm not going to submit to Him. Yeah. It's going to be the God of my comfort, not He's going to radically change me so He can be more comfortable with my lack of holiness. Yeah. He's not going to make me holy so He can have a relationship with me. I'm going to draw Him down to where I am, and I want Him to fit into a comfortable box that I like.
Right, and it's not like it has no mention of Jesus or anything.
Spiritual.
The ones I've at least seen.
It's just spiritual.
Well, how many? Yeah.
Well, you're right. I mean, let's say this. Thank you for that, Corey. I thank you. So it's just another spiritual experience.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, and thank you all for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls. It was a pretty active beginning when we joined the guys after the kickoff hour. It's been all Moultrie and outdoors, but we enjoy that. And I know,
Rick, I was
it's
out
not everybody's
yesterday.
bag, but I know for a lot of you it's a lot of fun.
Rick, I was out yesterday just walking down a dirt road. And it was in the shade, and there was a slight breeze blowing, and it was so cool. And I thought, I just, to myself, I'm there by myself, I said, hey, this is number one.
It is.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I totally agree with you. Matter of fact, I don't think I'm going to find my way there today, but I will find my way there tomorrow afternoon. Just for no other reason than just to be there. Just to be
say,
in the,
hey, number one.
Because, until we get some rain, then a whole lot I can do down there. But
We
but
do
anyway,
need a little rain.
got me running down a dirt road.
I used to have a tank that I could carry water out and water like new trees I'd put
Yeah.
out and stuff. But
Yeah.
I that didn't make the move in the last farm move.
No.
I need to reinvent that or something. I need to settle some dirt in a particular place. And you ain't got anything that holds water like that, do you?
Not really, no.
Local volunteer fire departments, do they come out and
Probably
test their
not.
trucks anymore?
Probably not. No.
Spray about 40 gallons or something,
They-
400 gallons?
They don't. No, they don't. So don't forget, you can get the Mossy Oak Gamekeeper magazine, that link in show notes today.
That is a good magazine, too. I love this magazine.
The Gamekeepers of Mossy Oak on the Outdoor Channel tonight and
Man.
every Tuesday night, and then their new podcast drops every Tuesday too.
Rick, it just
Mossy Oak
feels
Gamekeeper.
so neat.
Oh, I
You
do.
know,
I
the
love it.
pictures and the
Yeah.
paper's
Oh, yeah.
slick. It's just great.
How about Edgar's Bakery?
How about Edgar?
How about
You know
Edgar's
what?
Bakery?
I had lunch at Edgar's yesterday.
Yeah,
and was
man.
talking to the young lady there that runs that.
Yeah.
She said, "How's breakfast going?" And I said, "Hey, number one."
They take care of us on breakfast every day, and when there's a birthday, they bring in these birthday
and whose
cakes.
birthday is it today?
Bubba, I am the birthday boy.
Where's
am the
Greg
birthday
at? I don't
boy.
want him to miss singing
Yeah,
to brother.
Yeah, Greg
Big
ain't gonna
brother.
sing. Why is Greg not singing to me? Did he go to the bathroom?
You know,
Oh.
he
he's probably hanging
disappears.
around Moultrie. Yeah. Yeah, here we go.
Happy birthday to
I
you.
love it.
Happy birthday to you.
Sorry, Greg's out.
Happy birthday, dear Rick.
I love it.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so
You're
much.
growing old.
Thank
You've
you.
got gray hair. You
I
smell
love
like
that.
a skunk.
They got the Burgess Ministries logo there on that. Thank you so much.
Isn't that cool?
Oh, I love that.
How
That is
about the
incredible.
man drawing that?
Thank you guys.
The last birthday, you won't be 60-something.
Well, I really was. Anytime you
looky there.
that's so good. I love that.
Oh my gosh!
And when you think about
Greg, thanks
you
for
didn't
being
even
here to
sing
sing
me.
birthday to
You
your
didn't even
brother.
sing
Thank
to
you.
me.
I think that was planned.
You didn't sing anything to me right
Greg,
then.
just for a
Greg.
few minutes, you could make it about your brother.
Greg, come over here and
Come
give me a baby brother hug. Come here.
Oh,
Oh, brother's got a hug.
My sweet little baby brother. I love him so dang much.
Y'all could have given me a second.
You're
well,
right.
hey, we're on the air.
Well, we got other segments. Is this
Right.
last segment?
Oh,
of the show?
we're just going to keep on
Yeah.
rolling, buddy.
Our producer brought in the cake, said it was time to sing, so I did what he said we were doing.
I was getting a cup of coffee. We was a little busy around here, and I didn't get to my second cup.
Yeah, and
What am I supposed to
the
do?
good news is, Greg, I'll hear from our sister today, and I actually miss her because let's be honest, I don't get to miss you much.
No, you don't. Right? No, you don't.
So I was
A lot of
thinking, and I think I mentioned this on the show before, but it's worth mentioning. So and it can be difficult. This people always talk about getting older. I like being older. I like me at 59 a lot more than I like me at 29. I mean, it's not even close.
What about you at 40?
No, I wouldn't. At 40, I was. I was still. I wouldn't. I feel better right now than I have felt in a long, long time. And it doesn't mean that things have been easy because they haven't. I mean, and I don't think we don't really get much of a guarantee that life's going to be easy. But I was just thinking about today. First of all, and Greg and I both can attest to this, is that I was blessed to be born to really outstanding parents. I mean, they're not perfect people. I mean, I don't think any of us do it perfectly. But when people say, "Well, what did they do?" and I said, if you just made it simple. Every single night when I went to bed, I knew that I was loved by them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's it. Mm-hmm. And that's really all a child really.
Yeah.
I don't think even children expect parents to be perfect because I think they have a concept that probably isn't possible.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has things they go back, but I can't think of anything. When I say that, I'm just saying that because I know human beings aren't perfect, but I can't point to anything that was glaring that they did that wasn't great. And and we weren't wealthy. We didn't know we weren't. We talked about that on the show a lot, but they were the perfect balance. Even Dad, when we got to play for him, He didn't do the typical, like you see in movies, where the evil dad's now coaching his sons and he's awful to them, and he
got him at home running laps.
Yeah, or he treats them better than he does everybody else, or he treats them worse than he does everybody else, and all he ever talks about is none of that. I mean, it was all everything they did. They really balanced really well. So that was fortunate. I have a great family. I've been blessed with outstanding children, and that I love, and I have a wife that is just that I don't deserve, that is incredible. And God, like we prayed this morning, I have been unfaithful to God, but He's never been unfaithful to me.
Mm.
Yep. And the other thing is stepping into this next era, and I remember the first time this was made aware of me, that there's been a tremendous amount of research done, and that really it's pretty much common sense. If a man can keep his health, and because that's always a problem, if you can keep your mental and physical health somewhat, and you get to 60, that the decade of a man's life from 60 to 70 is his most productive decade of his entire life.
You wouldn't think that.
And but you wouldn't think that, but then if you start getting common sense on that, it actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have the responsibility of small children anymore. Mm-hmm. He should have them grown, and he should have taught them to be adults, so he's not having to care for them anymore. He has wisdom that he didn't have, and I can certainly speak to that. I think we all can speak to that, and still learn
every day. You learn better.
He probably is financially at least somewhat has an idea of where he's going there. He probably is no longer wondering who he is. He probably knows what's important and what's not, and has something he can actually bring to the table now.
Yeah.
So I'm actually extremely, if the Lord tarries, I'm extremely excited about not only this part of my life, but what lies ahead. And then, of course, the thing that's in front of all of us that unfortunately most men don't do, and I'll acknowledge that, and I certainly haven't proven that I will, is to finish well.
Yeah.
And unfortunately most men don't. But hopefully, by the grace of God, and if I'll actually be obedient to what He says, He's shown me how to finish well. Of course, I have to make the decision to do it.
Yeah.
But it won't be out of ignorance if I don't. So thank y'all. I'm really excited about it, and thank you for being so kind. And I'm blessed with great friends and a great team. I got no complaints. I'm a blessed man. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Kanye's leading.
You've heard many celebrities in interviews when they're asked about, they'll say, well, I'm not religious, but I am spiritual. I've heard that 1,000 times from celebrities.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying all of them, but that's a pretty common answer.
Well, what that means is, please don't hammer me down on any details on that. You know what that really usually means? I'm emotional, and I let my emotions take me places.
There you go.
And here's the thing, and we need to learn this too, because it's really more straightforward than I even knew the first time I started wrapping my mind around this concept, is when you realize that in the fallen state, the world is going to take you in an opposite direction of God, because it can't help it. It's fallen, and only those who have been redeemed by Jesus have been given back the authority that God gave Adam and Eve over creation. That's what Jesus went to the cross for. He said, hey, the adversary, if we went to a courtroom and Satan made his case, what he did in the garden, the judge would rule, you got him. You took it. Mm-hmm. And so what Jesus did is come to the cross and give it back. Right. So if that hasn't happened, think about this. What does the world talk about all the time? And certainly I remember thinking this concept, well, there's no real harm in that. By the way, those are the ones you need to watch out for the most. The stuff that looks obvious, we all can avoid that. It's deception we need to be real careful of. And that is, what does the world say all the time? Follow your heart. Mm-hmm. Follow your heart. Did you know the Bible says, do not follow your heart, because the heart is deceitful above all things,
emotions,
and it will take you to hell. Do not follow your heart. And what does the world say? Follow your heart.
Yeah.
The Bible says it's not about you. And what does the world say? It's all about you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so it's just
right
it's just a 180 of if you listen to the world and you don't listen to God, and the world says we got a version of church. well, then that
Got a
will
lot of
probably be a version of church that is not biblical.
Yeah.
Because you know why? The world doesn't adhere to his authority.
Well,
it will one day, but I'm talking about in the fallen state.
I think what you see is there is a, because we have a soul, we have a spiritual side that wants to be nurtured, and there's a hole there that a relationship with God fits perfectly with, and the way we're designed. But if you don't have that, if you haven't made that connection, if you haven't docked those two together, then you're just kind of drifting. You've got a hole, and I need spiritual, and I want to feel better, and I want to talk about some things, and I want to hear about things. But, and the example's been given many times, it's like a ship without a rudder.
Right.
You're just adrift.
Exactly.
And that's all it is. You're not going anywhere in a hurry.
Absolutely. Yeah, but you're rolling. And this is it. See, I think the thing that it took me a while to understand, I'm really just now understanding this concept in the last decade of my life under the authority of Christ, is when you're justified, until that happens, we talk about justified, that means you've been redeemed by Jesus. Until that happens, your spirit is actually dead. It's dead. So all you have is flesh and soul, meaning my soul, I'm aware of who I am. That's my awareness of my being, but your spirit is dead. So if you have not been redeemed by Jesus and you claim you're spiritual, no, you're really just emotional. You're not spiritual because your spirit's dead. Until that spirit is made alive by Jesus, like you just said, Bubba, perfect in that, you're just floating around because the spirit cannot guide you correctly because it's not alive. And then what happens when your spirit's justified, then the sanctification process starts, and we've been talking about that a lot, and now the flesh doesn't know anything's changed. But the Spirit says, hey, something's changed. And now Paul talks about this in Galatians. Now the battle begins. He talks about it in Romans 6, that now you were once a slave to the flesh and to sin, which leads to death. But now that you've been justified, you haven't been given, a license under grace to continue to sin. You've actually been freed from the dominion of sin. And now as you become sanctified and you feed the Spirit then overcomes the flesh. And the battle between the spirit and flesh now can actually take place because now you've been justified, and the one you feed is the one that grows. And that's really it in a nutshell. But what people don't understand, until you've been justified, you can't be spiritual at all. You're just emotional. And you know what emotions take you to? Disaster. And boy, they change like the wind.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
So this is the kind of stuff that people get drawn to thinking, and then you get there and look around. Look, just look at the way the people that are doing anything live their life, and that'll tell you whether the truth is there or not. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thanks for being with us. And we'll get to your phone calls coming up a little bit later, probably next segment. And we're going to check in, see how you're doing today. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Are you listening to the show right now on Raycon earbuds? Well, you could, and boy, do they sound great, for about half the price of the other premium audio brands. And I love the optimized gel tips, perfect in-ear fit. They're so comfortable, they won't budge. You can wear them all day. You can do noise isolation if you want to kind of be in your own little world. You can do the awareness mode that allows you to know what's going on around you. And, of course, the different sound profiles based on what you're listening to, you can customize that. And we're going to get you 20% off site-wide plus free shipping by using our URL. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. So not only are they about half the price of the other premium audio brands, you're going to love the way they operate, and we're going to get you an additional 20% off and free shipping. So go right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, and pick yours up. Bubba, we have one of the Trump trials is underway. We have President Trump's civil fraud trial in New York City, and so they're saying that that we had the judge posing for the cameras in the court while Trump was sitting in the court many screaming this is wildly inappropriate, and it also seems to indicate some sort of bias by the judge, probably not what you'd be looking for if this judge was supposed to be overseeing your trial or my trial. So here is a report from Fox, is that right? Fox News on this particular topic. Here we go.
There's a camera in that courtroom. Was that supposed to be, or would they just be simply ushered out when we're gavelled to order?
Well, you're more likely to have cameras in state proceedings, and so it's up to the discretion of the judge. And quite frankly, I'm not too sure that both parties would want this. I think that Trump views this, the optics of this, as working to his advantage. Look, people looking at this live picture right now will be either filled with rage or they will be thrilled. And that's the problem, is that, you have James now being shown in the background. You've got Trump in the foreground. And it fulfills the narrative on both sides. Trump is likely right. I mean, he's being shown in a sort of tag team series of prosecutions and civil lawsuits where one prosecutor tags another. They're all insisting on these trials occurring before the election.
Well, they don't seem very smart. I mean, what they're doing, to the commentator's point, what they're doing is they're playing right into the hands of the Trump narrative. You're supposed to make it look like what Trump is suggesting isn't happening, not that it is happening.
Right. So you take that, you look at that, the optics looks a little bizarre. I'll give you that. Yeah. Say they get a conviction on whatever they're charging him on this one, and he appeals it and says, look, they were teaming up against me to begin with. They're in there posing. This is all a thing to tear me down politically, and he finds a judge sympathetic to that at the federal level, they'll throw it out. So
look at this guy posing for pictures.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would not, if I was sitting there being accused of something, I would not be happy with a judge acting like that. I'll be honest with you. I don't blame Trump a bit for saying
well,
that.
and let's go the other side. Let's say that you're out to get Trump, okay? I would get with my team and say, look, don't do anything.
No, this ought to be Mr. Trump and professional and T's crossed and I's dotted and nothing that looks like a shenanigan. Because he's going to say it is.
Yeah, Adler, you had something there?
Yeah, this looks like the intro to a sitcom. The way the camera pans to him and he's like, well, here I am. Here's me.
You're right. Yeah. No,
what's going on?
No, it's almost like we're watching an episode of The Office, you know how they would play to the camera?
Yes.
And
Rick,
I would say let's make him look paranoid. Let's don't make him look like that all this is legit.
Yeah. So things that he's saying, that to me, it looks like it's backing it up. This is the fraud trial where the prosecution says he's overvalued his assets to get other loans and things, and of course it's illegal to overvalue those. But people, independent groups usually do these appraisals. So I'm really kind of confused how they're hoping to get this deal prosecuted anyway, because you just don't hear this very much. And, it would be easy to see if you had a street with houses on it that were $200,000 or $300,000, and then a house at the end of the street they value for $1.2 million. You go, well, that looks a little out of place.
Right, yeah.
But when you're dealing with iconic properties like Trump Tower, I mean, you can't really just compare it to another high-rise nearby, because, I mean, his is gold and it has Trump on the front of it. Just the fact he has his name on it makes it different.
Right.
So I don't know how you ever evaluate that. And even furthermore, I don't know how you would ever evaluate it being evaluated wrong, which is even another step forward.
Yeah, when you have someone that's got celebrity, like you just talked about with the name, it kind of goes to like, there's names out there that person A would deem more value than person B would.
Well,
how do you find a legitimate value?
Let me give you another example of this. Adele bought Sylvester Stallone's big mansion not too long ago. Remember? And I forgot the price. It was some astronomical.
I remember the
story. $40
story.
million or something. It has the Rocky statue out there. I mean, how do you value that versus the mansion next door across the street? I mean, This was Rocky's mansion. You know, it has Rocky stuff all over it. Now, she tore it down and rebuilt it.
Right, yeah.
Which is good for her. She could do that. But you see what I'm talking about as far as an evaluation of what it's actually worth. And like I say, there's laws that do this, but I don't know. It looks kind of like a stretch because, you know, they were trying to dig in and prove that the Trump organization was a crime family, and they never could come up with it. I mean, after years and years of investigating.
Well, if I was the Biden family, I'd stay away from any narrative that talks about crime families.
Yeah, I would too.
I would just be like, no,
especially when you're running.
Let's don't talk about crime families.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's leave that alone. So, of all the ones they have against him, this one may, as you just pointed out, I don't know that this one's going to go anywhere.
Well, let's just say you've got a value for your financial statement, Mar-a-Lago. I mean, there's other mansions in West Palm Beach. This is the one that Trump had. This is the one an ex-president owned. How do you value that compared to one across the street? I don't know.
No, you're right. And, you know, and the fact that a certain person owned it or it was theirs, for some people, TV2, for some people, that would be a devalue.
Right.
For other people, it would give it more value.
Yeah.
And how you police that,
See,
to your point.
That's a wide swing of things. And again, look at Hunter Biden's paintings. How do you value
there you
them?
Go.
Huh?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I wouldn't value them very high at all.
Well, no. But if you're trying to funnel money to the Bidens, you can give them $5 million for it and say, what a piece of artwork.
Yeah, I'm not exaggerating this. I'm talking about if a little child whose family loves this show hands me a project they did at school, and they said, I drew this for you, Mr. Rick, and it has a stick figure of Rick and Bubba in the studio, that is more valuable to me than anything Hunter Biden has ever painted.
Yes.
And I'm not even exaggerating. I really would. I mean, I wouldn't touch anything that Hunter Biden has touched.
Well, you know why, though?
I wouldn't pay a dime for it.
Let's back up and look at this. Why is that a great way to funnel money?
Right.
Because it's hard to value art. Art is in the eye of the beholder, and they can always claim that. So it's very hard to prove that you grossly overpaid for it because you're funneling money to the Bidens.
Right.
I mentioned it last week at some point, but Mar-a-Lago in some of these court proceedings, the judge is claiming is worth $18 million. Here is an empty lot in Palm Beach, same area, this Billionaires Row, and this empty wooded lot right here is listed right now for $150 million. So Mar-a-Lago is worth 18. This empty lot right here is worth 150.
Yeah, you think that's not going to be talked about in this case?
See,
Probably
how
so.
do you you know, it's one thing when you're talking about neighborhoods that we all lived in and had houses, but some of these things are so out there on the fringe, and the further you go out with these evaluations price wise, the more variance you're going to have in them. I don't know how they'll ever prove this. Unless they just have a jury going, we're going to hang Trump, whatever you say, you know, we vote to hang him.
Well, the judge, the way he's posing for pictures, he's going to do whatever he can.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's working on the cover of his book right now.
Well, I should say this more correctly. He looks like he will do his part by the way he's acting. I don't know if he really will or not, but he sure is looking like he will.
Now, I didn't know Larry David was the judge.
That's funny.
For real. But it really does look like a sitcom intro. It's like, everywhere you look, everywhere you look.
Oh, and then the shrug of the shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
God.
Can anybody say unprofessional? Good night. Look at
Whatever happened to predictability?
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess goes to take over, and we'll chat with you on whatever you want to talk about next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I hope my wife is listening to this. All of you that are becoming obsessed with bringing chickens to suburbia, you need to listen to this. So let's talk about MD hearing. You know, it is kind of ironic that we're going to talk about this on my 59th birthday today. But let me tell you this. This is true. When someone is struggling with their hearing, we lose them. I mean, they leave the conversations. It affects their whole psyche because they no longer can engage with the family. We certainly saw this with Dad. And MD hearing is an FDA registered rechargeable hearing aid. Now, this is what you need to hear, if nothing else. It costs a fraction of what typical hearing aids cost. Because I know a lot of you'd love to get what your loved one needs, but the price is unbelievable. Well, MD Hearing's new Neo model. Now, this is not a small amount of savings. Over 90% less than the clinic hearing aids. So we're going to save you 90%. And the Neo is MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever. It fits inside the ear. No one even knows it's there. They're rechargeable with battery life that lasts up to 30 hours. MD Hearing recently cut their price in half. That means you can get high-quality, rechargeable digital hearing aids for $297 a pair. A pair. And watching your loved one, we've seen this, get back engaged in conversations and of course, no longer the stress of, oh no, the cost of the hearing aid, we can't even enjoy them because it costs us so much. Watching my parents now, just knowing that it didn't cost an arm and a leg. MD Hearing was founded by an ENT surgeon who saw how many of his patients needed hearing aids, but back to the problem I just mentioned, they couldn't afford them. So he made it his mission to develop a high-quality hearing aid that anyone could afford. And MD Hearing has done it. They've sold over 1.5 million hearing aids. You got a 45-day risk-free trial with 100% money-back guarantee, so you buy with confidence, okay? If you want MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever, go to mdhearing.com. Use our promo code BUBBA to get their new $297 when you buy a pair. So head to mdhearing.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Get a new pair. This is a pair of hearing aids for $297.
And how about this? 20% of those had to be hospitalized and stay overnight.
That salmonella must be
Now,
rough.
they're also warning that if you're under 5 or over 65, you should avoid handling chicks, ducklings, or other poultry altogether.
Dang.
Now, what are the symptoms of salmonella, you might ask? Well, it's not good, Rick.
I bet it's
I'd
a
like to
dandy.
know.
It's diarrhea, fever, stomach cramps.
Wow.
It all happens within 72 hours of coming into contact with the bacteria.
That's a symptom to a lot of stuff.
Once infected, the illness lasts 4 to 7 days, with the most serious cases requiring hospitalization.
I'm fighting everything in my fiber because I don't want to run a bit into the ground, but I'm afraid I'm feeling a rising up in me of confused Americans.
Wait a minute, Rick, just a second.
Wait a minute.
But Rick, you got to start low and work your way up. I think you're hitting it too hard, too fast.
You know how it would be.
You were cross-eyed within 20 seconds the other day.
Well, Bubba, that was a big topic.
It was. Bubba, wait a minute.
Chicken and ramp up. Wait just a minute, Bubba. Are you telling me I shouldn't have a chicken coop in the backyard? What happened? What happened?
Now,
my kids are sick.
Hey, always up.
What happened? We brought nasty chickens in the backyard that crap everywhere and kissed them up in their beaks. What happened?
I mean, we're up to our armpits in diarrhea and fever.
You know, they say you need to watch out for the pecker. You know, the beak.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's always
So you
advisable.
got to watch out for that. The beak.
I need to hear snuggle chickens in the confused Americans line at some point.
I mean, I don't know what happened, Ham. My kids were snuggling chickens. I mean, they look cute and all. We had pictures at Easter with little chicks. And I said, well, go ahead and lick them in the mouth and get a picture of it. Now they sick. How'd that happen? There's diarrhea everywhere. How'd that happen? I mean, what are we thinking?
Oh, my God.
What are we thinking?
Rick, it's strange. And look, some of you right now listening to this know good and well you have sent pictures to us.
Let's go to the people. We got all 10 lines available. About half of them are engaged now, but there's 5 lines that are available right now. So if you move, you can get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program is done. The next person gets their opportunity. Now, no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. All those will get an instant buzzer. We go to Chip in Selma, Alabama. Chip, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Good morning. I just heard recently about the 2020 elections as the Supreme Court said that they found no widespread fraud. Now, what percent do they consider it? You know, is it 1%, which is still 2 million people, and is it a 0.5%, and that's 1 million people? And while you're looking at what, it was 17,000 that separated two candidates from one state. So, what would be, you know, how do they determine?
You know, I understand what you're saying, and I understand your aggravation with what they're saying. They basically said there's going to be some fraud in every election, but there was not enough to change the outcome. And that's what number is that? Well, I don't know.
Yeah. Your question is valid, but we don't know the answer. Bubba, it looks like Jenkins' mama's calling.
What?
Mama Jenkins. 30 seconds, Mama Jenkins. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
It's got nothing to do with Jenkins. When you were talking about the court case, the thing is that this is a civil case, and so there'll be no jury. The judge himself is the one who will decide, and he's already made a summary judgment against Trump.
Yeah, that's even going to be tougher if that judge is going to have the whole say and he's posing for pictures. That's not good.
Mama Jenkins, how is Jenkins doing?
He's doing great. He's got 4 children. So, doing great. The last one is just, a couple of,
Q call. Press 1 to accept or 2 to decline.
We lost.
What in the world?
I don't even.
Well, Mama Jenkins, if you're still listening, we lost you. But tell Jenkins to call us sometime. Don't be a stranger.
Huh.
That's strange because I actually hear that in there sometimes.
Sometimes on line 7 or 8, you have to hit 1.
Wow, I've never heard that happen on this end. On our end,
That's weird.
Let's go to Cody in Birmingham. Cody, 30 seconds. One timeout's gone. Only one remains, and it belongs to Hounds. Cody, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call. Go right ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I heard you talking about watering your trees and needing like 40 gallons of water and all that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard about them, but there's these things called tree water bags, and they're like a slow-release watering system.
Mm-hmm.
The only company that I know of that makes anything for it is A.M. Leonard. Their website is A.
Email Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah, and in this case, it's actually not trees that I'm needing to settle some dirt around some concrete stuff. So.
Can I tell you what?
It's hard to get it to settle when it just dries a mommy's pocket.
Yeah. Robert.
Did you say mommy's pocket?
Mummies.
Okay.
Out of North Carolina.
I speak Southern.
You do.
Robert, go ahead. 30
it's an
seconds.
endangered species, so don't shoot it.
Oh, yes. My wife and I went to see the Phil Robertson movie yesterday, The Blind, and it was excellent. I recommend everybody to go see that.
Sound stopped up. Are you having some
around,
sinus
Rick.
problems?
Yeah, a little bit this morning.
Yeah, I could tell. Yeah, so I'm hearing good things about that too. Becky in Atlanta. Becky, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. Circling back to the Mossy Oak question, I taught 7th grade in St. Clair County, Alabama, and one day in class I used a young man's shirt, a Mossy Oak shirt, and called it camouflage, and he corrected me and told me that the pattern was Mossy Oak. So now I find the need to correct people and tell them it's Mossy Oak.
Oh, so he said you don't just call it camouflage. That's actually a print.
No.
It's kind of like calling a soft drink Coca-Cola. Yeah, solid. Yeah, I didn't know that either. Let's go to Guy in Sikeston, Missouri. Guy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I'm calling about that Senator Bowman. If he is that dumb to pull the fire alarm, he don't need to be in office.
Well, I understand the View actually defended him quite enthusiastically yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that right?
He panicked.
I wish they'd pull a fire alarm on them.
He panicked?
Yeah, isn't he a former high school principal?
Do we want someone in the Senate that panics?
Yeah. I mean, what I'm saying is, what a fire alarm is. Most people walking around, above the age of 5 or 6 knows that. But
it's not a
isn't
door
he a
opener.
Former high school principal? He, if anyone, should know the punishment that goes along with pulling fire alarms at school.
Yeah, you get expelled.
I said it before. You guys have all said it. I think that if he represents you, what should concern you, to all the points y'all are making, is for him to not to think, oh, wow, they're going to be able to see me if I do this. Because that's the part he didn't get. This, I don't believe the garbage. He didn't know what he was doing. That's total garbage. Yeah. I tell you what was stupid is him not thinking you can't really pull the fire alarm in this building without a security camera being able to see you. Yeah. He should have thought that through. 866 We Be Big. Sam in Kentucky. Sam, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, did you see the Florida Gators could not stop Ray Davis from scoring, even though they had 13 players on the field? And that man ran for 280 yards, 3 running touchdowns, and 1 passing touchdown. That guy's a man child. Yeah, you'll have a good day.
I didn't see it, but I was told that, you know, and this can happen. You know, if you have a weakness and the offensive coaches find it, and they've got players that can really expose that weakness. Yeah. And apparently, from what I gathered, is Florida, their front seven had a hard time with Kentucky with their offensive line and that fullback running right at them, and they never ever resolved it the entire game.
Yeah. We'll find out about Ray Davis this weekend.
You know, Rick, I heard they told the offensive line that they had to hurry up and get back for basketball practice.
That's funny.
And they took care of business. So.
Tim in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Tim, go ahead.
They're going to be mad at you.
All right, that trial's not a real trial. They just they filmed the new rollout of Night Court. What they're doing.
It does look like a sitcom. There's no question about that. Grant is out of Boaz, Alabama. Grant, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Mossy Oak breakup.
What
He's answering the trivia question.
Yeah. Little late for that, and probably the thing you won will be extremely late coming to you. Let's go to Frank out of Birmingham, Alabama. Frankie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for listening to ZZK.
Hey, I'm from Huntsville, and I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Frank. That's very kind of you. And thanks to all the well wishers. I'm getting an email on social media and all that. Very, very nice people. Donna in Birmingham. Donna, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I know you were talking about the guy that pulled the fire alarm and how crazy he was, and didn't he know that cameras were on him? Well, he was just thinking about Hunter Biden when he left the cocaine on the thing, and nobody saw him, so he just figured he could get away with it too.
No, Donnie, you may be right. I know that if you take the mentality of a child who fears discipline, if he looks around and everybody keeps getting away with stuff,
he'll push the envelope. Always happens.
He starts thinking to him or herself, "Well, I don't really fear any discipline, so maybe I can get away with it too." So it's a valid point. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a big day. Don't forget, you can always get all the Rick and Bubba show, either audio only or video archives. On the YouTube channel or our podcast channel every day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of your chicken coop in your yard. Yep. Couldn't wait to pick up the chickens.
Absolutely.
I've seen it on social media. Some of them are friends of ours, by the way. Some of them former interns here.
No. My wife she thinks this is sharp. She's like, "Oh, let's do that now that the kids are all." I'm like, "What?" I don't know. Let me see what I don't understand.
Look, having chickens in the right area are fine.
I have no desire.
My grandparents had them. They lived out in the country. All that's fine. They got the eggs. But we have commercial farming that can do that, and they handle it in a way to keep this problem down. But I just don't know introducing chickens into the neighborhood is a good idea.
You know, especially when your whole reason of getting chickens, as under Greg's heading, is just to be sharp.
Yeah.
I can't think of one reason I need a live chicken.
Not one.
Now, dead chickens.
Well,
packaged,
see, when you're
I like.
But
when you're in
that for you too.
When you're out in the open range situation, you don't have this kind of problems because they spread out, and when you get that concentrations when you get
problems. Look, I don't want to have to do the work
unless it's done.
Eggs,
I mean, at chicken houses they do it. And they know what they're doing. They disinfect the dirt and they handle all this.
Well, that's what you got. You got a bunch of suburbians that think they're chicken farmers now, and they don't know how to take care of it, what to do. They snuggling or kissing them. Most farmers don't snuggle and kiss their chicken.
Yeah,
never.
You're not farmers. No. You're not farmer. Hey, Phil, you're
they
not
don't
a farmer.
Interact with them in that manner.
Phil, you're an accountant and your wife is head of PTA. You're not farmers.
I know you got a straw hat on and some overalls, and you're just trying to be sharp.
Phil, be thankful that you don't farm.
And you got chicken on your shoe now too.
Right.
So
what's next? Everybody gonna get a cow?
No,
I put it out there too.
Well, I've talked to Sherry. I said, Sherry, if we ever decide that we're going to move to the farm and live there full time, there's plenty of room, and we can dabble in these things because somebody's going to be there every day to deal with it, whatever, and that'll be fine. But we ain't bringing chickens to suburbia. Why would we do that? You see, I don't know what happens. What is this thing in human beings? And I don't have it. I miss this, thankfully. That as your life gets less complicated, you feel bad about it and try to complicate it again.
Yeah.
I mean,
12 chickens.
my life is moving into a less complicated time period, and I don't want to complicate my less complicated time that I've been working for.
Grow gourds.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we got golden ticket seat people settling in. If you are making your way here today, it is a mess here at the plaza, as we had a major water incident yesterday involving an accidental sprinkler. They set the sprinklers off accidentally. We're doing some work at one of the office complexes here, and it has caused water to go everywhere. We're starting to see some signs of it even here a little bit in the production room, but so it's a mess when you show up. So don't think a tornado hit or something when you show up, because it is. There's just stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. You know, when you have that volume of water you're talking about, it's going to be seeping.
I know.
As time goes on and as it gets to our walls and stuff. And we've already got a wet carpet in the production room.
So we are having some of it coming in.
It was not wet yesterday.
So hopefully it won't be anything major, but it is going to cause some inconveniences. So, but for you in the studio here today, we're fine inside the big. You should. All you're going to see if you come to Golden Ticket Seats is what's all this
laying out
pieces of ceiling and
listen,
wall.
if it does get bad and we start having to haul things out of here, I'll take the Avengers pinball to my house and keep it safe there.
Thank you, Ham.
If y'all are okay with that.
Now, you know what that is? That's sacrificing for the benefit of others.
Well,
who's going to get the wheel of meat?
I started to say, if you take the Avengers, you almost have to take the wheel of meat. You get one good, one bad. Let's
Rick,
do it
you
that
grab
way.
Trumpy Bear.
I got him. Guys,
He's up high enough. He'll be all right.
Guys, broadcast plazas in water are not
No,
we don't like that at all.
And that was a lot of water.
When you were
really
talking,
close.
when you were talking to the nice fireman yesterday, was his fire chief? Did you say
He was the one that said.
Did he
he's the
show us where the cutoff is in case that happens again?
Well-
Because this is the second time. You know, it happened here when they were doing construction that we've heard working on a hot water heater has set the sprinkler system off when there's not a fire.
Well, let me send out a word for hot water heater people. It has set off the sprinklers here twice. So if you're working on a hot water heater, let's develop a concept. Watch out for the sprinkler system.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something in the process that we're missing.
Yeah.
We need to clean that up.
Because I'm afraid we repeated the mistake again, and when that happens, that means we haven't figured out what's.
We didn't learn from
We
that
didn't
first
learn
one.
it. Let's learn. Let's learn before we flood another place. So anyway, we have Bubba. I have the Louis Anderson story that Greg talked about. We have the also you mentioned the ESPN story.
Yes.
Are you prepared for it? If not,
Yes,
we'll go to Louis.
yes,
All right.
yes.
So you told me something that was hopeful.
Well, Rick, the headline pretty much sums it up. ESPN president admits political commentary killed the network, vows change.
Okay.
He says, and I'm quoting, fans do not want us to cover politics.
That's right.
Now, it was he admitted this in an L.A. Times profile this weekend that the social justice bent his network has taken in the era of President Trump has hurt with viewers. Without question, our data tells us that our fans do not want us to cover politics. My job is to provide clarity. I really believe that some of our talent was confused on what was expected of them.
Well, that's a pretty that's a pretty straightforward statement right there.
He said the L.A. Times story also noted that he addressed traditional fans of the network by steering commentators away from political discussions, something that was heightened during the battle between the president and the NFL players who were protesting the national anthem.
Well, and I think the problem on that is, and we've talked about this a lot, when the format of the 24/7 fill-in-the-blank found its way to cable, meaning we're going to do 24/7 news, 24. minutes now past the hour. No Name Studio. Thank you for being with us today. The gang all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up, more stories. And there's Bill Bubba Bussy. A couple of things you need to know about. We've got Speedy. He'll be at Protective Life Stadium coming up this weekend. So he'll be bringing up as UAB is hosting South Florida. So if you're going to that game, you'll see Speedy. But really, Speedy, as much hype as there is. And by the way, if I could somehow, if you could get in Coach Dilfer's way and he could jump you like he did his staff, and I could see that footage. But anyway.
And the fact he's just got a stash now trying to do it.
But you're right. Oh, yeah.
Better.
But Bubba, I think you agree, and I know Adler does for sure. And Speedy and even Ryan Greenwood thinking of coming from Kentucky. All eyes are on Piedmont, Alabama.
Yeah.
Coming up this weekend as far as the show is concerned, because the real Greg Burgess will be there trying to break a personal record in the crap run for a wonderful organization, Venice's Foundation. And the weather looks tremendous.
Yes.
We look for a big number from Greg.
I heard College Game Day is going to be there.
Yeah. Well, Lee Corso is. He just doesn't know it.
Yeah.
Right. But
he thinks it's the Iron Bowl.
Right. So that coming up this weekend.
Also, to throw a little tidbit, I'll be at Hendrick Hoover Autumn on Friday, 11
How did you
to
ever
1.
tell us? What's wrong with you?
All
right, Friday, Greg's in Birmingham,
That's
11
right.
to 1 at
Papa Murphy's
at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. So go by and see Greg.
Silverados.
So if you're coming to the golden ticket seats Friday, add that to
Test drive
to your Birmingham. Go see Greg.
I'm so sorry, Rick.
That's fine.
It's your birthday too.
Yeah, I know.
It's your birthday.
So
the week's just fine. They sneak up.
I know
on you.
it's fine right here.
It's every week for you.
You too can be a Hendrick driver.
Also, we've been talking a lot and letting you guys know that next year, and with the cake today from Edgar's on my birthday, having Burgess Ministries on it. One of the men's side of what we do, and I've already told Sherry Burgess. I said, once we get this kid married, these two boys married, and all that's behind you, you on the Burgess Ministry side, we putting you to work next year. We're gonna you got to get back out on the road. It's time for you to write another book. And so we've been laughing about that. But anyway, so themanchurch.com, we got the Man Church conferences, 2 of them coming up next year in 2024. We tried that for the first time this year, and we were blown away by how powerful it was. So we're going Starkville, Mississippi on March 8th and 9th. James Spann will be there. Scott Dawson will be there. I'll be speaking. Andy Blanks, Chuck Hooten. Same worship leader from this year will be there with us again, and he did such a good job and brought an all-star band and singers, and we'll do that again. And then Birmingham is at the Wright Center, Samford University on February 16th and 17th. Robbie Gallaty from Long Hollow will be there, and our guest slot, Rich Wingo, will be there. I'll be speaking. Andy Blanks will be speaking, and Chuck Hooten leading worship as well. And so those tickets are on sale. You can find all that by going to manchurch.com and clicking on the logo. I just got a ticket update just moments ago, and I'm just going to tell you, and I'm going to tell you again, don't put this off, okay? Because the tickets are moving even at a quicker rate than they did this year, and you would think so because you didn't have anything to compare it to. So, it's sold out this year, and these 2 will likely sell out next year. So if you haven't got together and got your group and got your tickets, you need to do that. And if you need to get more than the online option would allow, just call the ticket office. There's always limits to how many you can buy together online. If you exceed that limit, just call the ticket office. You can buy as many as you want. All right, so we got that. So a couple of things going on today. First of all, I want to have fun with Helmsy and some in these emails we get, Bubba, with this modern day technology where you can hear the show in so many different ways, which I love, but it leads to, people like us trying to figure out. And these questions y'all come up with, a lot of them we honestly don't have the answer. I mean, we don't have any way. And so, Helmsy, I'm gonna see if you can, and Adler, if you can chime. So yesterday I get the email, and I never can remember who's on them. So I love this one, but it came to me for obvious reasons because I play the bed music. I'm 9 out of 10 times. Did you see that one?
I saw this email.
And so the guy says, I don't know what's happened lately, but the bed music's louder than it used to be. And I'm like, what? And he says, I'm a podcast listener. And I just sat there and went, that's not possible. I mean, the bed music I'm still playing the bed music at the same level I always have. And now keep in mind, if someone said they were listening to it live on a terrestrial radio station, you would go, well, maybe let me look at my levels. But this person saying, "Oh no, it's only on the podcast archive." Somehow the bed music's gotten louder. That's not possible, is it? I mean,
I don't take the audio and increase the levels at all.
But only the bed music.
All I simply
but only
do.
the bed music. That's the
I
part
know.
love.
That's the.
It could be some feature of the way that they're encoding it.
There you go, on the other end.
Yeah. And again,
Thanks,
the music is always going to sound louder than when you talk anyway because of the average hearing. But, that's why commercials sound louder than the TV shows.
Yeah, and that was the thing, Bubba. If that was the always thing, that's what you would say. But what he's saying this is a new thing.
Yeah, you haven't changed the way you're
Right.
mixing it. It's the same way you've done it for 30 years.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to, just remember this, and this is just the Rick version of this, so this means a whole lot, I bet, since I'm such a high-tech guy. But all I can tell you is what we're doing here, which is master control, this is where it all originates. Nothing's changed. Now, when you get out into the world, when we say things like wherever you get podcasts, well, that means there's all kinds of podcast platforms out there. I don't know if it's something between them and us and you.
Well, and most people won't listen to what I'm saying. They've already moved on, and that's fine. But and they'll still email today. But
I'm only asking this honestly to aggravate you.
But here's the thing. People, every time we bring something like this up, we get, oh yeah, by the way, the other day I was listening in this, and oh by the way, the other day I was listening and this happened, and I listen this way and I listen this way, and I'll simply say this: whenever this particular audio comes over to me, all I do is put it on our podcast platform. I simply upload it. I don't do anything else. And to Bubba's point, it's hitting 3 to 4, 5, 6 different things and then publishing. But we have absolutely nothing to do with that, and that's all we can do.
Yeah, and I will tell you this. I listen to the podcast archive probably 4 out of 5 days, and I do it. I don't listen to the whole thing, but I do it just to kind of see how it went. How does it sound? What's the quality? And what is, will I continue to mumble up my words? And that transition could have been better. Actually trying to do my job better. And it's good to have this now. In the past, you didn't have this. And I haven't, to me, our podcast archives quality is really good.
I think so too.
I
listen to a lot of podcasts.
It's a good quality.
Well, we have a lot of processing in here to take care of that,
right.
and hopefully make it smooth and sound decent.
So nothing on our end.
As much as you can do with what they can work with.
I know it sounds like a cop out. I mean, it's on y'all. It's not on us. But
Right.
there's nothing that we're doing other than taking those files and uploading them to one platform, and then it distributes to the rest of them.
And just so y'all know, we're not saying that isn't your experience.
Right. Yeah.
So don't hear us saying that. We're just saying there's nothing here we can do.
I can't change anything on my end. I just can't.
And when it comes to the YouTube experience, live and archived, and when it comes to the best of podcast that is about an hour and a half long, you may hear a little bit of difference in the levels because I'm actually covering what Rick is playing with copyright-free music. So Rick is playing Leonard Skinner on the Hunt, and I'm playing just like down, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I have to cover that volume,
right?
Because it just sounds weird. The guys don't speak the same when there's music going on. But also a couple people, I'm not going to mention any names, but a couple people have their headphones so loud. I'm not going to mention any names.
Right.
That audio from the headphone, if you don't have the actual music playing under, you can hear the headphones bleeding into the microphone. So there's actually some bleed over too. So I actually have to cover. I kind of have to cover two things.
Yeah.
When my audio is playing, but I try to do a great job of not having it too loud. I'm just trying to cover it so that we don't get flagged for copyright material on our YouTube channel, and that's why we are in that situation with that.
So there you go. There's all your archive updates. So we probably didn't.
Hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah, hopefully it was.
But I asked people specifically, are you listening to the full show or are you listening to the condensed one down? And every time they say it's the full show, so I'm like, okay, well, that I don't know what you're talking about then.
Right. Yeah. It's always fun to get the questions, though. It's interesting. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
7 sports, 24/7, whatever. That's a lot of time to fill. And frankly, there's not that many stories breaking that every news show that comes on has now new things to discuss.
Right.
So what happens is your morning show talks about the same thing your midday show talks about, the same thing your afternoon show talks about, which is the same thing your evening show talks about, which is the same thing your overnight show talks about. And so what it is what you really do is sit down in front of the ESPN and hear the exact same story all day long until it has been unpacked ad nauseum. And when that starts getting a political bent to it, you keep hearing these political statements over and over and over again. And finally, you find yourself screaming at the TV, show me some sports highlights.
Yeah. Well, I think there's times where the politics swing into sports, and you certainly you have to cover it or you're not doing your job. But it just turned into more of the political commentary. Now, if you do a show that's, more like what we do, or it's a political show, or it's, commentary, whatever, fine. But, I mean, people go to ESPN for sports. It is sports. They're usually trying to get away from politics. That's why they want to go to sports. It's where we all come together to compete and leave all that other stuff behind. So, I think they made a major error in that. And, they were talking here about how, and this is a term they used, he said it was because of politics seeping into our coverage. Yeah. Seeping, that's a big word today. They said because of the ratings, said the political commentary was a miscalculation, something the network had previously denied. This president took, I can't say his name here, he took over in March, but he said, viewership had fallen off. He said they had to lay off staff and talent by the hundreds, and said then the product starts to suffer. So,
No, he's right, because it's really, if you take it and go the other way, let's say Rush Limbaugh, for instance. Rush Limbaugh is going to pretty much every time you turn it on, he's going to unpack the political stories of the day and the political climate of the day. And then every now and then, he's going to talk about the NFL and football because he likes it, or sports, or his time with the Royals. So he has sports that comes up every blue moon in a smidge. But if all he wanted to do is start talking about sports, his audience would say, well, we didn't come here for sports. We came here for you to tell us what's going on with the two parties and what candidates are going to make it, and what about this particular legislation, why is this good or bad, and so they would say, we don't mind it if you'll sprinkle it, but we don't want it to become a mainstay here. Yeah. Right. And I think where ESPN, based on what they're admitting, it started out with a sprinkle, then it turned into this is becoming too much of what we do.
Get this, when pressed about more examples of what he's talking about, he said again, the average consumer went to ESPN to see highlights of his or her favorite teams. In the era of Trump, viewers got to see anchors refer to the president and his supporters as white supremacists. They got to hear hosts blast the legendary Tiger Woods over his friendship with Trump. Well, I'm sorry.
Woods. He's an S.
Yeah, Tiger Woods over his friendship with Trump, mocking him as stupid and claiming he's not black.
Yeah.
Fans were even subject to having football announcers pull from coverage of a University of Virginia game because of the crime of having the name Robert Lee.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
At least this guy is admitting what we were all screaming all along, which to me means maybe there's hope.
I hope so. Well, and with our show, so you got nowhere to go, because our show claims from the very beginning that we're a show about anything.
Oh yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. You know what you're gonna get, good, bad, whatever, and it's been that way for 25 years. We're gonna throw food. We're gonna talk about food. We're gonna cover politics. We're gonna cover spiritual issues, and we're going to make fun of each other. That's just what we do.
Right. So, but that's what you should expect,
right.
And then you can decide on the Rick and Bubba buffet of topics whether you think we're serving one too much.
Yeah, or things you like or don't like. But that's what's good about the show. It's what's bad about the show in some cases, too, because especially in our industry, a lot of radio folks don't know what hole to plug it into because it goes in a lot of them. And that's good sometimes. It's bad sometimes.
Yeah, it's good, I think, for the host because we don't burn out. I think it's good for
that. Is a key to why I think we're both here getting up early 25 years later.
I wouldn't want to do one topic all the time. I'd be tired of it.
Guys, we did a sports show for 2 years, and I was sick of sports. I couldn't do sports for 6 months. Hardly watched it.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank to Edgar's Bakery for an outstanding birthday cake today. It tastes delicious as always.
Great job.
Thank you guys for that, and thanks for all the well wishes out there all over the country. And wonderful, wonderful to have you, the audience. You are such a blessing to all of us. So thank you for that on this birthday. All right, so one thing I'm not thrilled about is I just found out that Sean, the trainer, now knows it's my birthday.
Well, Rick, he ought to give you your birthday off,
no,
shouldn't he?
No, it's
what
happens with these trainers when they find out that you have a birthday. They find out the age, and they always do something. Like at the end today, I'll have to do 59 reps of something.
Oh yeah,
and that's where that's gonna happen today. And Sherry had already told me she was going to be a tattletale about it today anyway. And but now he's already texted me, "Hey, happy birthday! See you at the workout."
Of all days, you ought to get off day.
Well, and if I had another day to work out, possibly, but I only do 2 of those a week, and I don't really have room to do it another time. And then, I mean, I gotta put on the tux this weekend and stand up there and officiate a wedding.
That's right.
I can't be drifting back to Fat Rick.
No, you gotta have a good week.
Yeah, because back when they measure me, you can't come back and they go, "What happened to you for the last time we measured you?"
Right.
Birthday cake.
Right. So anyway,
I think you'll be all right.
Yeah. So we'll do that today, and that'll be fun. And the weather's not bad, so it won't be so bad out there. Let me tell you, it's been some rough days out there. All right. So speaking of people having a rough time. Do we just every day have to now watch the president go through?
Yeah.
I mean, it's every day.
It's every day. You don't have to write the comedy, just report it.
I hope to age well, and then there's aging not so well.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Now I realize I'm playing the role
Basement
of
Joe.
Speedy here, but for the life of me, I understand the situation the president is in. What I don't understand is why we are not setting him up to win. I don't know if the left now wants him to look bad too, but whoever the handlers are, they don't seem to be doing anything to get him in better situation.
No.
And is there anything worse than someone who gets distracted or confused in an outdoor event? So now we're going to have the president reading at some outdoor event. And as Adler titles this one, is he reading these remarks for the very first time? It feels that way, doesn't it? It does. All right, so here we go.
Today, the Americans with Disabilities Act. Steny Hoyer led the charge in the House, along with Major Robert Owens and Tony Quello. I don't know.
Oh, now they're clapping.
As well as Tom Harkin and Bob Dole. They led the fight in the Senate.
Bob Dole? Oh. Yeah, Bob Dole did. And you know what president signed it was Daddy Bush, wasn't it?
Right.
Bob Dole.
Did you notice how people clapping for one of the people he mentioned? That was the worst thing that could happen.
I mean, a couple of things too.
Squirrel.
If it's so bright, okay, that he's got to keep one eye closed the whole time.
I mean, I thought the Aviators was his look. He liked to go to.
Put 'em back on.
You can't have a better time to wear it than that.
If I was his handler, he'd never take them off.
Yeah, he'd wear them in the White House and everywhere else.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to think there is something to. Can't remember which one of you said him holding a mic.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's a shaky hand or
Speaking
if
of Bob Dole,
if it's a comfort thing.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I have no idea, but there's no sense in him holding a mic and talking into two that are mounted. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Mount that one too.
Now there's something about him holding the mic that helps him do better.
Yeah.
It centers him or something, or they think it does.
Right. I think you're right.
Apparently,
it gives him something to focus on.
Right.
Yeah.
But notice how distracted he gets when somebody did the first woo, or they're
he does. He looks over.
Their loved one got announced.
There's one thing to be distracted. There's one to have your facts completely wrong. We're going to see that here. You're going to hear President Biden talk about leaving the Senate, and he was able to convince Strom Thurmond to vote for the Voting Rights Act.
Not this again.
Here he goes.
Thurmond died in 2003, while Biden didn't leave the Senate until 2009. The Voting Rights Act passed in 1965 before Biden was ever in office. So there's all kind of oddities on this thing.
Well, Democrats, they really struggle if anybody ever does fact checks because they want to tell these emotional stories of how they were down with the cause, man. And you go back and look at the timeline, you're like, well, what they just said, like the time that Hillary claimed she was named after a guy that, you know, before she was ever even born. The guy, she was already born when the guy did what he did.
Yeah.
But anyway, so here we go.
When I left the Senate, I was able to convince Strom Thurmond to vote for the Voting Rights Act. Strom Thurmond.
No.
Now, why is that such an accomplishment to get him? Wasn't he the guy that was the KKK?
Correct. That is correct. Yeah.
Was it Strom or was it the other guy?
Well, Robert Byrd was.
Robert Byrd was the Grand Dragon.
He was just big on the.
Yeah, he was just a.
But Strom Thurmond, you know, he was I'll tell you what he was. He was an old Democrat.
Yeah.
You know, back when they were not for
Remember
the advancement of minorities.
What about when he met his daughter later?
Yeah.
Remember
Right.
her?
Yeah.
She didn't look quite like Strom.
Okay. And
I'm just saying.
but Robert Byrd was the Grand Dragon.
Yeah,
but he got a pass because he was a Democrat.
He swapped, yeah.
But anyway, so but he could not have convinced Strom Thurmond anything because of the timeline we just gave you.
It doesn't match up.
No, it's just,
at all.
Bubba, I'll tell you what they call that. They call that a lie.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just don't see how that can be.
Right.
I've noticed too. He has such a tired talk. In other words, it's almost like he doesn't have the energy to even express
Compare
himself.
him now to when he was running for president.
Yeah.
It is.
Ain't gotta
It
go
is
that far.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was bad then, but it is a remarkable difference if you look at the clip side by side.
Well, he was so rested because he was hiding in the basement.
Everybody knows
Basement Joe.
But-
Now he's White House Joe. That's depressing.
But the question still remains, and Democrats and Republicans are saying this, not just Republicans. Do we think it's going to get better?
No.
So we want him to run again and get even older?
I mean, he won't be able to hold his head up.
Your point a
second
minute
time.
ago, you said it's like, I think you or Speedy said it's like he's reading it for the first time.
Yeah.
Everything he reads.
Yeah.
It's like 50 First Dates.
Yeah, it was true. And
Good point.
I mean, it is.
But where's the person that says, now what are we going to do? He's going to have no sunglasses standing in a sun-soaked field reading something? We're not doing that.
No.
I wouldn't have let that happen. And then we got the Strom Thurmond thing, and we don't have time for it, but I'm not sure what we have here on C, what this one is about. But he made some other comment about that the mega Republicans think he's extreme. Then.
Have y'all seen Jill Biden? Have y'all seen Jill?
We need to
lately?
hear that one. It is so ridiculous.
Where is she? Where is Jill Biden?
She's
I never see her anymore.
Not seeing patients.
Well, it goes back to what Bubba's been calling for. It's like she's abandoned her post.
Yeah, she ought to be the one that he's never seen without her by his side.
No.
The last time I saw her, Hunter was like weirdly touching his nose right behind her at the balcony of the White House.
She looked disgusted.
She
We'll
did.
be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
That's exactly what we're talking about. So was it bad?
Oh yeah. Especially when it's the time of the year you got to try to find something, and you're talking about sports you don't even care about.
But again, that's why we all like cookouts under the shade tree on the back porch. You cover a lot of topics, and that makes it fun.
That's right. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
I will tell you this, and I just had one of those low moments coming up, and stick around. We got some great stories. Even on TV recently, but we'll talk about that coming up. But I just, you have those moments where you feel like you're doing well as a parent, and you kind of go, all right, good. And then you just have those moments where you go, I've just failed. And it just happened to me with Big Love. Jack's Family Restaurants just showed up. And Bubba, how many times have we said this on the show? And doggone it, if I didn't listen to the show and our own advice. We said so many times we work so hard to give our children what we didn't have, we neglect to give them what we did have.
Yep.
How many times have we said that?
A lot.
And then now I've done it.
I saw a heartbreaking moment in the kitchen mere moments ago.
So Big Love's up here working with us, and Adler's got him moving and shaking and doing the photos and working some of the cameras and learning some stuff. that he needs to add to his arsenal to go into this industry. And so Jack shows up, and of course Bubba and I go to, really just this side of elation. We're so giddy. We're so excited because I really feel like we played a role with this restaurant chain beginning to offer to the public something that we used to have at home all the time, and that is a fried bologna biscuit. Now, look at this guy right here on the front row.
He's tearing that
he's
thing
so
up.
happy. Look how happy he is.
Nothing more happy.
And so
What a great day.
When the time you get out a pack of bologna.
I think that's what's wrong with a lot of liberals, Rick. They don't eat enough bologna.
No, you're right. And then your mama would show you how to put the little slits in it. Why? So it'd lay down.
Yeah, you want it to curl up.
You want the bologna to lay down in the skillet.
Yeah, it looks like
for some reason I thought that helped it cook better too.
Cross.
Yeah, and so I get all excited about it, and I go in there and I see my son standing there, and I go, Big Love, you've had a fried bologna biscuit, haven't you? You've had fried bologna, haven't you? And what did you say to me?
I have not actually.
And I thought, what a loser I am. I'm an absolute loser.
Even at Pop and Nana's, they never cooked.
You've never had fried.
We were raised on it.
Pop and Nana never gave you fried bologna.
I don't think they have. I really don't.
Let me tell you what I'm going to do now.
I could be. Wait. I could be wrong. They might have made it for me before, but that might have been a really.
You may not
but as your father, I've never said, "Sit down, son. Let's have some fried bologna."
You have not actually.
Oh, Rick.
So close to Father's Day. Father's Day's next month. I bet I don't get me anything. I'm serious. If I have not presented fried bologna to you,
cancel that fishing trip.
How about this? Before my friends, before my brothers in Christ, before the audience, I want to apologize for letting you down. Have you gone back there and got you a piece of it yet?
I have not yet. I've been at it. Well, Adler has me working he has me slaving away in there.
Yeah, he does have you getting after it.
Time out once Biscuit shows.
He said he had to kind of get on you a little bit that day. Was that okay? He got a little mean side to him.
Yeah, he does. I didn't know we had that. Yikes!
We haven't seen that since Brooks came in and said the YouTubers had eaten him.
Brooks, tell us again what the YouTubers did to you one day.
They literally ate me the other day. They were like, why can't we see Adler's grandmother or his mom or whatever? And I was just like,
both.
I'm like.
When they were in the audience, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know how to work the camera stuff. I
the robotic side.
Right, I just started here. The other times I've come here, I've just been little and thought I was working.
Yeah, you were little, didn't really know you were doing
it.
Yeah,
I was like, I'm at work, and Dad was like, you're just not. You're just sitting and hanging out with the interns.
Right. So, and what were they all saying? They can't see what? They can't see Adler's what?
They can't see Adler's mom, or they can't see. I can't see his grandma. Barbecue.
I like the voice.
Barbecue guy, what's good?
So in your mind,
guy says I can't see Adler's grandma.
When they're typing, that's the way you think they sound.
Yeah.
I could just envision.
I got it.
I listen to them on the phones, and they all have a distinct, very thick Southern accent to them. No, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not throwing shade or anything like that.
You're not throwing what?
I'm not throwing shade. Or
Don't be throwing shade.
Like it's sunny.
You've heard that.
Yeah. Don't throw shade.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that a hip phrase? Don't throw shade.
Don't come in the situation, throw shade. Right?
Okay, so guys, Helmsy and Greg knew that. Did you know the term "don't throw shade"?
I understood it. I don't think I've heard it, but it sure was funny to hear Brooks say it.
Yeah.
Wait, has Caitlin ever said that? Or Hunter?
Caitlin.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com. We were talking about, security and securing your home, your property now more than ever. This is crucial. SimplySafeBubba.com, their revolutionary monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, baby. It is another step as they continue to advance the security world, taking us to new places, things we just couldn't do before, but with the modern technology, you can. And live guard protection is one of them. It helps stop crime in real time. Now, what do we mean by that? If an intruder breaks into your home, or even your small business, their monitoring agents are standing by. They can speak to the intruder. They can deter them with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, and then they can alert and say, "Hey, we've got in real time, we've got law enforcement on the way." What if the monitoring agents there at Simply Safe see that you've got water leaking in your house? They can see that live. A fire, God forbid, a medical emergency, whatever it may be. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes, or you can have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. Either way, easy to protect your place. And for a limited time, get 20% off the new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring, which you need to do that anyway. This is a huge offer. It's only available for a limited time, so go to simplysafebubba.com. The link also is at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe Bubba Safe.
Rick, before we get to that, I want to visit after that, go back to the Biden cut 2C, where he doesn't understand why we think he's extreme.
Okay.
Can I address that?
Sure. Yeah. You want to hear that first?
Well, we can. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
one or the other, depending on what Adler had queued up.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, this is it right here.
The thing that I have trouble trying to figure out is what it is that, other than protecting the Constitution, what is it that these mega Republicans think is extreme about what I'm doing? They haven't been, I haven't seen any articulation of any of that.
Well, I think I can help you with
Did he
that,
just
Mr.
tell us about
President.
articulating things?
I think we can. You want me to run just a short list here?
Okay. Sure.
Runaway inflation because you're printing money like a Saturday night drunk.
Right.
You are pushing us to a crazy climate change agenda when the proof is not there that it is going to be dramatic and it is going to end life on the planet as we know. And you obviously don't believe in it because you're not parking any of your big cars.
Right.
You have killed us being energy independent. Remember, we were energy independent. We were exporting energy to the rest of the world before he went in. But he has killed pipelines. He's killed leases. He's killed drilling, all that stuff. It has to be a smooth transition driven by the open market to those type things, not you forcing us to battery cars while telling us that it's better for the planet, but not being honest about what you're doing to get the minerals to build that or how you're going to dispose of the batteries in the long term. You put pornography in schools. You have drag queens reading to little kids. You have boys winning girls' sports. You think it's fine for boys to be in girls' locker rooms, dressing rooms, even at the college level. We've seen how the girls are so uncomfortable with that once they get out and can speak freely about that's happening.
Right.
I mean, do we need to keep going on that? What about mandating experimental vaccines? I think that's another one we need to talk about.
Yep.
What about the fact you look and act like a bumbling old man?
Right, yeah.
And it's an embarrassment to everybody. How about that? You don't look competent to do your job, sir. That's all. I mean, that's just the facts. Your people think that, and our people think that. It's not a political thing. You're just an old man. Go home and enjoy your grandkids. And the fact that your son and your brother look like they are running an organized crime ring for the Biden family, making millions of dollars and filtering it and hiding it through paintings and other schemes, doing the very thing you're accusing everybody else of doing. Now, that's the short list. If you have more time, I could go on longer.
Yeah.
But I articulated that. There you go.
There you go. And I would add to the list, since he had the audacity to say, other than me, protecting the Constitution, protecting the Constitution.
Yeah.
Now you really have shown us you have no cognitive skills. Well, I would throw in there, you also are creeping everybody out because your party with you leading, talking about the Constitution, you seem like you're trying to find some way to take the Second Amendment away from people.
Absolutely.
That's extreme.
Absolutely.
I would call that extreme.
And people feel less safe today than when you went in because of you and your far left woke attorney generals everywhere that won't put criminals in jail, but the people who stand up to them, you prosecute to the maximum of the law. It's just ridiculous. It's like the upside down world.
And also,
that is why you concern us, sir.
Right. And we can articulate the fact that you have a wide open border with no one being checked.
I didn't even go to the border.
Put the border on
I didn't
there.
even go to
Put
the border.
the border on your list.
We have been invaded by 2 million people this year. Just this year. 2 million. If we had a 1 million man army to march on somebody, we'd think we really had something. How about 2 million in this calendar year? And you don't care. It ain't about them. We know what you're doing. You're trying to destroy the country so you can stay in charge. That's all.
And he don't know what he don't know what you're talking about. Well, can you not articulate? Can you not articulate why it seems extreme?
Let me articulate this. Southern border. Try going to see it.
Right.
It's right south of Texas.
Funny. So there you go, Biden.
Adler, here's your daily best of for
Yep,
today.
there you go. There, catch that on Blaze TV.
Bubba
today.
articulates.
But Bubba makes a good point.
The two-handed wave off.
Look,
You see him, Rick?
Yeah.
Two-handed wave off.
Yeah, well, you know how you say somebody hasn't articulated something just because you just say it doesn't mean it's so.
Yeah.
I mean, you just got to articulate it again.
Give me the wave off
I
one
don't know
more
why I'm
time.
so extreme. Boy, add that to the list. No self-awareness.
There you go. Exclamation point.
There it is. That's
Oh,
what I
there
needed.
it is.
Yeah.
The wave off.
Don't know
Outta
which
here.
side of the stage to go off on either.
Do what?
You can't. He doesn't know
Oh,
how
yeah.
to leave the
Yeah.
stage either.
Yeah.
That's back to their
Find
way.
some
That
steps.
falls under bumbling old man.
Yeah, that's all under that.
Most of them know when it's time to go to the house.
That's
Yeah.
exactly
And you
right.
apparently don't have that self-awareness either, sir.
That's right. So Bubba, this one, I'm gonna
I can't
change.
believe you would even say that. That's another one. Add that to the list.
Go to video 9. And I'm gonna come off 8 and go to 9 because y'all told me about this and I didn't realize we actually had it, but there it is.
Yeah.
We've had it this week. Bubba, this is what we're spawning. Okay, this goes more with what you just did. Here is a New Jersey man who now faces a terrorism charge. Now I want you to watch what he did. He has done into a police station. Don't miss that.
This is great.
With "Welcome to the Jungle" by Guns N' Roses playing.
Please watch his
We're
reaction.
not adding the Guns N' Roses. He's playing that in his car.
It's ABC 7. Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
The
Courtesy
New
of
Jersey
ABC.
man is facing several charges after crashing his car into a police station, all while blasting the Guns N' Roses song "Welcome to the Jungle."
While it was all caught on camera, the song was not. Police said the man intentionally drove his car into the building.
Look at him.
The suspect now faces charges including terrorism, which carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. Authorities say he previously crashed his car into the garage of another home before slamming his car into the police.
So that's his thing.
So see the way this should work.
I
This
love
guy
that he
this
stepped
guy
out and
never
gave
gets
it
to
to
drive again.
No.
He probably never sees the street again. That's how you solve this. Because guess what? We'll have another story with him crashing into something else.
Y'all, when he steps out of the door and look.
All right, hang on
I
a minute.
want
He's
to know
celebrating
so
like he scored
badly
a touchdown.
what part of the song was playing when he
I
stepped out
do
of the
too,
car and raised his
yeah.
hands.
Not having the song, not having the song really hurts. By the way,
The smartest thing he did was comply to that first deputy that came out because it don't look like he was playing around.
I know.
But
Yeah.
it's a bad egg.
all right, let's
Yeah,
let's-
it's
bag
funny,
ready to
but if
go.
somebody had been sitting in that chair, it could have been
all
bad.
right,
Oh, yeah. Killed him.
let's back it up, Adler.
I'm sorry, his
I have no
reaction.
way of knowing, Hamzy, if this is really where the song was.
This helps me.
But I will try. Okay, so let me hear them pitch, and then I'll start it. All right, go
New
ahead.
Jersey man is facing several charges after crashing his car into a police station, all while blasting the Guns N' Roses song "Welcome to the Jungle."
While it was all caught on camera, the song was not. Police said the man intentionally drove his car.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. That was perfect. There you go. So there
Oh,
it is.
my
Look at
gracious.
that character.
How about right on the beat? That's how it should have been. I don't know if that worked out, Hamzy, but I think the way we did it was the way it should have been done anyway.
What a fantastic song.
Did you?
That is a good song.
Did you guys have a song that y'all would always play, like right when you pulled into school or anything like that, or like the first song you remember playing in your car, or anything like that?
Rat Round and Round. I used to like that.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That is a good one.
Yeah, not that I remember. We'll be back.
I think it was Shout at the Devil, Motley Crue.
Greg.
With your mullets blazing.
Let me tell you what, I remember I was too old, though, when that came out, so that was over, but Paradise City. Yeah. You let that one crank. We'll do your phone
I dropped
calls
the
next.
bomb.
Oh, yeah, bomb.
Nah.
Speedy goes to the phones. Phones calls coming in next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a lot of things I don't really know what she's saying and don't care to know.
It falls under that
Yeah.
category. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I just want to apologize to you publicly that you've never had fried bologna.
You
You
would it
better
make
get
you
in there and eat one right now.
Would that make you feel better if I ate one?
We're going to get a fried bologna biscuit out, and I want to see you try it today because it's one of those things I haven't done as a father. I mean, it'd be like me sitting here thinking I hadn't taken you hunting or fishing.
Yeah.
Now, just don't ask where bologna comes from. Just enjoy.
Yeah, you know, that's something you don't want to know about.
Don't read the pack. Something about bologna. I mean,
the thought of bologna or like Spam just freaks me out in general.
Yeah, well,
But-
don't ask a lot of questions. Just enjoy.
Yeah,
it.
just enjoy.
Okay.
Live in the
Spam's
moment.
not Wait, is Spam good? Because I haven't heard some great reviews on them.
Spam is great. It's the processed meat of the new millennium.
It is.
It is.
Because I feel like Spam gets the same reviews as Lindsay Lohan's new reality show.
So not very good.
Not great. Not great.
Not great. So
Listen, after the big one, Spam will still be here.
it will. Like if we had a bomb go off, God forbid, that they
There may
would,
not be
or a big
electricity.
flood.
We may not have electricity, but we'll have Spam.
Let me tell you what we'll have: bologna and Spam. They'll make it.
I mean, okay, if that's all there is to eat once like the nuclear apocalypse happens.
Yeah.
then,
So you're only, but I think you need to try it today.
Yeah.
All right, no, I will. Dad, if you genuinely
don't, you're fired.
think that will make you feel better, then I'm gonna do it.
Okay, good. That's
It's got
good.
a lot of vitamins in it.
You know, it's
I'll
just
tell
one-
you what. I'll make a deal. If you eat one, I'll eat another one.
Great.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah,
I don't want you
Greg
going
is
this
the food
way, so.
enabler here.
He
I know I
really
get the
is.
headlines, but I'm gonna tell you, he's working behind the curtain
You know,
hard.
you know what I've noticed about you, Greg? You realize that there's certain things that you're not going to leave behind, and and you try to go over there and see if you can outwork out what happened while you're eating.
Absolutely.
And it's a battle.
It is. Depending on what happens here that day determines what we do.
And I'll chime in. He's currently winning that battle.
Yeah,
he gets after it.
He does, but you know why? Have you seen what he'll put away up here?
I know.
No,
And
I'm
tell-
doing better.
Did you ever think that Greg would be the one that would lead us astray? But he is when it comes to food.
He's an enabler for me, and I appreciate it.
I apologize, Bubba. You're right. There's a lot of times I should step in as a friend and stop you, and I go ahead, buddy.
You do. Matter of fact,
I just can't make him not.
As a matter of fact, he'll saddle up beside you and say, "I've got some more. Come on."
Yeah.
Oh, it's like having a drinking buddy.
That chocolate cake yesterday.
Every time I went in there, hey, you got to try that.
Hey, it
You
was
need to
good.
try that.
Well, all right. Well, we're going to get the fried
All
bologna.
right, go. You want me to- Greg said go eat.
Yeah,
Go
now.
eat it and give us a report what you thought.
All right, I'll let y'all know.
All right, go in there.
gonna
Go in
love
there and
it.
get your fried bologna biscuits.
You're
son.
gonna love it.
I'm so sorry, buddy. You know we're not perfect as dads. We do the best we can.
Yeah.
But what? Because I've just thought about this, guys, and I'm not proud of this. I'm not proud of this at all. I don't believe I have bologna in my entire house.
Rick, I haven't had it. I don't think my kids ate bologna.
I was going to say.
Do you remember as a kid, it was always in there?
My kids didn't eat bologna.
I'm going to go get a pack
I'm going to
today.
be honest. I'm a little disappointed in the way that ended because I think you just sent him in the kitchen.
Yeah.
It's kind of halfway.
I need to go in there with him.
I think you need to go home.
He's got him a
I
handful
think you
of
need to
them.
go home and make
he brought
him
Greg
a
one.
delicious sandwich.
That's what I would.
Show him the whole process. Show him cutting the little,
Okay. All right. Now, do you have a bologna
Ketchup
biscuit?
is good.
For sure.
I do.
Check and make sure it's a bologna biscuit.
Yeah, it is. That's good.
That's bologna.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. See, it's a little burnt.
You never even seen bologna?
It's got to be a little burnt.
You've never seen bologna?
I don't think I have.
Where have you been?
Burgess.
All right, here we go. Live on the air. Here we
I don't
go.
think my kids
Came
ate
from the bologna farm.
All right.
The bologna.
Yeah, don't ask questions, son. Just bite
Just
into it.
eat
All
it.
right.
All right, go ahead.
Sometimes
All
it's
right.
best to not know.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you think?
Easy to chew.
That's good stuff.
Right. What do you think?
I mean, hey, like,
It's not bad, is it?
That ain't
no, it's really not.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good
bad.
stuff.
Really
Ain't it?
good.
Yeah.
You know what we can do now, Helms, to your point? I remember the first time that he ever killed a deer.
There you go.
I remember the first time that we ever went fishing. You know, first time that we ever played a sport.
Yeah.
First time now today, I can look back and say, you remember that time in 2019 when I brought that bologna biscuit out, son, and we had a bologna biscuit together? Mark it down. So has your siblings ever had bologna? Have I let everybody know?
Let me think. Brody, I'm sure he has. Brody eats like literally everything.
Right. So you think
Blake probably.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Blake.
no doubt. Well, but now we just said, guys, we just all admitted. I even watched one of my friends who's here watching today that we'll talk to here in a minute. And a shocker, it looked like everybody in this room says you do not have bologna in your fridge.
I don't. And I think back, I don't think I
We
exposed
don't.
my kids to it.
We don't.
Well,
I know we don't, but I can correct that.
well, I will tell you this: Jack's Family Restaurants has the bologna biscuit is back, and for a
It's
limited time, they have actually put together 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. The lines are open. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn taking phone calls now. America, this is your opportunity for you to come on to the program, and let's hear what you have to say. Whether you have a question, a comment, bring it in. Have you ever thought to yourself, I'd like to call up and talk to them about so-and-so? Well, now's that opportunity. We do this quite often on the show. You can join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and Speedy will take that call from you. All right, so let's start with Will. Will's out of Cullman, Alabama. He's likely got us on 104.7 WZZK. Plenty of lines are available if you want to get in now. Hello, Will. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Good morning. Hey, good morning. You hit the nail on the head, 104.7. Hey, critical thing, and welcome to the jungle, by the way. I'm riding down the road listening to that story, and it makes me wonder, the other side of that coin is things are getting pretty bad, and most people would say it's just about that time for the grass to start growing. And so, it makes you kind of wonder what's really going on. That's the first branch of government we deal with. So there's got to be more to this story. That guy's just a lunatic, and I'm interested.
Well, you're saying that you think he for some reason wants to attack the local law enforcement. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it seems like every day around the country that people are anti-law enforcement due to either corruption or bad policies or violation of rights. And we're lucky to live down here in the South where people are good folks.
Yeah, well, a lot of people have become, anti-law enforcement because the Democratic Party has demonized them as well. So that's got a lot to do with it. I actually go the opposite on law enforcement. I think that there are definitely people in law enforcement that shouldn't be there, but I do not think that's the most or the majority. I really don't.
No, I think overall, high percentage are professionals. They're dedicated. They put their life on the line every day. They're of all races, colors, and genders, and they do an outstanding job.
There are exceptions, so let me be clear when I say this. There are exceptions. Right. But the overwhelming majority, and I'm saying overwhelming majority.
Like 96% or higher.
Most of the people that end up in trouble with the law, it's because their behavior caused it, not law enforcement, not the color of their skin, not their standing, in society. It's because when the law enforcement tried to do their job, they were disrespectful, or they fought back, or they did something that put themselves in danger or caused law enforcement to take a stronger arm. Now, there are exceptions, and those bad seeds need to be removed. Now, if you want to say that we should be leery that a central government will use government agencies to strong-arm people, now, I'm with you on that.
Yes.
Because that's absolutely happening. But the individuals in all the cases that I've seen that are doing the job in law enforcement, they are rarely the problem. Now, they are sometimes, and when they are, they need to be dealt with. But usually, it's people's behavior and actions that get them in trouble, not because we have an overreaching person in law enforcement.
And they're in a tough position because they are the first level of governmental authority
to the
that has deadly force.
Yeah.
And that's always going to be challenging.
We continue. Let's go to Billy. Billy! And Gadsden, Z93. Billy, go ahead.
Hey, I know Bubba fired up this morning, so I hate to make it worse, but I know what's going on with the bed music. Helms is actually a high-level operative with the Clinton Foundation, and they're using it as a psychological operation to manipulate the 2024 presidential election.
There you go. With Russian help. You got to have that in there.
Diana and Hoover, ZZK. Diana, go ahead.
Hey there, Rick. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I hope your wedding situation goes great, but my comment is in regards to your taxes. My 2021 taxes were filed timely. They were not filed electronically. They were mailed. And guess where my refund is? Somewhere on someone's IRS desk.
Are you kidding? Still?
Oh, no, still. I am advised by the tax person to call back every 30 days because we're real behind.
Oh, my goodness. Boy, they wouldn't feel that. It wouldn't feel that way if you were late turning them in.
That's the hope.
No, they know it for sure.
What if I'm a little behind?
I finally got my what they owe me. I finally got it here in the last 4 or 5 days. Finally, and I filed it in April. We continue. Let's go to Tom in Pell City, ZZK as well. Tom, go ahead.
Rick, I'm going to talk to Sean for you and tell him to take it easy on you today, man. You don't need to work that hard. Come on, man.
Yeah, Sean's got to show some grace today, man. I mean, it's my birthday.
He does.
I'm an old man, you know. I mean, he's got to go easy. He didn't want to have on his resume, you know, ran Rick into the ground on his birthday. Ruined his birthday.
Really don't.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go to Shane in Alabama. Shane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's funny that you got all these Democrats and these leftists that sit there and say defund the police and everything. And so something happens to them, like that guy in Washington. I think he was a senator or a congressman or some sort who got carjacked, and I'm sure he's like wondering where the heck the police was at that time.
No, there's no doubt. That's the thing about the ruling class. If you get into this giant central government and you buy into all this garbage, the ruling class, they will tell you can't have protection, but they will have protection. They will tell you can't have a big house, but they'll have a big house. They'll tell you can't have a border secure, but the gates around their place will be secure. They'll tell you can't drive a big car, but they'll drive a big car. They'll tell you all these things that you can't do, but they get to do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Because it really helps, because Bubba and I really were perplexed for a long time going, why do they want to be the king over garbage? If they ruin the society, why would you want to be king over a really horrible third world looking society? But then you realize, oh, wait a minute, they won't live that way.
Right.
They build for themselves a very cushy life. And then they keep telling you, keep us here because without us, y'all won't get anything.
I mean, it's really a crazy thing. And the only way they have ever accomplished this, these communist countries, is they take away everybody's weapons.
Oh, yeah.
So there's never any objection to them doing that.
And then they'll alter the church because the church will eventually they'll realize, wait a minute, these people, if they believe what's being taught and preached in these churches, then they don't see us as the ultimate authority. They see God as the ultimate authority, and that might breed some discontent that maybe they don't have to, or if we try to draw a line with them that violates that holy word of God they're learning, they're going to rise up against us and refuse to do it. So we got to get in there and we got to be sure that we're in control of what's being taught and preached as well. They go after weapons and they go after the church every single time.
Free speech and your ability to defend yourself. That's why our forefathers had it 1 and 2.
Yep. And that is not just, that's just not like, well, we can start with that.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
No, there was it's a very clear reason why they did that. They wanted to have to be able to say what they wanted to say, and they had to have the weapons to make sure they had that right.
Yep. If you've got a plan you want to implement, the first thing you got to do is say, well, any obstacle to this plan needs to be removed first.
Yep.
If you're leaving us, have a big day. Thanks for being with us. We'll catch you on the next Rick and Bubba show. If you got more, we'll do a top of the hour break, and Lord willing, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A fried bologna sandwich.
No, that thing.
Toasted, the Texas toast with eggs, with cheese, and with fried bologna. Look at everybody giving a thumbs up.
I tell you what, no one is throwing shade at that.
No.
Hey.
Not a soul.
Wait, has there been one big ad for the sandwich?
Now you're learning.
Now you're learning. Wait, you're thinking like, oh, this is some special moment. This is just an ad. I mean, hey,
Brooks, it can be both. It can be both.
Okay.
Don't throw shade at it.
Don't throw shade at our family moment.
No, this isn't a. I do recommend it though. Go to Jack's, everyone.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Stand by for moving story. So you think about these little things, and I'm probably one of the worst offenders on this of looking at something and go, well, this is kind of nice, and I'm glad we're doing this, but does it really? I mean, does this really make a difference? And I mean, I will tell you today, you will, when you're done listening to this today, you will be absolutely sure that the little things matter and they matter big. and so think about, you may have done this. Maybe your kids have been in church, been in Bible school or something like that.
We do it with our Sunday school.
Sunday school, yeah. And you've heard these things, the Samaritan's Purse shoe boxes. And Samaritan's Purse, and you get your kids together and you put together little shoe boxes, and a lot of times it's done around Christmas. and you just put in items for people in parts of the world that may not have just the basic things, which you're going to hear about here in a minute, like socks and crayons. And Jordy's here, and you heard a minute ago, a friend of mine, because this involves his family, this incredible story. So what else would be in there? Pencils,
all kinds of excuse me, all kinds of little trinkets, slinkies,
fun,
fun little things for kids to play with and have.
Now, your daughters, when y'all did this, they were little.
They were very little.
Jordy has 5 children, and of course, the girls now are one's still in college, the other 2 have graduated, and hey, we're married and we're rolling, and so this is when they were how old?
They were probably 5, 3, and 1.
Oh, wow.
So they're very young.
So 5, 3, and 1, and they're how old are they now? I'm sorry to do this to you. Do you know how old your daughters are?
I'm going to say 25, 23, and 19, 20.
20. Okay, there you go. And of course, since then you've added two sons too. But this was when you just had the 3 girls.
That is
and
correct.
they're little tinies.
That is correct.
So they put together the Samaritan's Purse shoebox.
Yeah, and there's a picture of them. And
there they are.
Wow. And they're beautiful women now. But my wife and my 3 daughters, my wife was a great Christian leader in our home. And so she would take them and they would go shop and do these things and put them in these boxes. And I remember them praying over the boxes and talking about where they might go all over the world. But you have no idea. And you just know that you're praying for somebody to receive the box and you're praying that God would have an impact and use it for his benefit and his purpose. And then you take the box and you turn it in and they group them together and they send these out by the hundreds.
Now, think about this. Now let me introduce to you Gresa Sahachu from Kosovo. She's Albanian. She is now a grown woman and now lives in our country, and which we're so thankful for God's grace to bring her family to Orlando. So you don't know where the box goes, but it actually ended up going to the woman that now sits here with us when you were a little girl.
Yes, I was
so
just
so
11.
tell us how you got the box.
I grew up in Kosovo, and during the war, we were refugees in Albania, and once we came back, I had just turned 11, and we went back to school. Our schools were just rebuilding, and right around Christmas time, this was 1999, and I believe the box traveled about a year until it got to me, which is amazing. And we lined up in school, and Santa was there with the organization, and they handed us each, different boxes, and I got the most special one. It was wrapped in red, wrapping paper, and I kept it wrapped until I got home so I can open it with my sister, and it was a blessing.
So when you opened up the box, tell the guys and all the people listening all over the world, what item was in there that you had been praying about and really needed at the time?
Yeah. Every time I tell the story, there's tears in my eyes when I just imagine opening that box. It was a pair of socks. They were white socks, beautiful white socks, and they had lace on top. And at that time, my parents had so many other things to worry about that they didn't really have socks for me, and they knew that I needed those socks, and that was the only thing that I grabbed out of that box, and I put them on, and I wore them every single day.
Wow. So the impact.
And I feel guilty that I only put one pair of socks on.
But you know what?
Double up on the socks.
Yeah. One pair of socks meant the world. And there's
Absolutely.
2 points we're making.
Yeah.
One is this was something that a family was doing together that lives in a country that's this country on our very worst day, we are blessed beyond comprehension.
Absolutely.
There's nobody listening to us right now that is worried about whether they can get a pair of socks.
Yeah.
But for you, it might as well have been somebody saying, if I don't eat today, I may not make it. It meant that much to you. And this was something that was not even a sacrifice for this country to send a box with socks in it.
Yeah.
It was something a family was doing, saying, let's try to help people that this might be a big deal to. And then you're, first of all, living proof that it is a big deal.
Absolutely.
A really big deal.
It just brought me hope, and I knew that someone was thinking about me. Someone was thinking about Gresa, and this box was meant for me. And as we dig in, there was a picture with their names and beautiful kids, and we struggled to understand what the names meant and what
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. We're back, a brand new hour. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The gang all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. We thank you for being with us today. Updating you with everything going on. Speedy at UAB this Saturday. Greg running in Piedmont, Alabama. This Friday, Greg 11-1 in Birmingham, Alabama 2. Make your plans to go by and spend time with the guys out this weekend. For themanchurch.com, next weekend active, the 14th of October, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. Andy Blank's there for their next man church. On the 15th, we've got a huge man church gathering in Mangum, Louisiana. Mangum Baptist Church, Rich Wingo and Blake Prime will be there. Also on the 15th, Scott Dawson in Huntsville, Alabama. Man church kicking off at Twickenham Church there in Huntsville. Make plans to be with them. Down in Clanton, Alabama, our friend Tommy Lenore. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy at Clanton First Methodist Church, and I'll be there to kick that off for them coming up on the 29th, so that's kind of October for you. Find all that at themanchurch.com, and also get your tickets to next year's conferences in Birmingham and Starkville, Mississippi. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Bubba, the ongoing COVID... This COVID bizarreness. So, first of all, we're going to look at a photo. We mentioned this on yesterday's program. The Nobel Prize, the laureates are going to they're going to be receiving their awards. Now, we keep being told, and it's funny to watch, and we talked about this yesterday. I heard some of the new commercials now. Well, the new vaccine. And I like, if you'll listen to even the vaccine commercials, pick up on the line, should be effective against most variants.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So, well, that's not quite. And then you have, so you got that going on. And we found out yesterday that only half of America seems fired up about the new vaccine. And so we've heard over and over again about the inefficiency of the store-bought mask, okay? And these receiving the Nobel Prize, they actually are receiving the prize with these stupid masks on. And I just, when I look at that, I just find that to be hilarious. And we're going to play an old Fauci clip that he finds it to be hilarious too until he changed his plan. Look at them up there with these masks on, getting these awards.
Are we sure it's them? Or is this somebody holding up the Nobel Prize ceremony?
So,
and these are the people that got the Nobel Prize for adapting mRNA technology to be the COVID vaccine and making it quote unquote less dangerous for people because it was causing problems of inflammation in animals and mice and rats and stuff like that. Even though the pharmaceutical companies admitted that they never tested it on humans, and the claims that they said the dangers of it were not tested. It was not tested, but they said it was, quote, safe and effective. We heard that over and over and over and over again. When we were discussing it yesterday, I believe it was Bubba and myself who said the guy that invented this stuff, who actually invented the mRNA, and we said actually Peter McCullough. We did get that wrong. It was actually Robert Malone, but
it was Post Malone.
It was Post Malone. Yeah, Dr. Robert Malone. Both of those guys are doctors that are both very outspoken against this mRNA COVID vaccine. Just wanted to clarify that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, we did. We've interchanged them, but they've kind of been on the same page.
They have. Yeah. McCullough was the one that said, on his expertise of the mRNA vaccine, that once the virus mutated, it was no longer of any good. And Post Malone was the one that was just saying it's not Post Malone. That's what we called it.
Yeah.
He was the one who actually was part of the research team. But anyway, and he also said, I would not give this vaccine to children. And then he got banned. He wasn't allowed to speak anymore.
Both are outright against it.
Right. So now in 2019, here comes Fauci when asked whether people should wear masks and socially distance to avoid infection. Here comes Fauci's own words in 2019 about masks.
For me to prevent getting an infectious disease and having to have you as my doctor is what? Wearing a mask?
No.
You do that? If somebody's, I can see they're getting ready to sneeze or cough, walk away.
You avoid all the paranoid aspects and do something positive. A, good diet. B, you don't smoke, I know. I know you don't drink, at least not very much, so that's pretty good. Get some exercise. I know that you don't get as much exercise as you should.
That's correct.
Get good sleep. I think that the normal, low-tech, healthy things are the best thing that you can do, David, is stay healthy.
All right, so what Dr. Fauci just said.
He said this before the pandemic.
What Dr. Fauci just said.
Save that clip, Adler.
Is the most important thing you can do because the other stuff is paranoia, is to be healthy. You need a healthy immune system. That's the greatest defense against viruses and infectious diseases. So there really isn't a magic way to not ever catch one. Your body needs to be prepared to fight it and resist it so it isn't anything severe to you. Right. That's your best defense, is to be healthy and have a strong immune system. And he called wearing a mask to avoid it paranoia. That was. Did anybody hear anything other than what we just heard?
No.
In 2019.
And where was that messaging in 2020, 2021, 2022?
It changed.
Where
didn't
was
it?
any of that message?
Right.
Now, did the science change between 2019 and 2020? I don't think so.
Wow.
So why change it? That's what I don't understand. I mean, like I said, we've had viruses before. This was a dangerous one. It did affect a lot of people. But why did we change the science on how we fight it? And Rick, you make a point. The immune system is the answer to this. If you get it, your immune system is the one that finally gets you well. If you get it, your immune system is the one that will hold a record to that.
Yep.
After the antibodies have dissipated in their T cells in the big filing cabinet, we call it, to pull it back out to fight again if you're exposed to it. Your immune system, even if you get the vaccination, your immune system is the one that ramps up after that. I mean, the common denominator here in all of this is your immune system, and it has to be at peak efficiency.
The dumbest thing we did, and I mean dumb, is we didn't just go and say, all right, let's protect everybody that for whatever reason their immune system isn't strong. Maybe they're elderly. Maybe they've had treatments. Maybe they've been sick. They're compromised. And what we did is we didn't just protect those who already had a compromised immune system. We compromised the immune system of the healthy people that could have fought it.
Right.
By locking them away and closing them indoors and children in masks and good gracious.
And do you remember
the
biggest
stupid.
The biggest tragedy of this, the people who were working, putting their life at risk early on in this, the medical professionals, the doctors, the nurses, the first responders, the emergency room people who were exposed the most, who had built up immunity more than anybody else, the ones that refused to get the vaccination, we fired them. After calling them heroes and having parades for them a month earlier.
So stupid.
That is that will go down in history as one of the most bizarre things ever.
So stupid. So I don't understand what this 3C is. Do we want to come? I don't follow it. What's going on there?
It's just a World Economic Forum stuff, showing their agenda, and that's scary stuff too.
So what does it tie? I see this thing about vaccinate in here and all this, but
we can play it if you guys want.
I just need a little more coaching on it. I'm not sure what it says.
It's just crazy to agree with Dr. Fauci, as long as it's not before before the vaccine.
The 2019 thing. Wow, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
The word God bless you meant because we didn't know at the time. And years later, we had the opportunity to move here, and we brought the picture with us. And it took me a while, but I found them.
So you tracked them down from that picture.
Yeah, talk about that because that's a great story. So first of all, how did you get to the country? I heard you talk about this the other night. It was just a random visa that got you guys. You were drawn out to be able to come to this country.
So the immigrant visa, it's for us, it's called the Green Card Lottery.
Mm-hmm.
So my family applied, and we were picked. It was a family of 5. I have 2 sisters and my parents, and we decided to come to Florida, Orlando. We had a family member there to help us out, kind of learn the language and move and things.
Well, you
like
speak
that.
English very well,
Thank
by the way.
you.
You're better than we do.
Your English is very good.
Thank you.
Of course, it may be that you're just in a league that's not very hard to win.
Yeah.
English here, but when you got here, you started instantly saying, "I want to find this family."
Absolutely. And my mom too, and my parents, and we tried, but we didn't have all the resources. And every time, as years went by, I moved here 2007, 2006. I couldn't find them online. There was nothing that matched. There was a lot of names that matched, but not the location. And I just was afraid to reach out to random people because I didn't know they would believe me.
And it was that picture that was up that she had the names of. So she had Heather, Holly, Hope, Henson, which were our kids. So we were intentionally keeping our kids' names off the internet.
Yeah, right.
You know? And all she had was the three girls' names and Birmingham, Alabama. That's all she had to find us off of.
All right, when we come back, you're not going to believe how, again, what the Henson family also felt called to do that leads to Gressa eventually being able to find them.
It's amazing.
It's really an incredible story. So, first of all, it's a little shoebox. It goes to a little girl in war-torn Kosovo who comes back after all the destruction of her community and her school, needing a pair of socks, gives her hope to persevere. Her family finds their way to the United States of America, and she starts the journey to find these little girls in the Henson family. And how this all works out to her sitting here today is amazing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. A couple of stories that we'll share with you now, and then we'll get to more of your phone calls. So this one, Bubba, here's the question. If we were, we talked about deer hunting earlier in the program. I know for some of you, you just can't get enough of that. But we do enjoy that. But this is a dilemma question in front of us. So some of you that may not be familiar with this, something that's pretty common is early on, and we certainly do it when we go out and hunt at our place, is we'll say it is early in the season, it's the first weekend, let's try to get some does on the ground, let's get some meat in the freezer. We'll donate whatever we don't use to those that may be struggling to have meat. But we also need to take down the number of the does because it's healthy for the herd, and it makes the hunting experience better, and it also helps the deer themselves so they're not all fighting for food, and there's enough to go around for everybody. We're really playing our part in nature and as a predator. And taking out some of the females because they usually are overpopulated, which leads to a lot of problems.
Yep.
So and it's a good way to get some delicious meat and get the freezer full. So and I hate to break this to all of you, a lot of times the does, the food that you get from them is better than some of these old bucks. That meat sometimes a little tough. But anyway, but here's a dilemma. Watch this hunter. He's ready to take a doe to get the season started until something happens. All right, and what would we do in this situation? So here we go. So here she's come all the way up to the gun.
Licking his gun.
And is licking the gun and is standing there right in front of him. And he's like, well, I guess I won't take this doe. And he ends up petting her. So
she's been around people.
What do you think? You think that's somebody that's been around neighborhoods?
That's a
pet. Is that somebody
raised
a pet or a sick deer? Either one.
They don't look sick.
It doesn't look sick.
It doesn't. I was looking for crazy eyes. But
Yeah, right. But I think this deer just saw a human and said, "I usually get petted by them, and they usually feed me." Right?
Yeah, it looks like she's tame.
Look, as soon as she sees him, she doesn't run from him at all.
Yeah,
she
goes
goes
right to him. He's like, "Oh,
right, yeah, right."
It almost looks like a Bugs Bunny Elmer Fudd skit where he puts the gun right in her nose.
I have to agree. In this case, I can't shoot this deer.
No, I've hit her on the head.
No. Right? I don't think
tough.
Yeah, that
maybe this is their strategy now.
Smart
animals.
It'd be effective.
Yeah.
You know,
Go to them and lick them.
Yeah, so there you go.
Is that how the deer
talk?
Yeah.
Just like that.
Okay. Thank you.
That's why I went right to him.
The
That's
deer's not
funny.
looking like it's expecting to be fed because it's got its head turned away, which is even stranger.
You're just checking in.
It looks like it's just run over to say, "How about a little scratching on my ear?"
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
Looks healthy too.
Yeah, it
All
does.
bumps into the gun.
Look, she smells him. She knows it's a human. No problem. You see her pulling in there through her nose.
Usually, I've seen them. They'll start, nosing around your pockets or something, wanting something to eat.
I'll have deer in my
tame deer.
backyard, and I'll have the dogs on the deck, and the deer just act like they're not even there. It's
Right.
like they don't even care. They're like, we know how gates work. Those dogs aren't going anywhere. It's like, they're crazy.
You're talking to a man that has deer living in his backyard now. That's right. It's inside a chain link fence.
How is your sanctuary going?
They're doing great. Everybody seems to be thrilled.
Quite preserved.
Back to Adler's point, though, the dogs in the neighborhood, they're not happy about it at all.
No.
They're like, why are you doing it? You're just going to protect them?
doing?
Speaking of does, NFL faces uproar as they now make swift changes, pun intended, to their social media accounts. The NFL on Monday removed references to Taylor Swift from their social media accounts after an uproar following the Kansas City Chiefs win over the Jets. Do they mean that the fans did not like all the hullabaloo? I can't say that word. All the hullabaloo over Swift. They thought there was too much attention paid to it, and devout football fans are like, hey, enough with the Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Now,
which I can see where that would happen.
We're all done with
did
it.
the headline I see at the Giants game, because she's got a concert movie coming out or something. I guess the advertisement ran and the Giants fans were booing.
Right.
But that's probably only because she's dating a guy from Kansas City.
They were
She's
getting
the
killed.
enemy now.
They were getting killed by the Seahawks. Too.
Yeah.
Right.
They hated life and
They needed
in
something
general.
to
Rick,
do.
I was wondering if they were told to do that because of her image being protected. But if you go into a ball game, it says on the ticket, you're basically giving up your right to any of that. They can take your picture and do anything they want to.
Well, what the NFL is running into is the ongoing dilemma of those of us in the entertainment business. You have your base audience, and then you make a decision you want to grow the audience. And you go, so there's certain things we need to do that might bring in an audience that we normally don't have. But what you have to be careful of is this strategy, does it now alienate the base audience, and you end up bringing in new people but losing older people? And so what's happening is they got to find the balance. The dyed-in-the-wool NFL fan says, couldn't care less about Taylor Swift, don't like hearing about it, don't like seeing it. That's not why I'm an NFL fan. The players can date whoever they want to, but I'm not into this Swiftie thing mixed with my football.
Yeah.
And so the NFL's like, all right, we got to take some of that down. So on one hand, you go Swifties bring in new audience. On the other hand, alienating current.
Yeah. You got to balance it.
Yeah, on the from what I understand, on the Twitter NFL Twitter page, they had in their bio the Chiefs are 2-0 since becoming Swifties, or something along those lines. And so they got rid of that, and they just left a blank space.
Right. Yeah.
Pun intended.
So yeah, and
I got it.
Speedy Swifty got it.
You know they're going to overdo it. You know they always do, but it's probably good. It's created a little stir. I mean, nobody would have cared about the Jets on Sunday night any other time.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, you're right. They're trying to do a balance, but if you look out over our society right now. Shout out to all of our tattoo folks. The notion of less is more is just over.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, hey, it's all right to kind of stick your toe in something or maybe add a little accent, but we just don't know when to stop. I mean, we just can't. We're just wide open. We can't get enough of if we get excited about something. You know, it's just like God love. You know, like that was kind of the fun I was having, and I like to hear the kids sing, the Oliver Anthony guy or Anthony Oliver, whichever. I can't remember which way his name goes.
Oliver Anthony.
But the just overwhelming storm that it became in 24 hours. I went from, hey, that's kind of cool, to what do you mean you don't like Oliver Anthony? I didn't say I didn't like him. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you're not as excited as you need to be.
We'll kill you. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, it's great. It's we're just the hyperbole right now is just over the top.
You better like him, and you better like him a lot.
Yes, and you like him, but I didn't think you liked him enough.
You weren't quite as excited.
You're right. You're not ready to set everything you got and go hear him in a bar. Not yet. No. Yeah.
The during the
working all day
during the broadcast, you could tell that Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth they were having to talk about it. They were being told to talk about it.
Yep.
Chris Collinsworth was done with it. First sentence he said, you could tell. And whereas Mike Tirico kind of seemed like he was playing ball a little bit more.
Yeah. But they realized the fans are saying, hey, too much Swifty.
Yeah. We got it.
We got it.
Yeah.
We got it.
Yeah. I saw some of that in our audience too. I think a sprinkle is okay, but it's one of those things that the expiration date on it is short.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big's our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out there gigging.
Still
out there
money.
gigging. I haven't seen his show on Axis. Is it pretty good?
It is. He's actually very funny.
Okay.
Now, you know, he some people age better than other people.
They do.
But he, I will tell you, like he did a show for the veterans they showed yesterday, and I got to watching a lot of Axis TV and caught a couple of different things, and I was worried. You know, his kids, they back him up. That's his band.
Right.
I think he's dropped in one ringer in there with him,
Okay.
but his
So it's
kids,
his family.
his kids are his band now.
Oh wow.
And they sound pretty good. I mean, it's not. I mean, he does sound okay. I mean,
I've been meaning to watch it. And I can't catch it when I.
Sometimes you got to be careful tampering with the memories.
Sure.
But,
Yes, Rick.
But it really is
when
not.
you have
bad.
to let the audience do a lot of the singing while you're up there.
But as far as him, he's pretty funny.
Okay.
And the
I can
reality
see that.
show, and then I will tell you, I also heard live yesterday, all on Access TV. I had time to watch some TV for myself.
I like that channel.
And it was one of those things where I got to pick what I was watching. My wife was doing something, so I was,
Sure.
And then, of course, you know, when your kids are at the age ours are now, you don't know where they are.
Yeah.
And so anyway, and then I also got to see a little bit of Red Rock's Bad Company with Paul Rogers.
I saw the previews for that.
And
is that fairly current?
I don't know, but Paul Rogers sounds
it
really
is.
good. By the way,
Yeah.
I worried.
It's amazing.
I worried about that too. Now the guitar player looks like he kept the same look of when they were huge, but he has aged like somebody's granddad. So you look back there and like somebody's
He's got
straight
long-
up Paw
long hair.
granddad's got long hair back there just wailing.
That's
It looks odd. You know how some people either will update their look.
Yeah.
but he hasn't. But
He's still got the
but
rocker
he's
hair.
but he's very old.
But he's aged.
Yeah, it's kind of almost spooky a little bit. But because
he's bringing it.
Feel like. But anyway, it sounds that's a great channel. There's a lot of you can find a lot of cool stuff.
A lot of
out
good
there.
live music on it.
We do have a lot to do going forward. Sadly, we're going to start out with something sobering. Anytime you're dealing with this time of year and tornado season, there's certain parts of our audience in our country where tornadoes have had a past of destruction, and they sadly it's happened again. The state of Missouri, we've had deaths involving some really bad tornadoes that just happened.
Yeah, they've had quite an outbreak there, Rick. The governor, Mike Parson, said that 3 people they know of right now perished overnight. So they're still working with that. A lot of flooding in Oklahoma, so we're having that springtime transitional weather going on. I don't know if you saw the footage a minute ago. It was on Fox News of a house that floated off.
I saw that.
I mean, I've never seen just a house float away. I'm sure they have before, but I'd never seen it on video.
Yeah, that video is unbelievable.
Wow.
So I did see that. So just remember, as people, once again, we're talking about, storms can come out of nowhere. These tornadoes don't last very long, but the destruction in the precise areas where they hit is devastating, and it's a long road back. And of course, sadly, this state has been there before. So just remember all of them in your prayers today, and of course our country and neighbors and the churches will respond and get them what they need. But there's people mourning, and then there's people that just have destruction that is a complete redo in their lives. So we'll as we get updates on that, we'll let you know. All right, so Bruce is calling out of Nashville, Tennessee, the Music City, checking in. Bruce, how are you today, buddy?
I'm good, guys. I'm just laughing because this is the only radio station in the country you're going to get information like this.
Yes.
So I agree with everything y'all said yesterday about bologna. Just
Correct.
across the board, got it. Love it.
Big
Raised
wake
my
up
kids
call
on
for
it.
me yesterday about bologna and my kids.
Well, I know. We all have those moments where we just go, God, what have I done? And I get it. But my kids have been raised on it. Let me tell you, the best brand I've ever had, and I grew up on it, but it was kind of that, that cheap kind that Greg talks about with the red ring around it.
Oh, yeah. That's the kind we had.
Yeah, exactly. Go to your favorite grocery store and go get the Boar's Head garlic bologna. It has
easy, Bruce.
No, trust me.
Just don't get weird with it now.
I know it sounds weird, but I promise you, go there to get it, and you can just get them to slice as thick as you want it. So you get those big, thick, 1/4-inch slices. Just sear it up in a cast iron skillet. And let me help all the people out there that have a weird stigma with bologna. Think of it, and this flavor particularly, think of it as just a round, flat hot dog. That's essentially what it is. So when you get that good, crusty spiral dog flavor you talk about, try this garlic bologna. I tell you, it's a game changer. It really tastes more like a really good hot dog than it does the standard bologna.
All right, all right, that's good. I'm taking notes on that. I want you to stand by for something that I found out about concerning this same category of food, Bruce, that may be life-changing. "35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. CBDistillery.com. CBDistillery.com. Look at these kind of numbers here. 81% of CBD users say it helps them with stress and anxiety. That's a big number. Sleeping better. 90% of CBD users say that they enjoy improved sleep. That's even a bigger number. If you'd like to find out more, go to CBDistillery.com. And 100% natural, clean products, no added flavors or colors or preservatives. Dr. Kevin Frey, a leading Mayo Clinic trained internist and preventative health specialist, talks about that these products are fantastic. And you can get started and save 20% or more by going to cbdistillery.com and use our code BUBBA. You can see everything they have there. No prescription required. At cbdistillery.com. Use the code BUBBA. Get at least 20% off and see what products are offered that may help you. All right. So I want to ask you guys a question talking about this. This has been going on at the house for a while. And this is because it reminded me when I talked about, in expiration dates. So help me with this. It happened to me yesterday. So Sherry and I, we were going to get, we were supposed to meet to go to an appointment, and I think you start going about, hey, is there anything at the house to eat for lunch? And I got a guy already had me something, and you get this, and so, and this has happened to us twice in the last week. So I go in and I'm like, I'm just gonna make me a sandwich. So I go and I pull open and I see some, luncheon meat in there, and I get and of course the way it had been open, I couldn't find the expiration date on it, and I'm trying to put it back together to see if I can find it. Now here's where, and I know we talked about this before, and enlighten me, okay? Sell by SELL, sell by 9/26, okay? So. It says it needs to be sold by then.
Yeah.
That's not
eaten by.
That's not eaten by.
It's not.
Is eaten by, we just guess?
Eaten by, I think
how do we know eaten
common
by?
sense to that.
Yeah. Smell? Milk. Because I just started smelling it.
Milk.
You can always tell when.
Right,
yeah. I don't play with
milk's
milk.
expired.
Yeah.
That's an
That's
expiration date.
yeah.
What he's asking is,
Sell
he got
by.
it
Sell by.
26, sell by. Is he okay to eat it on October 2nd?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, they're
I
not
probably
going to tell
wouldn't,
you.
but
I mean, I would've,
when
but
or
I
when
did.
you cannot
Yeah.
eat it, but they are going to say when you can and cannot sell.
Okay, so
That's
let me ask
right.
you this then. To your point,
That's
Rick,
where I'm worried, though.
we would all eat that, but when would you not? Is that next
I
week?
know. When
Well,
do you know?
here's what
Is
I
that
did.
the weekend?
Here's what I did. I always go with the smell test.
I do too.
And so I got it out, and of course, there's always that moment where you're smelling it and you think you're good, and then all of a sudden you wait a minute, I smell something.
I know.
And then you go back and smell it again. Yeah. Then I just got to the point where I'm like, well, this is it, Rick. If you don't make a sandwich with this, there's nothing else here.
Yeah, you better just
and
work
and,
through
and
it.
and I thought, but that there's always I don't like it. I don't like the way it feels that I'm eating something. 4 to 5 days beyond the sale date.
And I get rid of things much quicker probably than I need to,
Me too.
based off the sell by.
Well, and then we had a meatloaf controversy last week because I had put out some deer meat, speaking of deer, to let it, because I always prefer, I don't like to quick thaw something because it usually never is as good. I like to slow thaw. I like to come out of the freezer, put it in the refrigerator, let it thaw over a couple of days.
Right.
As opposed to I'm putting in hot water and all that. I don't like all that. And it usually toughens the meat a little bit.
It does.
So anyway, this was, I can't remember the exact numbers, but anyway, Sherry was going to make a meatloaf with venison, and it was a really good recipe. And so she was doing this, and then she said, well, I forgot about that, and I didn't want to let that meat get old. And I'm gonna do the meatloaf, and I did the meatloaf, and and Brody was over at the house that night, and I was like, okay, good. And she goes, of course, I figure, it thawed out, and I just remember her saying, and we're literally, we got our forks about to dive in, and she goes, the fact that it's I'm trying to get the exact date, whatever.
Oh boy.
And she goes, I didn't figure it was any big deal because it's been thawed out since this date. Since it's only the 27th, and I said, it ain't the 27th. Like that, she goes, yeah, it's. I said, no, baby, it's the 29th. She was off by like 2 days.
Okay.
Like that, and she was like, and then that face, she goes, oh. And I said, what do you mean, oh? Oh. What do you mean, oh? What do you mean? Now, once again, I'm picking up cooked meatloaf, going, trying to do with the smell and all this kind of stuff. And
I'm going to go ahead and step out on a limb here. You went ahead and took
I
it.
sure I did.
You seem
roll
to
the
be
dice.
fine.
The meatloaf was tremendous.
Roll the dice.
The meatloaf was tremendous.
What you gonna do?
I thought to myself, hey, meatloaf can't get you if it's been cooked, can it? And then you ever fool yourself and thinking a reheat makes it even more? Oh, I'd be more better off now. I'm heating it up again.
yeah.
Killing
more stuff.
Where we get that from?
Help.
But see, expiration dates.
And
I'm good.
You've got
but
this
sell
too.
by.
Well, you even got the Best Buy too.
I know.
That's on there sometimes.
Oh yeah, I don't like all that. That's too gray.
Sell by date is strictly for inventory management and the retailer.
Right.
Okay, but they say typically
How long?
it's safe to eat 10 days after the sell by date if refrigerated and handled properly.
I needed that.
Keep it refrigerated, and
That's
all this
key.
meat had been kept refrigerated.
Right? Yeah.
Now I will tell you this: what you don't do, and I had to get young Broderick on this. You don't thaw out meat, bring it out at room temperature, and then throw it back in there to put back in the freezer. I said, no, you don't do that. Once you've thawed it out, you got to eat it. Yeah. We don't. You don't go back and refreeze it again. Well, you asking for trouble now.
Yeah.
So you're saying 10 days after sell by if I keep it refrigerated?
Yeah, that's what they're saying
Properly.
here. They're saying if it's properly handled and refrigerated properly, then typically
key,
it's safe to eat for 10 days after the sell by date.
That's a big number.
This is not me.
I'm sticking to
saying
my
this,
5
what
or
this is
6
saying.
days.
It just refers to the last date the product can remain
You don't need nothing hanging
on
around
the
that
shelf,
long.
and so inventory management goes by that day.
All right, where are y'all? How many days past expiration date will you drink milk or drink anything?
I won't.
Or
No,
anything?
I don't drink
Not
milk.
one
No.
moment.
No. I've had a bad
probably
experience.
a day.
Yeah.
1 day for milk. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Will you?
Yeah, if
Yes.
we're like at the bottom or
I'd rather not.
Guys, if you miss on that though, you'll hate yourself.
Yes.
It'll get you. It'll
Smell.
get you.
Do y'all
gotta
ever
smell
reach?
it.
Do y'all ever reach to the back of the milk to see if there's a few dates?
Absolutely.
a little further
I do.
along.
And
Like
you
every
always
2
do.
or 3 dates.
Always
that
do
with
that.
everything.
They're going to rotate the stock. You might
There's
as well.
nothing that makes me more angry than for me forget to do that, and I bring home something. I look, well, my gosh! I said we got to drink all this in 2 days.
Yeah, by
Didn't
tomorrow.
somebody say that, you know how it's got the little indentation in the back that if it pops out, that means it's bad?
Yes. It starts swelling up on you.
Yeah.
Don't eat it or drink it.
Right.
I think the fact that it's chunky will let you know.
Yes.
Thick.
Well, Greg, that's easy.
If it looks like a
Yeah,
milkshake,
Greg,
Yeah.
we got that.
All right, let me
buddy.
tell you where
Yes.
if you want to go to a place of food danger, is Camp House. Camp House. I mean, when you walk in there, it goes, "Welcome to our new game show, Food Danger." We're sitting there. We were down there back in early September, and y'all know Wingo has a bit of a sweet tooth issue,
Yes, he
and I've
does.
tried to help him with it.
he's good at it.
So we're sitting there, and we have done really good. Okay, and he came down to help me with that the deal we had for Brody down there. So he and I both were staying on Friday night, and we're just sitting there, and he goes, "Where's your Camp House snacks?" And I said, I haven't restocked for this year. He goes, "What do you mean?" He says, "It's still in the scent lock thing." I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Go get it." I said, "Rich, that's snacks from last season." He goes, "Oh no, those preservatives." He goes, "Some of that stuff's still good."
Oh yeah.
I said,
Hey, been in room temperature.
I said, we're not getting it. He goes, "You got it closed off in there? I mean, it's scent locked." And I said, "Rich, those snacks have to be replaced." And he looks in there and he goes, "Oh, Oreos, open them up." And I said, "Oreos?" I said, "They've been in there since last fall." I said, "Maybe last winter." And he goes, "Oh, they're fine." He goes, "You realize how many preservatives are in Oreos?" He said, "Them ain't gonna hurt nobody." And I said, "I'm not eating them." And he goes, "You got any milk in the fridge?" And I said,
Oh,
"Yeah."
now look out for that.
I said, "It's new milk." He goes, Go ahead and bring them out." I said, "Rich, first of all, it's 9:30. We don't need to be eating Oreos, period." And he goes, "Why?"
That's no
He goes,
fun.
"We just eat a couple of them." Like
Couple.
that, and so, sure enough, he sits there and he opens up. He goes, "See, he's still a little bit crispy." I said, "Little bit crispy? Don't they need to be completely crispy?"
Yes.
And he goes, "Oh, these preservatives." He said, "You could leave these things out here in a nuclear holocaust, and you could still eat an Oreo. Oreos don't get old."
That might mean maybe you shouldn't even eat them when they're fresh.
Right. And I said, I
Yes.
got to tell you, I don't know about a 9:30 Oreo. Period. And he said,
If you got milk to dip it
he
in,
said,
go
we're talking.
ahead.
He said, we're gonna maximum 2. We're gonna eat 2.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know about that, Rich. I said, you're not being a good example.
Yeah. See, somebody that suffers from what he has, I get the 9:30 Oreo.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I love Oreos.
I just can't
Do
go
we
in.
do we agree the Oreos can't get old?
I love
I don't
Oreos.
think they.
No,
do.
they
I mean,
can. If they're soft,
Yeah.
Can a
they've been
Pop-Tart get
sealed
old?
up, right?
Can a Pop-Tart get old?
it's hard to tell.
Yes.
but they'll taste wrong. With first bite, you'll know they're.
I've
not
never
right.
seen a Pop-Tart get old ever.
haven't.
don't. Yeah.
Throw in the
Phone
toaster,
calls
it's
are
good.
next. 866 We Be Big. Let's chat with you, America, to wrap up the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You today too, so stand by. I've got something for you.
I love it, man. I always listen to fat guys when it comes to food.
Well, and,
Yeah,
and that's
that's
like it was awful when Helmsley questioned of all people Jordy Henson. I mean, on food. I mean, that's just. I'm like, come on, buddy, what's next? Telling Nick Saban about a process.
I'm not a thick cut bologna guy. I like my bologna fairly thin.
I'm really not.
I don't
either.
want it shaved, obviously, but I don't like it too thick because, like you said, then I feel like I'm eating a hot dog.
Yeah,
Just, you know.
I too question Bruce's call to this, but he sounded so passionate and his phone was so clear, and he loves the show so much, and he knows the ins and outs, and he I think he knows us pretty well. So let's look into it. But here's what I was told. Now this again, I cannot vouch for this because this is not one of our creations. The spiral dog I can vouch for because I've eaten hundreds of them. Okay, but this I cannot vouch for. But I was intrigued by it a little bit. Now, Greg, for you, I think this is going to be an issue because I noticed. I don't know when it happened. I don't know if it's improved. But there was a point of time that I watched you who enjoys. You do enjoy. We try to do better now that we're older. But there was a time that not only did you enjoy the taste of deep fried foods, you could actually eat them without it making you sick.
Yeah.
I've noticed that changed. I remember the first day I saw it was at a fish fry when I saw you go south.
It was just too much. Rick. Fried fish, fried potatoes, fried hush puppy.
Well, you know why?
Wow,
You know why, Greg? You haven't been training.
Right.
Yeah, I
So
guess
you
so.
can't just stop that and then go back to it. It's like you don't just run a marathon. You work your way up.
Yeah.
You train.
True.
So I'm just going to tell you what I was told about. Okay, and I have not tried it, so I cannot vouch for it. It came from Mississippi, so it's worth looking at. I was talking to one of our listeners, a guy that I had the pleasure of meeting over in Starkville when I was over there visiting Big Love and trying to move him home for the summer. He said if you will take and he said you need to go a little thicker here, which, again, Greg, I'm not a big fan of the big, giant hot dogs. And he told me, he said, now, I call this something – that I won't say. He said, I'm going to tell you about it because I don't think I could tell Greg because I'd never get past it. He said, I actually refer to these as wieners. And I said, well, in our room, we never refer to a frank.
I mean, it says it on the pack.
We don't refer to a hot dog or a frank as a wiener.
I know.
Because you can't in this room.
No.
I go back
because it just uncontrollably.
Yeah, you can't
Statements
do what I
start
just did.
flying out
Yes.
of everybody's.
You
You
can't.
know,
You
everybody
can't.
starts just making statements.
Yeah, we have
that
theme
can't
songs
stop.
that we play.
Yeah, I mean,
and the
you.
whole-
Oh, I'd love to be an Oscar Mayer wiener.
Okay, but anyway.
The company called it a wiener.
I
by
know.
the way.
No, it's on the pack.
Yeah. I mean,
it's printed on
written wiener.
Right. But in here, do we all agree?
He's coming for you. Attack of the wiener man.
Yes, he did. He is a registered sex offender now.
Okay.
In his case, Rick,
He's changing his name.
based on what he did and his name and the way he's conducted himself. I think that's hurt the case.
No, you're right. So anyway, but here's what the Mississippi guy told me. He said, take a hot dog frank and get the knife. And he said this time
Still won't say it.
He said no. He said in this take the knife and go down just a little bit down and just in the middle cut like a ditch.
I've seen that
in the middle of it.
I've seen
Middle of the wiener.
Now he said he likes pepper jack cheese.
Oh,
He said
I see
whatever
where we're going
he said,
here.
but whatever cheese you want and stuff it down in the ditch.
Pepper jack's a good cheese. Now.
He said then get your oil hot. He goes and drop it in and deep fry the weenie with the cheese.
Really?
Oh, Rick.
In the deep fryer. He said, and then take that, and if you want to put condiments with it in the bun, you can.
I'm definitely interested in that.
And
I just don't like dealing with hot grease.
No, but
if I have to.
Greg, he even went as far. He must know us pretty well. He goes, now look, let me tell you how I got this thing. I got at Walmart. He goes, and it's not a hassle. He goes, the way the oil
We
is.
make everything happen.
He said it's a very simple.
I bet
deep
that's
fry-
good. Now I can't eat many of them. It'll make me
No,
nauseous.
well, and that's why I'm thinking you know it's a sad day, Bubba. You realize Greg's gotten to where deep fried food he can't handle it.
Yeah,
especially when every course of the meal is fried.
Because you got to understand, our dad would sit down with that deep
Next,
fryer.
you're going to tell me Tom Brady can't throw a forward pass.
I know.
But listen, Dad was sitting down, and I never thought about it because, like I say, just like bologna and other stuff, it was just our lives. By the way, we grew up. There was no effort to eat healthy by anybody around you.
No,
None. I'm talking about none.
No, I didn't even know what people meant.
I mean, we got mad when a salad was part of the meal.
I
What's
remember,
that?
Like when I met Sherry and she started talking about food items I'd never heard of. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, I really thought healthy eating growing up meant not too many candy bars.
Right.
Yeah.
Bubba, do you recall?
stopped
I
at
don't
3.
recall there being remotely an effort. And what I realized
Counting
now.
calories, I didn't even know what that was.
Did they even put them on the pack then?
No,
I don't think
it's
they did.
fairly recent. They started all.
Here we go. 866 We Be Big's our number, and lines are filling up. Helmsy is on the horn. And you can reach us, and we look forward to chatting with you. Really, any topics up there. If you want to go for it, you can. Let's start with Calvin. Calvin, not you, Speedy, a different Calvin, out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Calvin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you, buddy.
Anyway, I wanted to comment on the statement that was made about the communists getting rid of religion or altering religion.
Yes.
I didn't really enjoy the movie, The Book of Eli, but that was the main focus of that, that the people in charge destroyed all the Bibles they could get their hands on, and the bad guy was trying to get a Bible because he knew that if he could get a Bible, he could control the people by getting them together on the information that was in the Bible.
No question. You're exactly right. And we also, which we get this warning all throughout Scripture, the other version you got to be looking for is what you said about the altering. And, you know, if we do not know, and I spent far too much time of my life claiming to be a person of faith and knowing nothing about the Bible, or very little. You know, most of what I knew was still the felt stories that I was told as a little kid on the felt board. And the problem with staying in that spiritual infancy is the altering of Scripture, which if you go back to the fall of all mankind, the first thing we get is that what God really said? And there's all kinds of versions of what God really said out there, which is the original deception from our adversary. Mm-hmm. So we have to know Scripture. You have to know it. If you don't know it now more than ever, you're not going to be able to discern false teaching and false teachers. And these false teachers and false prophets, they can take you down a road to destruction. And so you got to be able to hear it when it's altered. Because if somebody alters something and we don't know the original, we don't know whether it's been altered or not. And so it's crucial to know more than ever. And people ask all the time, so how can I learn? And what I did in my life, and I still got more to learn, but I am learning, and I'll tell you how. I just applied to study of Scripture and to Bible study the same time, the same passion, the same priority that I applied to everything else that I became real knowledgeable about. It's not that difficult. Yeah. How did you become knowledgeable about the things you love and deem of value now? Just do the same thing when it comes to, and usually that's going to be what? Time, priority, and pursuit. And it will, and it'll start out requiring discipline, but boy, once you've tasted of it and you realize the value of it, it starts getting easier and easier because of the power that it is. We continue. Let's go to Leanne in Gunnersville, Alabama. Leanne, go ahead.
So a minute ago, you guys were talking about expiration dates and all that, and I think first of all, I think it's kind of funny that none of you really wanted to drink milk after the first day of the expiration because that stuff lasts a long time. But anyway, the funny story I have is about a fellow employee in my salon a few years ago. So we have a community refrigerator, right, where everybody puts food, and as you can imagine, it just gets all kinds of stuff piled in there, and eventually you got to clean it out, right?
Oh, yeah. So
we clean it out, and we find a thing of Greek yogurt that had been expired for a year.
Oh, boy. A year?
So it had been expired for a year. So we get it out, we sit it on the countertop, and somehow at the time, the group of girls that worked there, we all cut up a lot and, just cut on each other and had a lot of fun. So anyway, we had one particular girl who was always into dares. Like we would dare her to do all kinds.
Oh, you
of
love
stuff.
That person. Every group needs that person.
That sounds like a bunch of guys.
Yeah, I think at one time I was that person in the group I was in. But go ahead.
Yeah. It was just a good time always. But anyway, so somehow I don't even remember the conversation exactly, but somehow it comes up about this yogurt, and she's like, "It's fine, I would eat it." And I was like, "No way!" It's been expired for a year. And she was like, "Yeah, I would eat it." And I was like, so anyway, me and a couple other girls we told her we would give her $20 if she ate the yogurt. But she had to eat it all. She couldn't just take a bite of it. She had to eat it all. So she proceeded to eat the whole thing of 1 year expired Greek yogurt.
What
that
happened?
had sat on the countertop for about 3 hours.
What happened?
Literally nothing.
She was okay?
We thought for sure she would at least have explosive diarrhea, something.
Sure. That's a given. Nothing. So she was okay.
she was completely okay. In fact, I think her gut health was better after that.
Well, now that there may be something to that. Yeah, that live culture you're talking about, Greg. Wow. I wouldn't have done that for $20.
No, that's
Imagine
at
what
least
she'd do for
$100.
Eric in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Eric, go ahead.
Biggins, how are y'all?
Good.
Great.
For no other reason other than curiosity, I was just wondering if any of the guys have tattoos.
I want to be unique and real edgy, and I want to be different. I don't want to be like everybody else, so I don't have any.
Yeah. Me neither.
So anybody got a tattoo?
I have a wedding ring tattoo.
Yeah, but Greg's already
like a
told you.
Sharpie.
Yeah. We got any tats at all?
I do not.
Helmsy
no.
got a tat?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna get an eagle on my back though. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be holding a cross and on fire. It's gonna be awesome.
When I was at that event the other weekend, tattoos are on the rise.
Oh,
buddy.
my
I'm gonna tell you.
goodness.
Yeah. And look, let me give you a heads up. About 10% look, I mean, like they're holding their color and everything. They're all faded and your skin's done stretched out on the majority. It just doesn't look very good. I mean,
and it doesn't
maybe
appear,
when you first got it, it did.
It doesn't appear you can just get one either.
Oh,
You
no.
know?
No.
What appears to be
But that
very
used to
addictive.
be, there was a time where people who had tattoos, they had one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now this thing of covering up, you're like a comic strip.
And do you have?
It's just not a
I'm
good
sure
look.
you do. More quality, cost more.
Right.
'Cause some I saw, they weren't quite prison tattoos, but you can tell there was somebody that was learning.
Well, and plus I want to be unique. So
Yeah.
I'm doing the most unique thing you can do right now. I don't have one piercing or a tattoo. And I'm becoming a very small part. I'm in the elite.
This is the look I'm gonna go for right here.
Yeah, that looks good.
wow, there's
That looks
Chris
great.
Eagle.
Yeah.
And the eagle is holding a donut.
I've just never wanted anything permanently on me that I couldn't take off.
Right.
You know?
Speedy, you should do your head.
I've already got something.
bam, bam,
Greg,
bam.
I've already got something permanently on me. The government.
Yeah, they're on me daily.
I could
That's
get a
good.
Murata right here.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, get a Tyson.
I'm a water. Let's
Maybe
go.
one of the worst tattoos ever. Yeah.
Biloxi, Mississippi. Jason stands. So I guess no. The only tat we got is whatever that is on Adler's finger.
Yeah.
Wedding ring.
Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
There's a cheesy little 30-minute show called Adam Ruins Everything. I don't know if y'all have heard of it or seen it.
I haven't.
He does an episode where it's kind of educational and informational all at the same time. It's a little cheesy, a little quirky. But if you can get through the cheesy part, he will blow your mind about the expiration dates and the sell-by and the reason for it. And he goes through the whole thing, and it's a really, really cool show to watch, just that particular episode. It kind of blew my mind when I seen it, and it's just really, really cool to go check that out if
Okay.
you got time. It's something that you need to see.
Is this Adam? No, I think I have. Somebody mentioned that to me, but I've never seen it.
I've heard of it.
But I'm interested in that.
Yeah, Greg watches it.
That's good.
When in doubt, do the smell test. You know, that's what I do.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, man.
$20.
Is that your new show called Adler Ruins Everything?
Sorry, yes.
Thanks for being with us, guys, and appreciate all the birthday wishes. Hope you have a great day if you're leaving us right now. And thanks for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and